A dragon god, a devil, and a yokai entered an apartment room. Now that sounded like a start of a lame joke, but I assure you that it wasn't a joke. Chapter 1. A dragon god, a devil, and a yokai entered an apartment room. Now that sounded like a start of a lame joke, but I assure you that wasn't a joke. I am Sleepy, a dragon god who took the form of a little girl in gothic Lolita outfit said to me which was reading my science book for tomorrow's exam. Midterm in a prestigious school like Kuo Academy was a serious business and I don't want to be in the last place. At least I want to be in average. Shut up. Office-chan. You have your own closet already. Just go sleep there like usual. NYA. Eyes chin, why are you so stingy? Don't you want to have fun with me? A devilish woman with a mature body who had a pair of cat ears sticking out on her head asked me while loosening her black yukata, exposing the sacred place that every male strived for. I couldn't focus on my book because my eyes were pulled towards them. Damn it, is this what they call boobvitation? Newton sure has a good taste. Shut up. Kuroka, I know you're just teasing me, goddammit, so I don't have time for that. I am not going to be in the last place like before. Ouch. It hurts. NYA. Eyes chin, please don't forget to not said his name near me. Kuroka rubbed her head as she pouted at me. I don't care. Now shush. Go away. I want to concentrate. Eyes Neeson, do your best. Kuno will pray for you. A cute little fox yokai who had fox ears sticking out on her head said to me. I couldn't stop my tears from flowing. Thank you, Kuno-chan. You're the best. Most people would be happy if 3 girls were living with them, and I am too, happy about it. This is straight out of some fantasy books that I read once. But it would 100 times be better if they didn't bring troubles to me once every 2 days. That's right. Tonight I don't care about any of Office-chan's mysterious dealings. Or Kuroka's teasing and mischievousness. Or Kuno-chan's mother underling checking her. Tonight I will study. Eyes chin, did you forget to prepare dinner? ... Damn it Kuroka. I want to study. Please. I can't help it. NYA. You're the only one whose cooking is edible. And we don't want the repeat of landlady's party, do we? That was right. The landlady of this apartment was definitely the most beautiful woman I had ever met. While I wasn't as close to her as to the 3 girls who practically lived with me, we were closer than just acquaintance. That was also why when I knew that she didn't know how to cook, I offered to cook for my sort of illegal housemate plus the landlady. I know. Which is why I want to cry right now. Seriously, for a perfect woman, Gabriel-san doesn't know how to cook surprised me. She's an important member of heaven. NYA, ain't nobody got time to learn cooking. It's not like she's gonna marry someone and be a housewife, you know. I have been learning to cook in home economics. Kuno nervously spoke up. No. How cruel. It's not like that, Kuno-chan. We just don't want anything bad to happen to you, you know. Your mother would skin me alive if the daughter she entrusted to me has been hurt, I explained to her carefully. I didn't want her to cry since calming down a crying girl was hard. It was an experience I would rather not experience twice in my life. Why yeah, NYA. When you're older we're going to let you into the kitchen, I swear. It seemed like Kuroka also didn't want to deal with crying Kuno again like me. Really? Kuno asked with teary eyes. We both looked at each other before nodding at Kuno. Yay. Phew. I wiped my sweat. Crisis averted. Now I just have to cook dinner for us and I can continue study. Inspired by Rokujuma. How is it? Will post daily for a week if I didn't forget, already done until chapter 6 in DXD ideas thread in SB. CH1 of 34 next. Chapter 2. As the first day of midterm came to an end, I went to the cafeteria to fill my belly. Using full capacity of your brain would make you hungry. At least that was what I feel after pressing my brain for any knowledge it took last night. Living alone in an apartment forced me to conserve my money however small I can, especially when I had 3 more heads living with me. That was why I did not buy a full set lunch and just bought a single bread instead. I needed to fill my belly at least a little and a single bread would suffice. It wasn't like I want my belly to be full. And besides, I remember the landlady just bought groceries yesterday so we can expect a feast courtesy of me for dinner. After I got the bread, I sought a place to eat it. On midterm period, Kuo Academy didn't have any class activities, so after this, I would come back home to study for tomorrow. The midterm lasted for 1 week, so I had 4 more days to look up to before I can be free. I found an empty bench I can use to eat. Because there was no class activity, most people went straight back home, so the cafeteria was empty save for several people. One of the people that's still here was the school mascot, Tuju Kaneko. She was so cute that people dubbed her the mascot. I agreed with them. Tuju-san certainly was cute. However, she was also famous for her stoic persona, which added even more charm to her character. She was sitting alone and eating her lunch quietly. I averted my eyes from her. Usually, when people crowded around her, I can stare at her anytime, but since there was no crowd, my stare would certainly get noticed, and I don't want to add lolicon to my list of title, which consisted of pervert and boobs lover. That lolicon title was exclusive for Matsuda the creepy bastard. So it was surprising to feel her staring at me. This was no mere misunderstanding. I truly feel her gaze because it was so intense. What did I do? I might be a pervert and open about it, but I did nothing to set her off. Hell, while I may appreciate all kind of boobs, the one I liked the most were the big ones, and with her petite body, Tuju-san's wasn't as big as Murayama or Kate's. Senpai. When I bit the bread, a voice startled me and made me spit out the bread. Damn, now that was a waste. What? I asked to Tuju-san, who surprisingly was the one calling me. Her eyes lose the intensity it had before though, now her soft eyes hidden behind her flat gaze looked at me. Familiar smell. What is this? Are you mocking my body odor? I'm using cologne for your information. Nothing. She shook her head and went away. I did not dwell too long on the strange occurrence and instead finished my bread. While it was certainly strange, I have more important things to do. The way back to my apartment was not that far, since it was located 20 minutes away from Kuo Academy. However, I felt like someone was watching my movements, but when I looked back I saw nothing. Well, it's probably a cat or something. Before I arrived at my front door, I approached landlady's room to ask for dinner. I was the one who cooked for the 5 of us, but when I used the landlady's ingredients, I asked her what she wanted to have as a courtesy. It was hers. After all, we just had the unspoken rule that I am the one who cooked or else the landlady will cook, and after the first time, we, and by we I meant I, Office, Kuno, and Kuroka, agreed silently that we would never let her cook again. Gabriel-san, what do you have in your fridge? I knocked at the door but was greeted with silence. Huh. Eyes chin. The landlady have something, so she left the groceries with us, Kuroka greeted from his room's door. Does that mean it becomes our groceries? We can make anything with it, right? Quick, Kuroka, list out all the things she got us. However, before I could run towards my door, a white blur blocked my path. As I thought the smell is familiar. It was Tuju-san. What was she doing here? Tuju-san. Can you move aside? I need to go to my room. No. She spread her arm to block me further. Then she turned and faced the figure who stood behind the slightly opened door of my apartment room. Kuroka Nisama. Been a while, Sharon-chan. You've grown up. What are you doing here? Nothing you should be concerned about. Kuroka smiled at Tuju-san. Huh. Did they know each other? And was that Ne-sama I heard? So the little sister Kuroka mentioned in her story was. I don't know what lies you've been lied to, senpai. But stay away from her. I just want to peacefully study for my exam. Why did I have to be thrown in the middle of a siblings fight? I grabbed Tuju-san's shoulder and shoved it gently to the side. Now listen here, Tuju-san. I don't care what your problem with Kuroka is, but please take it anywhere not here because I want to study, okay? She didn't reply. She just stared at her big sister with such intensity that I unconsciously averted my eyes from her. And you? I approached Kuroka, which was still hiding behind my door. Oh. Her tail was wagging nervously. Was she nervous at facing her sister again? This is why despite her teasing demeanor Kuroka can easily be shut down. She had shown too many weakness to me, Mwahahaha. Stop antagonizing your little sister. I ended my sentence with a chop to the head. Ouch. It hurts nya. Why did you hit me? She whined to me, not unlike a cat. I don't know what your endgame by making her hate you, but please do this not on my proximity because I need to concentrate. Where are Kuno-chan and Office-chan, anyway? Office is playing in the park with Kuno. Or is it the opposite? I don't know. And don't spoil Sharon, you idiot. Spoil what? Your shitty act at being Madden's stray devil Nekomata. Hell, I can do better than you. It's not shitty NYA. I got the entire underworld fooled. Then clearly I have the better understanding of the difference between good and bad acting. Ah, now you've done it. You got me spoil Sharon too. It's all your fault. Where do you even get the urges to do anti-hero act anyway? Being all edgy just to protect your little sister. BZZZT. 0 points. At least give me a bonus for tragic backstory, NYA. There is no tragedy in your story, Kuroka. If it makes you feel better, your bonus goes to Tuju-san for being the one to suffer. All this time, the white little sister of Kuroka was just staring at us. Did she follow the entire conversation? Her face had that confused expression. Kuroka Nisama. All this time. Goo. Kuroka had an expression like she was just slammed by 50-ton brick. Well, the secret's out. I'm not mad, NYA. I just don't want you to deal with the repercussion. And I think I made the right choice since you're now with the Grimoire. I won't ask for forgiveness. I know I don't deserve it. Seeing you being happy is enough for me. Tuju-san looked so serious. While I only knew the story from Kuroka's side, I had several thoughts about Tuju-san's side. I didn't know what happened to the little sister after Kuroka ran away. This was told by Kuroka anyway, so any mention of her little sister would be weird. Anyway, I think Tuju-san got a horrible trauma after that and put up a stoic mask on the outside which slowly bled to her real personality. Thus the stoic school mascot was born. It made sense when I considered her demeanor in school. Kuroka Nisama. I will never forgive you. Tuju-san addressed Kuroka. Kuroka looked like she was prepared to hear something of that kind coming out of her sister's mouth, but couldn't survive the blow. She turned her head down and her cat ears were down. I was about to open my mouth to defend Kuroka when Tuju-san continued, but if you're here then you have enough time to try to earn my forgiveness. Kuroka was shocked. She probably didn't even consider the plan where Tuju-san forgave her. Hey, was that tears on her eyes? I wanted to tease her now to make up for all the times she teased me, but I realized this time was not appropriate for something like that. I am a good person like that. Sharon. Well then, I excuse myself. Tuju-san walked away from the apartment complex. Wait. Sharon. Kuroka came out of my room and hugged her sister from behind. I miss you. This is too sappy even for me. I left them to their own moments while I checked the groceries on my fridge courtesy of the landlady. Heya. Issei-chin. Can you make one more portion for dinner? Kuroka asked me. Will she stay the night? Please no. I want to study, was my reply to her. I turned my attention to Tuju-san. And Tuju-san, you wouldn't live in here, right? No. Though I wouldn't mind the next door. So you're going to live here? Probably. Yay. No more 3 people on one bed no matter how nice Kuroka's boobs on my backside are. More spaces on the bed. Though I will miss the soft feeling. I muttered the last part. What are you saying, Issei-chin? The one moving is Sharon. Your black cat is still here. After all, wasn't it your promise to take care of me? Gay. She brought out her greatest weapon. It was before I knew you're a Nekomata. I thought you were just a regular black cat. Kuroka just laughed at me, while Tuju-san looked a little brighter than before. Well, I was glad that this didn't escalate to bloodshed. With that, I opened my material book and study for tomorrow. I just hoped whatever Tuju-san was, she wouldn't be surprised to meet the other residents. Previous ch2 of 34 next. Chapter 3. Far away from the noisy apartment she managed, Gabriel the Seraph was in a video conference with the other representative of the 3 biblical faction, with Seraphal on the devil faction and Azazel on the fallen angel. Still headstrong about your peace project, huh? Azazel remarked. I hope this isn't just your usual desperate call. While I can't deny that peace would be good, I don't trust your project to work. If angels or devils can offer more than just Gabriel's idea, then I'm all in. I also don't like Gabriel's idea. Seraphal shouted strongly. If your idea works, then I will lose to you. As magical girl miracle Leviathan, I can't lose. It's my job to bring a miracle into this world. That didn't really answer why she would reject Gabriel's idea though. But instead of the usual dejected face Gabriel always had after her idea of a peaceful apartment was rejected, again and again, this time Gabriel had a look of triumph. You say that, Azazel. But after begging Michael to build an apartment complex and managed it myself despite me being so clumsy, finally, my work pays off. I have proof that my idea can work. Azazel got an interested look on his face, which was contrasted by the shocked and despaired look on Seraphal's face. Oh, interesting. Where is it? No, it can't be. Why is Miracle Leviathan lose to her rival? Gabriel showed the two important members of each faction the video of her first and only tenant on the newly built apartment complex. Truthfully, meeting him was just a coincidence, but Gabriel was glad they met. He was searching for a cheap apartment because his parents got moved from their job suddenly and he didn't want to transfer to another school. She took a pity for him and offered her apartment with big discount. Maybe father was not with her now, but she would always apply his teachings that being kind to others would let others be kind to you. Without even doing anything more than just accepting his small amount of his first installment, she was rewarded with the other supernatural residence he had gotten before. Seriously, to this day she still questioned how can a normal human got the Ouroboros dragon, a stray devil Nekomata, and a yokai with him and lived peacefully. So because this was a good opportunity to move forward her peace project, she told them who she was. The only one looked shocked were Issei, because he was a human. Ophis, Kuroka and Kuno had felt the power radiating off her. And after that Issei didn't treat her differently than before. That was his charm, she thought. He got Ophis. Fufufu. Who is this boy? Also, is that Yasaka's daughter? And who's the cat? Ah, it's Kaneko-chan. And she's with her stray sister too. Both of them paid serious attention to the video she was showing. So, how is it? Is this enough for you? Gabriel asked the two of leaders. Mu. I hate to lose, but I can see your idea works, Gabriel. So I approve, I guess. But on several conditions, Seraphal conceded to her. While this is a joy to watch, I am still unconvinced that he's that accepting. I'll send someone for him and we'll see the progress from there. Only after that, I will consider your offer, Gabriel. Azazel ended the video conference, leaving Gabriel and her self-proclaimed rival. What is the conditions you want, Seraphal? I want to move there, too. Sure. Now we can be a real rival. And I can meet Satan whenever I could. It's been a week since Kaneko-chan moved in. She was surprised at first to see Gabriel-san, but after being convinced by Kuroka, Kaneko-chan relented. Oh yeah, for some reason Kaneko-chan asked me to call her like that, I didn't know why. She also liked to have dinner together with us, so every dinner became even more lively, not that it bothered me that much. The more the merrier. But perhaps if there was an aspect of being a neighbor with Kaneko-chan that I didn't like, it was the fact that Kuroka forced me to go to school together with Kaneko-chan. Kuroka said that she entrusted Kaneko-chan to me. First Yasaka-san, and now Kuroka. What's with parental figure and their hobby of leaving their most important person to me? Who did they think I am? Anyway, it wasn't like I hate Kaneko-chan or anything. I didn't like going to school together with her because after the first time, people began to notice that I came together with her and even parted ways with a smile. Suffice to say I was hounded by angry dogs. I mean angry lolicons who thought I defiled their idols. As someone who was used to be hated, I didn't really feel disturbed by the threat I got from other people. It was Kaneko-chan that I was worried. Some people imagined that I brainwashed Kaneko-chan and forced her to do all my biddings. Well, I kind of forced her to buy grocery once because she was the one who wanted tuna soup when we didn't have any fish, but brainwashing was just too much for me to ignore. I mean, I knew the supernatural was real in the world courtesy of living with 3, 4, 5 members of the supernatural side, and brainwashing might be real using some kind of magic. But I was just a normal human. Well, if anything, I was glad that Kaneko-chan did not say anything when I asked her if anyone in school bothered her every day. If anyone harassed her when she was entrusted to me by Kuroka, I would be dead for sure. Currently, I was walking home after school. Kaneko-chan had some club matters she had to attend, so I went back home alone. I was looking at the orange sunset when someone took my attention. It was a girl around my age, with long silky black hair and captivating violet eyes. She looked nervous as she glanced my way and averted her eyes every few seconds. Then after that, she took a deep breath before she approached me. "Excuse me," she greeted me. "Are you by chance Hyodo Issei?" "Oh, yes, I am," I replied. "Can I help you?" I was told to ask you to accompany me to see Gabriel-sama." She called Gabriel-san with the respectful honorific. She must be from the supernatural side. How can I tell this? Well, aside from her real status and rank as one of the four seraph, Gabriel-san was just the airheaded but motherly woman who cared a lot for everyone and always see the kindness in anyone, so nobody would call her with the respectful honorific. Even I didn't, but it was because she insisted. "Are you from the other side? Well, if you just follow me, I will bring you to Gabriel-san." I took the lead as I gestured her to follow me. She looked surprised at something. Maybe because I guessed correctly that she was from the supernatural side. Or was it because I called Gabriel-san, which held the rank of seraph, with a familiar honorific? "You sure are quick on the uptake. My superior did not tell me anything about you, just that I have to get to Gabriel-sama," she said while following me at the same pace. "Makes sense. I am just a normal human. After all, it was just a coincidence that Gabriel-san took me." That was the last conversation we had on our way to my apartment. I hoped Gabriel-san was there to sort whatever problem this girl had with her. When we arrived, it was to see Gabriel-san with another figure I didn't recognize. She was cosplaying. There were no other words I can use except cosplaying, because what else to describe a woman wearing milky spiral outfit? Don't judge me. I like magical girl genre and the way it spreads positivity and friendship to its viewers. The girl beside me, though, she gasped in shock. What did I miss because of my lack of knowledge in the supernatural? "Gabriel-sama is with the Mao," said. People turned their attention as the girl's voice reached them. Gabriel-san waved at me, while the cosplayer besides her looked at me with some kind of expression akin to interest. "Eyes-kun. I'm so glad you're here." Gabriel-san suddenly clasped my hand. "What is this?" My heart pumped blood faster than before. "Gabriel-san. I can hear my own heartbeat." Her hands felt so warm and I don't want to let it go. "Since we're having a new resident, can you cook a big one for the welcoming party?" "Oh, who is this? Are you the one sent by Azazel?" Her attention turned away from me instantly. She got that serious look on her face, a contrast from the airheaded one she got when she took my hand. "My name is Rainier. I was briefed by Azazel-sama to look for you because you need something. I don't actually know what you would need, lowly fallen like me though." Was that blush I see on Rainier-san's face? And did she say fallen, as in fallen angel? I turned my attention to the cosplayer girl, who now looked at the other two. Come to think about it, didn't Rainier called her Mao? From what I remember, Kuroka told me, Mao was the leader of the devils, consisted of strong devils who titled as Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and the only woman in the Mao, Leviathan. So was this girl Leviathan? Azazel didn't tell you. You are sent to live here. This is a peace project that I make, an apartment for all supernatural side without having to feel scared or threatened by the existence of other races. We have a human, a yokai, 2 devils, a dragon, and an angel, me. When I proposed this to Azazel, he wanted to have his side, the fallen angels, to be sent here to live with us. Rainier got a starstruck expression on her face. Living in the same complex as Gabriel-sama. She clearly didn't mean it to be heard when she whispered that, but I could hear it clearly from beside her. Well, it seemed like Gabriel-san would be busy with the new arrivals, so I just excused myself and prepare myself to make a feast worthy for the supernaturals. After all, even with all these people, the only decent cook was still me and me alone. How sad. First previous ch3 of 34 next. Chapter 4. That night we had a welcoming party for the new resident, Rainier-san, and Seraphal-san. I just had one question though. I stared at Gabriel-san, who just looked at me with a confused expression. Why are we having the party at my room? That was right. Gabriel-san, Rainier-san, Seraphal-san, Kaneko-chan, Kuroka, Kuno, and Office was inside my apartment room. Gabriel-san with her smile seeing the others having fun, Rainier-san who was still looking at Gabriel-san with starstruck expression, Serafal-san who swung her magical girl's stick around playfully, Kaneko-chan who was petted by Kuroka, and Kuno and Office who played some card games. By the way, Office had the most stoic poker face, so Kuno had a hard time beating her. It's fine, isn't it, Aiz-kun? The most important thing in parties are having fun, and we're having fun, aren't we? Gabriel-san answered my question. And besides, your room is the most comfortable NYA, Kuroka spoke up to me. Devils won't be comfortable in holy places such as Gabriel-chan's room, you know. Serafal-san explained her reasoning. I looked at Office, my last resort, Office-chan. Please tell me you're angry that your sleep is disturbed by this noisy party. Office glanced at me from her position. I don't mind. I had enough sleep this afternoon. No. Anyway, can I have your attention? Everyone instantly turned their attention to Gabriel-san who called for them, including me. I am sure everybody has known, but I will state it once again, welcome to this serene apartment. Oh yeah, I forgot the name of this apartment complex was Serene Apartment. What a joke, my life was not serene at all. This apartment complex is my vision for the peaceful future we have, and that is the reason why we are gathered here, Gabriel-san continued. Technically, you all gathered here because you wanted to have a party, which you can do in anyone's room, but you chose mine anyway. And to get along more, I want everyone to introduce themselves to all of us. It's to get us closer. Let me start. I am Gabriel, I like peace and want to bring peace to the world. I don't like war, and that is one of the reasons I build this apartment, Gabriel-san explained to us. I had known the reason she built this apartment complex, to make peace with everyone, to show them that race didn't matter. But I never realized that it indirectly came from hating the war. From what Kuroka told me, devils, angels, and fallen angels got into war a long time ago. Then it occurred to me that Gabriel-san had lived through that war. Should I call her without respectful honorific? I knew Gabriel-san insisted I just call her with a familiar honorific, but, to live that long in this world deserved respect, you know. I guess, it's my turn next. I am magical girl Miracle Leviathan. Serafal-san stood up and swung her magical girl's stick up. In the name of love and friendship, I will vanquish evil this world. I was sure I was not the only one staring at her with an incredulous expression. I like my little cute Satan. I don't like my rival. This time she looked at Gabriel-san, who looked innocently at her. My reason here is to be closer to Satan. In fact, I will visit her tomorrow. She then sat down again. Who is Satan? Aside from that, Serafal-san looked like another crazy members of the supernatural. I can't see her as normal when my first impression of her was a childish cosplayer. My name is Rainier. I am a fallen angel. I actually don't like being involved in this matters, but Azazel-sama asked me, and I actually am in the same apartment complex as Gabriel-sama, so I think I might like it here. That was short and didn't explain anything about her. Well, I did get something out of it, though, and that was her weakness, namely this Azazel and also Gabriel-san. Too much admiration can be your weak point, you know. Please tone it down for your own sake. I'm Tuju Kaneko. I am a devil under Rias Grimori-sama. I like sweets. I don't know what I don't like. I move here because I want to live closer to Kuroka Nisama. You don't like this, Sharon. Kuroka tickled her sister into submission. After the bout of the out-of-character laugh from Kaneko-chan, she glared at Kuroka, though I could tell that wasn't serious. I'm next NYA. I am Kuroka, a stray devil NYA. I like Aiz-chin, and I don't like it when Aiz-chin angry at me. I am here because Aiz-chin promised to take care of me NYA. Kuroka, why was it all about me? I am Kuno. I am a fox Yukai. I like Aiz-Nisan and I don't like it when Aiz-Nisan made me cry. I am here because Aiz-Nisan promised to take care of me. And why are yours a carbon copy of Kuroka's, Kuno? I am Office. I like quiet places. I don't like noise. I am here because of the silent closet. The closet which I had to modify with a soundproof wall panel from my own allowance. I sighed. I guess these three had been with me too long. It was my turn now. My name is Hyodo Issei. I am just a normal human who somehow got tangled up into this matters. I like boobs. I don't like it when girls underplay their boobs' size. My dream is to be a harem king. There was silence, and then Rainier-san laughed, which was followed by a curious from Serafal-san and Kaneko-chan's mutter of pervert. I don't understand why Kuroka and Kuno had an annoyed expression though. And Gabriel-san just smiled. Did she even understand what is harem king? Meanwhile, Ophis had her usual expressionless face. Kaneko-chan held up her hand. Senpai, I have a question. You're a pervert in school, but living here near you, I do not see your perverted behavior. Why is it? Isn't it obvious? I care for you all. And besides, you all aren't human. I would be dead for sure if I tried to peek on you or something. Kaneko-chan looked a little surprised by my answer. Was it really strange to fear their retaliation if I ever tried to peek on them? My body felt the worst after the kendo club gave me a beating. No way in hell I would risk being beaten by something non-human like them. Oh, that's right, Kaneko-chan. Don't tell Ria-tan or So-tan about my arrivals, okay? I want to surprise them. Oh yeah, Kaneko-chan talked about being under Rias Grimori. That meant Rias Grimori senpai from the third year was also a devil, right? I will, Leviathan-sama. Speaking of which, Rainier, Azazel might pay for your first month, but after that, he said you're on your own, Gabriel explained to Rainier, whose expression turned into one of horror. I understand, Gabriel-sama. Tomorrow I will look for a job. Don't worry, I will help you look for one. Gabriel put her hand on Rainier's shoulder, causing her to blush. Gabriel-san's womanly charm was too overpowered. I imagined on the war when Gabriel-san led the troops of angels, the opposing side of devils and fallen angels got their morale raised instead. Thank you, Gabriel-sama. Anyway, I had to prepare the surprise for tomorrow, so I will excuse myself. Thank you for the party, Aiz-kun. Gabriel-chan, I definitely won't lose to you. Serafal-san left. I should also prepare to look for a job tomorrow, excuse me. Thank you for the warm welcome, Hyodo-san. Rainier left. Oh well, thanks for the party, Aiz-kun. I know I can count on you anytime. Gabriel-san left. I stare at Kaneko-chan. I also excuse myself, senpai. I have school tomorrow. No. I may be excusing them since they're much older than me. But you. No. You will help me clean up my room. No excuse. Senpai is so cruel, bullying the younger ones. It's payback because you're not on my side. You were lost in Kuroka's padding that you didn't get my silent call for help. If it's silent I won't hear it in the first place. Kaneko-chan stood up and exited the room, but before she could do that, I grabbed at her light body. Where do you think you're going, huh? And promptly got whacked in the face with a force equaling a hammer. I forgot you're a devil. It's not fair. I didn't even want the party in the first place, why do I have to be the one cleaning up the mess? Suddenly the front door was opened and from outside came Gabriel-san. Oh, Aiz-kun. I bring my vacuum cleaner. Let me wash the dishes, this is the least I can do after the warm welcoming party. From behind Gabriel-san, Rainier came out. Tada! Magical girl Leviathan is here. With my power of love and friendship, I will not abandon you to your adversaries, Aiz-kun. What? Nya? Do you think we think so little of you just because you're human, Aiz-chin? Kuroka offered her hand to me. You guys. I teared up a little because they didn't forget about the mess and started cleaning up the room. Oh wow, what is this? Gabriel-san asked out loud. Wait, that was my Arrow magazine. I didn't know Aiz-kun had something like this. No, Gabriel-san. No, Gabriel-sama. Not only me. Rainier also jumped towards Gabriel-san, intending to take the magazine away from her. I feel so dirty now. I never thought that Gabriel-san would discover my stash. Serafal just laughed. Muhahaha, just fall into darkness, Gabriel-chan. So I will be left as the pure and innocent magical girl of love and friendship. Oi, Serafal-san, that act wasn't pure or innocent in the slightest. Ophis-chan opened her closet and went inside. She probably was tired. I will sleep. That was the code, NYA. Don't disturb her. As Kuroka-Nisan said, please don't make any big noises. Kuno nodded along. I also nodded, agreeing with them. Office in her bedtime plus noisy room equaled terrifying office. In the end, we did an efficient job of cleaning my apartment because we didn't want to face the terrifying Office-chan, and I sleep peacefully with Kuroka and Kuno with me. First previous ch4 of 34 next. Chapter 5. I woke up feeling refreshed the next day. As usual, Kuroka had already got out of the bed while Kuno was still sleeping. Patting her head once, I got up and washed my face and went to the kitchen. I stopped myself. I got a feeling that more than the usual people will barge in asking for breakfast. I better prepared myself than risking my time and effort to calm them down. Office and Kuno was still a child, so they woke up a little later than the others, and the breakfast must still be available after they woke up or else. I shuddered to even think about it again. Well, breakfast today will be simple because the more simple it was, the less time consuming it was. Just miso soup and simple fried fish. Opening my fridge, I saw that the amount of fish needed to fill the belly of the entire apartment complex was more than I had. This won't do. Oh well, the others could survive with just fried egg, could they? The fish will be for Kaneko-chan and Kuno, and Office. She would definitely feel annoyed that I made others special but not hers. I've learned to not excuse myself because, in the end, my portion would end up in Kuroka's belly, so my principle was if I had to suffer, then they can too. Except for Kuno, and recently Kaneko-chan. Half an hour later, today's breakfast was ready to be served. And at a good time too, because the door was opened by someone. Gabriel-san entered the room and sat on the table. Behind her, Kuroka and Kaneko entered together. And it seemed like Kuno-chan and Office woke up from the smell permeating my apartment. Today's simple, Issei-kun. Gabriel-san asked me. I want to make some fish but not enough for all of us, so I made it for Kuno, Kaneko, and Office instead, I reply as I took a seat beside her. Nya. I's chin so cruel, why do you forget about me? Kuroka hugged me from behind. Gay. With this position, her big boobs were placed behind my head. Thank you, senpai, Kaneko-chan said to me. It's revenge, I tell you. Revenge. How many times you stole my main dish? Now I won't give you any but won't eat it myself. Do you have enough guts to steal from your little sister, the poker face Office, or the innocent Kuno? Nya. I can't, that would be too cruel. You're a fast learner, aren't you? Did you just imply that stealing from me wasn't cruel at all? Speaking of which, Gabriel-san. I know you, so I prepared the breakfast for our new 2 residents, I spoke to her, catching her attention. Oh, right. That was why I thought I forgot something last night. I forgot to tell that their breakfast is here. Thank you, Issei-kun, you're reliable as always. I know you're praising me, Gabriel-san, but that didn't justify the fact that this apartment's default place of breakfast was here. Why couldn't you rent the ground floor for some small cafe or something? Office and Kuroka took their seats. I smell something delicious. Issei-san, what's for breakfast? Fried egg for the rest of us. And some fried fish for you, Office and Kaneko. Yay. Thank you, Issei-san. Kuno beamed at me. I knew I complained about making breakfast for anyone. But seeing their smiles first time in the morning, no matter how many times I would complain again, I would still make them their breakfasts. To be rewarded by their smiles of appreciation was uplifting. Not long after Kuno and Office, the door was knocked. It seemed like the last 2 had come. Sarafal-san still on her milky spiral outfit. She really was into her role, huh? On the other hand, Rainier-san had a bag under her eyes. What's wrong, Rainier? Gabriel, who also noticed her eyes, asked her. Rainier blushed as the entire attention was on her. No, nothing to worry about. It's just that I was looking for a job online last night and got distracted, so I got less sleep than usual. I feed you, Rainier-san. Most of the time I looked for something on the internet, I ended up distracted by suspicious links hidden behind pornographic ads. Gabriel, you didn't say anything about breakfast and there's no eatery nearby. I spent 5 minutes knocking your door, you know. Then I remember about Issei-kun and decided to look. So you're having breakfast here? Every day, Kaneko-chan replied. As you guessed from last night, Issei Chin is the only decent cook around here, Kuroka continued. I burned water. Enough said. No interest, was Ofa's short reply. Issei Nissan told me to avoid pointy things like knives, so I can't help much, Kuno admitted. Didn't learn, Kaneko added. I have no time. Gabriel laughed sheepishly, but somehow I heard an angelic tone. Truly being angels made you different. Ho ho. Serafal took out her magical girl's stick. To think that the perfect woman Gabriel had something she cannot do. This a big news. If I can be better than you, then I have surpassed you. To be fair, anything would be better than Gabriel-san's cooking, I muttered under my breath. Seriously, I would rather not think about it ever again and preferred it to be locked inside the tiny little corner of my brain. But because people around here mentioned it freely, my mind wandered into that depth of hell once again. Yes. To officially starts our rivalry, I have to best you in a subject. For this, we will conduct a cooking battle. Excuse me, did I hear it right? Serafal-san wanted to have a cooking contest with Gabriel-san. Please don't make me laugh. Serafal-san, nothing you make will ever be as bad as Gabriel-san. You didn't need to do this. And to make it fair, let's make Issei-kun as the judge. Kuroka put her hand on my shoulder. She had a beautiful smile on her face. I definitely would fall in love with her if I didn't know she smiled for my demise. Kuno-chan also approached me and climbed the chair to pat my head. While the gesture was appreciated, this signaled that I was on my own. I sent my plea for help to the only one left that knew Gabriel-san's cooking. Office Emin, please help this Issei-kun. I definitely would not survive tomorrow. I don't think we need to make it a contest. Serafal, Gabriel-san's clear voice was like a gift. She truly was the best. What is this, Gabriel? Are you scared? Well, I'm not scared, but, at this Gabriel-san blushed. Issei-kun told me that my cooking isn't quite up to standard, Gabriel-san finished with a grimace. I was sorry, Gabriel-san, but no matter how bitter it was, I had to tell you that. Ho, does this mean I win by default? Not really, Nya. While we knew what kind of monstrosity Gabriel-san can cook up, we still don't know about you. Who can say that you're better than Gabriel-san? Kuroka, please stop egging your former leader. From what I saw, she had a kind of rivalry with Gabriel-san. Okay. Then, Issei-kun, please wait for me to make you a boxed lunch. She immediately went to my kitchen. Naya, that's quite devious from Leviathan-sama. A way to a man's heart is through his stomach, Kuroka mumbled to herself. She quickly finished her breakfast first before she went out of my apartment. I'm off, Issei-chin. Look forward to my return, will you? She asked with a Cheshire grin. Mu, it's not fair how I can't cook for Issei Nissan. Kuno's face then brightened. I have home economic class today, I'll make something for Issei Nissan. She had that determined look not unlike mine when I heard that a new eroge would be released soon. Quote. I won't lose to Kuroka Nisama. Why did Kaneko-chan have the same look as Kuno? In the end, Serafal-san finished making my boxed lunch and gave it to me, with the promise to not open it until I would eat it. I just okayed her because, well, as long as it wasn't inedible then I'd take anything, and judging from the state of my kitchen afterward, seemed like nothing bad happened to it. We finished our breakfast. Well, except Rainier, who was sleeping on sitting position on the table. I feel you, Rainier-san. After that, Kaneko-chan and I went to school as usual. First previous ch5 of 34 next. Chapter 6. Lunch break came, and I went to the bench near the field to eat my boxed lunch made by Serafal-san. I haven't opened it yet, but from the box, it looked normal. Slowly, I opened the box to find a steamed rice, sausage and boiled shiitake mushroom, that I saved for an emergency situation like Office suddenly getting hungry. I had to buy grocery later, covered in soy sauce. Considering my empty fridge, this looked neat, and Serafal-san probably considered that we had eggs for breakfast, so she didn't use it. Now to taste it. Using the chopsticks I put the lunch in my mouth. Not exactly bad, but she could have played with the taste. It seemed like she did not cook regularly and just did it as a side hobby. If I were the one to cook it, I'll mix the soy sauce with some vinegar, chili, and pepper to make it a little spicy. Oh, Also, it had no garlic aroma, which I used regularly. Overall, it was passable. I put down the box as I finished eating. I went to the vending machine to buy some orange juice when something ran past me. No. What? I turned my head to see what was happening. Someone shouted so hard. Su-tan. Why are you running away? Not long after that, a figure that I recognize also ran past me. It was Serafal-san. She looked like she was chasing the first person. Also, what was the thing she was carrying? From the coloration, it was a blue version of magical milky spiral outfit. Wait. The first question should be, what was Serafal-san doing here? Don't get distracted. Oh well, I could just ask her later. She had just gone from my sight now. Senpai. UWAAA. It was Kaneko-chan. Seriously, Kaneko-chan. Don't scare me like that. She had a small smile on her face. Kaneko-chan, were you secretly a sadist like your sister? Do you take joy in scaring me like that? What is it, Kaneko-chan? Rias Bushu got something to do so we don't have club activities. Do you want to go home together? She asked in a hopeful tone. Huh, was she looking forward to this? Sure. I also had nothing to do anyway. Might as well. Then it's decided, Kaneko-chan said with a big smile. Then she went back to the building. Was that it? What did Kaneko-chan wanted with me? Let's see. Usually with Office, Kuroka, or Kuno, when they were being nice to me, they wanted something in return. I checked my wallet to see the amount of money left there. This was probably enough for whatever Kaneko-chan wanted. I was about to head to my classroom when someone poked me on my shoulder. On reflex, I jumped forward. Seriously, what was with people and their hobby of scaring me? Aiz-kun. I was looking for you, you know. You're so hard to find. It was Serafal-san who poked me on the shoulder. Yeah, can I help you, Serafal-san? Look here. Tada. It's magical girl Shiny Satan. She pushed a reluctant Shitori Sauna forwards. This was actually the first time I saw Shitori Kaichu look nervous and reluctant. Probably it was because what she was wearing currently. It was the blue version of Magical Girl Milky Spiral that I saw on Serafal's grip before when she was chasing someone. Oh, the Satan she kept mentioned was Shitori Kaichu. Why shouldn't I be surprised that Shitori Kaichu and most likely the entire student council was also devils? How was it, Aiz-kun? Oni-sama. When you said you knew someone and wanted to show my appearance, could it be that the person is Hyodo-san? Correct. 100 point for you, Satan. I knew Aiz-kun, so I wanted to share my treasure moments. Shitori Kaichu just sighed. Meanwhile, any words that I wanted to say kept failing me. Seeing a serious Shitori Kaichu looked in that getup was just. The gap mo was too high. I never thought a gap mo would work so well in real life. Not to mention that ever-present blush on her face made it even cuter. My serious student council president can't be this cute. Mo. Huh. Serafal-san seemed like she didn't get it. Well, mo was a term coined by the modern generation. Probably someone as old as her whose knowledge of Japanese came naturally through her kind's trait would not recognize the words. I mean cute. This actually made Shitori Kaichu blushed even harder, making her cuter and look like an innocent bunny. Serafal-san also imagined that probably because she immediately hugged Shitori Kaichu from behind. Serafal-san. Shitori Kaichu looked like she was being suffocated. Oh, sorry, Satan. You're just so cute. I was reminded when you were 5 years old and clinging to my legs. Please don't say anything more, Oni-sama. Too bad you got too serious when you grew up. Loosen up, Satan. It'll do you good. Serafal-san patted Shitori Kaichu's shoulder. Anyway, Aiz-kun, how was the boxed lunch that I made? At this, Shitori Kaichu's eyes widened. She looked surprised at what Serafal-san said. You're 10 times better than the landlady. I gave her a thumb up. Seriously, while it wasn't at my level, finally our apartment complex had other people that can cook. Does this mean you're gonna share my burden? I asked her, feeling hopeful. Nope. The kitchen's all yours, Aiz-kun. And besides, I am busy so I can't regularly do that. Oh. I tried to not feel too disappointed. Well, I got the feeling you weren't too accustomed of cooking, despite your adequate skill. There are some points that you can refine about the boxed lunch, such as the soy sauce. Plain soy sauce is good, but it would be better if you add other spices. Also, the mushroom was cooked too long. Were you preoccupied with something else? Maybe cooking the sausage? Ding ding. Spot on, Issei-kun. How did you know? I just guessed the time to cook and the time you spent in the kitchen. It was too short for a back-to-back pan, and the sink had 2 pans. I explained my deduction. It wasn't that hard to conclude, actually. Excuse me, how did you know my big sister, Hyodo-san? Oh, she's my new neighbor. I see. Shitori Kaichu looked serious. Was it where Tuju-san also moved in? Yes, was my short answer. She was thinking something judging from her expression. Oni-sama, I can't see why you would take resident there. Is there something you aren't telling me about moving here? Serafal-san's lips didn't move. She just looked at me. I could tell she was telling me something, but what was it? We just met yesterday, so I couldn't tell what she was telling me. Now if it was Kuroka, Office, or Kuno, I would have gotten what they were telling me. Oni-sama, sorry, it's not my place to say, Satan. Though if you visit me, you'd see why I chose to move here, Serafal-san admitted reluctantly. I'm such a genius. Why don't you come to my place after school, Satan? I'm sorry, Oni-sama. But I have a student council matters to attend to first. Maybe after the evening, I can come. Sure, I'll wait for you tonight, Satan. Serafal-san then went away. Wait, Oni-sama, what about my uniform? Where are you going to bring it? Please return it to me, Oni-sama. Shitori Kaichu chased after Serafal-san. Sisters, huh, it would be nice if I had someone like that. And no, Office and Kuno didn't count. Office was. My mind wandered back to all the time I spent with Office. Suddenly the bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch break. It broke me of my musings. Well, I can reminiscence about our past later. I don't want to be caught late. First previous ch 6 of 34 next. Chapter 7. The school had ended, and as per my promise with Kaneko-chan, I would go home together with her today. But that wasn't all. I definitely think Kaneko-chan wanted something because this behavior wasn't unusual for Kuroka or Kuno and even Office when they wanted something. Shall we? I asked Kaneko-chan when I met her just outside of her classroom. Peoples muttered some nasty things on the side. I knew it already before they even began to whisper. But they didn't matter. What mattered was Kaneko-chan. As long as she would be satisfied with whatever she wanted, I would be relieved. I didn't want to deal with angry Kaneko-chan when she didn't get the thing she wanted. At this point, I was pretty sure I got too used to the three's behavior that I began unconsciously simulating them onto the others. Kaneko-chan nodded and we exited the school without looking at anything other than the front. I didn't want to deal with the whispers while Kaneko-chan probably thought the same. Speaking of which, Kaneko-chan, why the sudden invitation? I asked Kaneko-chan as we walked on the pavement. I just want to, Kaneko-chan quietly replied. After that, we fell into a silence. I didn't know what I should say. Should I directly ask what did she want? Or would Kaneko-chan found that too offensive? Kaneko-chan. Senpai. We both said at the same time. What is it, Kaneko-chan? No, you first, Senpai. No, you first, Kaneko-chan. She shook her head. I think I wanted to hear what Senpai wanted to ask me first. If we both insisted like that, I feel like we would be at it for more than 10 minutes. Alright. I nodded at Kaneko. I didn't bring too much money, so whatever you want, can you please keep it under 3,000 yen? Kaneko-chan tilted her head cutely in confusion. I'm sorry, Senpai. What did you mean by that? Could it be that Kaneko-chan was actually different from the other girls? I put my hand on Kaneko-chan's shoulder. Kaneko-chan, do you really not understand what I said? Yes. Is that a bad thing? Kaneko asked back, still in confusion. I strongly shook my head. No, Kaneko-chan. It's good. It's better if you didn't know what I mean. I'm truly moved. Seriously, I could feel my tears on the corner of my eyes. Despite being a devil, Kaneko-chan was actually a saint. Praise Kaneko-chan. I guess it's my turn now, Senpai. Huh. Your ton. On what? I wanted to say thank you to you, senpai. Oh, it was about the time we said something at the same time. Wait. What for? Kaneko-chan. At this, Kaneko-chan smiled so brightly that the orange sky of the evening was outshined by her smile. Because you helped me regain something that I thought I had lost. Oh, she meant Kuroka. Though even if she said that, I didn't do anything noteworthy. But I've been in this exact situation before, with Kuroka and Kuno, so I knew what I had to do in this situation. Don't think too much about it, Kaneko-chan. I didn't do it only for you, you know. I partially did it for Kuroka too. And that's why I have to thank you, senpai. Kaneko looked at the evening sky. Kuroka Nisama had told you her story, am I right? Yup. Then maybe it's time I tell you mine. Huh. What was this? Flashback time. After she gone mad, I was depressed. It was not the best moment in my life. My only family was gone, and I was about to be sentenced for her crime. Luckily Mao Lucifer-sama intervened and brought me to Rias Bushu. After that, I feel like I can live again. But you know, I was afraid. We Nekosho can harness the power of Senjutsu, but Kuroka Nisama went mad using it. At this Kaneko-chan took a deep breath. Slowly, Rias Bushu helped me. I am truly grateful that I get her as my master. But even after I recover, my wound still didn't heal. I was still afraid of using Senjutsu. But after our meeting at Serene Apartment, I think I have the courage to do it. Kaneko-chan clenched her fist, her face had a look of intense determination. I will master Senjutsu, she declared with confidence. That's great, Kaneko-chan, though I don't know anything about this Senjutsu you keep talking about. But I'm with you. There was no way anyone wouldn't be moved after seeing that scene. Thank you, senpai, she smiled at me. Though I still don't understand about what you said before, can you explain? With a smile, I put my hand on Kaneko's head and patted it. Kaneko-chan, there are several things in this world that you'd better not know. And that is one of them. I definitely can't tell her that I always bought anything that the three wanted. If I do it, Kaneko-chan definitely would ask for it. Don't underestimate the cleverness that was this Hyodo Issei. I can save this 3,000 yen for the future. Okay then, senpai. Speaking of which, Rias Bushu said she wanted to inspect my new apartment with all of my club. Kaneko-chan, please stop destroying my nice hope and dreams. I knew where this would lead. Even without her saying anything, I knew how tonight would end. So senpai, can you please make a nice dinner for everyone in the occult research club? I sighed. Might as well, since Shitori Kaichu said she would visit her sister tonight also. Goodbye, another big chunk of my savings, I will miss you so much. As long as you all will help me clean them afterward. Kaneko-chan beamed at me. Also, help me bring the grocery home. We'll buy it now. With bags upon bags on our hands, we exited the supermarket. It would be a weird sight for the pedestrian to see two high school students bringing this much of groceries. Look, isn't it pathetic? The guy only had 2 bags while the girl had 5. Strike 1. A metaphorical arrow hit my heart. I know, right? Has he any shame? Strike 2. Maybe it's a sign of an abusive relationship. Look, the girl didn't even protest. If I were in her position, I would force her boyfriend to carry all of it. Strike th wait, I won't be struck by some unfair girl like you. I hope any boyfriend you got would dump you after they had been forced to carry all your bags. Don't mind them, senpai. I am stronger than you. Kaneko-chan apparently also heard what people said about us. And yeah, Kaneko-chan had more strength than me, which was a normal human, so this wasn't weird at all. Mama, does the guy force the girl to carry those bags? Shush. Be quiet, Rina-chan. Let's just avoid them. Kaneko-chan, please let me carry those bags. Senpai. Please just let me. Sure. If senpai wanted to. Kaneko lent the bags on her hand to me and oh wow, this was too heavy. Ah, the guy's a weak ass. Explained it. PFFFT. Great. Now I was the laughing stock. Kaneko-chan took the bags again, and we arrived at the apartment without any more incidents. Now what to do about dinner? I entered the kitchen with Kaneko-chan to store the groceries. Welcome. Eyes Chin, and Sharon too. Huh. Kuroka. What was she doing in the kitchen? Wait. The stove was on. There was a frying pan above it, and no impossible feat of burning water. Kuroka. There were no words to describe what I feel right now. Seeing Kuroka trying to cook and not fail at something so basic felt like I've seen my children grew into an adult. Praise me, Eyes Chin. Praise my greatness. You're awesome, Kuroka. Yes. Nyahaha. Now get out because we'll have several guests tonight. I'll prepare a nice dinner for us. Okay. Eyes Chin. Kaneko looked at me strangely. What? No matter how many times I see it, I still don't understand how you managed to tame her. That's a harsh word, Kaneko-chan. There's no other words to describe it. You tamed her. She's as threatening as a house cat when she's with you. I stopped myself to consider Kaneko's words. Well, it might be true. Kuroka never acted maliciously when I was around her. I had no doubt she could be malicious though, as she was a cat. Cat were evils when they were angry with you, and appeasing it would be hard. And no, I experienced it from my former real cat before Kuroka came to my life. Come to think about it, I picked up the stray black cat because it reminded me of my former cat. Who would have thought it would transform into a yukai? I certainly didn't. Well, maybe because she's this house cat, you know. I said with a small chuckle. Come and go as she please, but will always come back here. No, I shook my head. She will always come back to me. Quote. I don't know if it's confidence or something else. I looked straight at Kaneko-chan's amber eyes. It's trust, Kaneko-chan. I trusted her to always find her way to me. I trusted her to always be there when I need her. I trusted her to remind me if I ever forgot something. I trusted her to pull me back if I ever get depressed over something. I trusted her to push me forward whenever I got blocked by an obstacle. I trusted her for who she was. And in return, she trusted me to always easily be found. She trusted me to always be there when she needed me. She trusted me to remind her if she ever forgot something. She trusted me to pull her back if she ever got depressed over something. And the most important thing, she trusted me for who I was. Catching up to Kuroka Nisama is going to be tough. Kaneko muttered something I couldn't hear. Thank you for your help bringing the groceries, Kaneko-chan. I'll treat you to something nice next time. Crap. I made a carefree promise with her. Damn it. Me. We need to save money, not blow it away. I'll look forward to it, senpai. After that, Kaneko left the room, leaving me with all these ingredients to make a feast better than yesterday. First previous ch7 of 34 next. Chapter 8. As I finished preparing the table for the big dinner, I lounged in my bed because cooking was exhausting. But well, as a cook, I was pretty satisfied whenever people told me that my cooking was good, so in the end it all worth the effort. Kaneko-chan already went to her apartment to welcome her seniors. She said that Rias Grimori senpai, Himahima Akano senpai, and Kiba Yuto the handsome guy would come. Add Shitori Sauna Kaichu and we got 4 extra people for tonight. My only problem about this was I didn't have big enough table. Wait. If I remembered correctly, Gabriel-san and the others said that my room was the most comfortable place as devils don't want to deal with holy energy and vice versa, same with fallen angel. That was why last night's welcoming party was held in this room. Considering that today my room would also be a hosting place for guests, why didn't I try to persuade Gabriel-san to replace my dining table with a bigger one? Foo, I'll do that later. The front door was opened. From the sound of it, it was Ophis. I am tired. So am I, Ophis. So am I. You didn't hear me complain though. Eyes. Massage my feet. Yes. I woke up from my bed, letting Ophis sat there and extended her legs. Slowly, I pressed several muscles on Ophis' legs gently and moved from there. She must be tired from all the playing she'd done with Kuno. Or maybe Kuno ran her ragged, though I doubted it. Nowadays if I massaged Ophis' feet, she was quite content. I still remembered the first time Ophis asked for it, she let out a toneless, ouch, whenever I pressed too hard or in the wrong place. That toneless, ouch, was actually painful to hear. I'd rather hear any scream of a pain than that again. Thanks, Eyes, Ophis said after I was done with her. Strangely enough, Kuroka or Kuno never asked for any massage. Oh well, it didn't matter to me. The door was slammed and a shout of, "I'm back," echoed through my apartment. It was Kuno and she was excited. Otherwise, she didn't slam the door. I wonder why she felt excited. Eyes Neeson. I made cookies in home economic class. Please try this. She offered a small pouch to me. It was a cute brown pouch with rectangular pattern sealed with a white ribbon. Cute. I told myself. Thanks, Kuno-chan. You're the best. I patted her head. She beamed at my praise. Well, I already tasted her baking results a few months ago and it was edible. It was just that she was too young to even be considered making dinner for all of us. So even without tasting it, I knew it would be good. I made it with you in mind, Eyes Neeson. I actually teared up at that statement. Kuno-chan, you were a miracle in life form. I opened the pouch and took one cookie out. Putting it in my mouth, I began to eat it. As usual, her baking skills were standard. I rarely bake, but she had too many eggs, making the dough a little too soft. Well, this was just my preference, as there were peoples who loved their cookies a little soft. As usual, Kuno-chan, I patted her head again. I might praise other, but I saved my pat for Kuno-chan. Then I put the cookies pouch on my desk before I prepared the bath for Kuno-chan and Office, who bathed together. Just like other kids her age, Kuno was at first a little rebellious when they were about to bath. Luckily, any disaster was averted when Office volunteered herself to bathe Kuno. Office-chan, Kuno-chan. The bath is ready. Yay. Kuno removed all her clothes and ran towards the bathroom. Huh. Was an excited Kuno entering the bath. What was this? I picked up the scattered article of clothing and put it on the washing machine, courtesy of asking Gabriel-san to buy one. Don't run in the bathroom, Kuno, Office said to an excited Kuno. She stopped in front of me and started stripping. One by one, her clothes were given to me before she entered the bathroom. Put the clothes on the machine on your own, Office-chan. Okay. I can't hear you. Okay. Good. Seriously, don't be a lazy ass, Office. I put Office dirty clothes on the machine before I lounged on the bed again. I didn't even have an ounce of care for tomorrow's homework. I didn't want to burden myself before dinner. Probably I'd pull another all-nighter finishing my homework again. The door opened slowly. This was no doubt Kuroka. She loved to sneak around, so she tried to be as quiet as possible, including opening doors. Nyahaha. Eyes Chin, have you finished with dinner? Kuroka asked me. Yup. Are you gonna try cooking again? That's right. NYA. I don't want to lose to Kuno-chan in the housewife skill department. Actually, that was correct. Kuno had already understood how the washing machine worked and had even dried the clothes whenever she had no school. I didn't want Kuno to get hurt from ironing her own clothes, so the job fell to me. Come to think about it, you had no housewife skill, Kuroka. I was certain a metaphorical arrow struck through her as I said that. That doesn't matter, NYA. You cover all the housework. I am content with that. While she was flustered and maybe answered spontaneously, I knew what she said was true. We've been living together for almost 3 years. So why do you try to cook now? At this, Kuroka blushed. I am jealous, okay. You always praised Kuno and patted her head whenever she made something for you. It's like you're her real brother. And Office too. Well, she didn't do anything for the house, but as you've said to me before, she is special to you. Kuroka looked at the floor, avoiding my gaze. Not to mention, even after almost 3 years, I am still the last who came to you. I am jealous of them. That's why, even though you're comfortable with each of our role, I want to try something to make you proud. Kuroka, I never knew you felt this way. I had always accepted you as you were. There was nothing you should change because, as you said, we were comfortable with each other. Really, I was fine with that. Kuroka, you know that I trust you the most, right? She nodded. Then don't be jealous. Like you said, Office is special to me. Kuno is like the cute younger sister I never had, and you are the teasing big sister I can always trust to have my back. Each of you is special to me, it's just that I don't have the correct vocabulary to describe my relationship with Office. Kuroka sighed. I'm sorry. It was probably too cringy for you, huh, Eyes Chin. Still, catching up to Office-chan is going to be hard, she mumbled the last part. Not really. Meh, you just said that to look cool, didn't you? Kuroka playfully poked me on my shoulder. It's true though. I shrugged my shoulder. The door was knocked. This probably meant Gabriel-san or Rainier-san or Kaneko-chan. Hyodo-san. Sorry to impose once again, but I didn't buy dinner. Can I eat here again? Rainier asked me as she entered my apartment. Sure. But please wait for the others, as we'd have guests tonight. At this, Rainier sighed in relief. For sure I thought I had to buy dinner outside. Thank you, Hyodo-san. You're reliable. I can see why Gabriel-sama liked you. Yeah, Gabriel-san loved to annoy me. I was sure if I had not gotten used to Office, Kuno, and Kuroka's antics, I would get angry at Gabriel-san long time ago. Or maybe not, since it would be hard to get angry at cute airheaded Gabriel-san. Fuahahaha. Eyes Neeson. What's for dinner? Kuno, who had just gotten out of the bath and still wrapped in towel, asked me. Behind her, Office, who was in a similar state of dress, sniffed the air. I knew the sense of smell of a dragon was sharp, but I still couldn't believe myself when she correctly guessed anything I made from just the smell alone. Soy sauce poured on top of mackerel. Chicken broth filled with meatballs. And some fruits. Correct. Office-chan. As usual, your sense of smell is sharp. Rainier looked a little flabbergasted at the scene. She poked me and whispered near my ears. This is the powerful Ouroboros dragon. She hadn't gotten used to Office yet. I smirked as I thought of a way to tease her. Careful there, Rainier-san, I whispered back. Her hearing is also sharp. She widened her eyes and looked at Office, who just stared back at her with such a motionless face it became so unnerving. Rainier let out a small laugh, trying to divert the conversation. By the way, Hyodo-san, I got accepted at this family restaurant as a waitress. My boss there said that if I see anyone looking like they needed a part-time job, they just have to go there. I think you look like you need a part-time job. Considering the expenses of just these 2 days, she trailed off. Yep. My expenses were clearly big. Not to mention none of the residents of my apartment had a stable income. The sole source of income in our household was my monthly allowance from my parents. Speaking of which, I just remembered that they would like to do our usual 6 monthly visit sometime soon. When would they come again? I didn't remember. Oh well, I could just read the message again. Back to the matter of money, clearly I need to do a part-time job as a side income to survive the months. I recognized that fact. But I observed the scene around me. A fully clothed Office was chasing Kuno, who was only in her underwear. Kuno's clothes were on her hands. Kuno was shouting something about Kuno Ugi. Secret moves. Probably the product of reading too much shonen manga. Kuroka was lazing around on my bed. Actually, Kuroka, please stop sniffing the mattress. That was too creepy even for you. Rainier-san was looking at me curiously. Seeing this scene, I definitely could not leave them alone. Thanks for the offer, Rainier-san. But please shift your attention to around us. You would probably understand why I never considered a part-time job before. Rainier-san did so and looked at me pityingly after a few seconds. You're a good man, Hyodo-san. Thank you so much, Rainier-san. First previous ch8 of 34 next. Chapter 9. Nothing worthy of mentioning happened before dinner. We plus Rainier-san, who was already with us, sat at the table. Not long after, the door knocked. Gabriel-san entered the room. What's with these menu? Aiz-kun. Are we having guests? I nodded. Yes. Sarafal-san will bring her sister, and Kaneko will bring her friends. Oh dear, the table won't fit for all of us. Oh ho ho, what was this? Gabriel-san realizing it on her own. Still, this was the time for me to strike. That's right, Gabriel-san. I have a feeling my apartment will be flooded by guests after this. I'll bring you a new dining table, Aiz-kun. Thank you, Gabriel-san. She was my favorite person for a reason. The door was knocked. Senpai, I've come. One by one, people entered my apartment. First was Kaneko-chan with her usual face. Then behind her, Ryusuke Mori-senpai from the 3rd year looked quite pleased with something. After that was Himahima Akano-senpai, who took the sight around. The last was the handsome Kiba Yuto, the so-called Prince of Kuo, and he was smiling charmingly. Was that his preset face or something? And then everyone except Kaneko-chan's face changed upon seeing us. To be honest, this wasn't surprising at all, especially when, as a devil, they saw an angel, a fallen angel, a yukai, a devil fugitive, a dragon, and a human sitting together at the dining table. Man, even I wouldn't believe myself if I heard that from someone else. Kaneko. These are. Grimoire-senpai asked Kaneko-chan in a grave tone. Probably because she can felt Gabriel-san's aura. Seriously, Gabriel-san. You were a beacon of light according to Kuroka and Kuno, could you at least tone it down so any non-angel wouldn't be on guard? Himahima-senpai's eyes lost its playfulness and now narrowed slightly, while Kiba dropped his smile and frowned. These are my neighbors. Welcome to Serene Apartment. Rias-sama, Kaneko-chan finished with a bow. Oh, so apparently even Kaneko-chan wanted to drop the bomb on her friends, huh? I understood the feeling. This was too ridiculous for common senses that if I hadn't been accustomed to Office I would be insane. Dealing with Office in the first year were rough. Very rough. Luckily Office was the worst, and everyone came after her, were a little easier. Grimoire-senpai opened her mouth, closed it again. Opened it once more and closed it again like she wanted to say something but didn't know what. You're a criminal. She pointed to Kuroka, who just waved at her with a Cheshire grin. This one is a fallen angel. She pointed to Rainier next, who looked a little irritated that Grimoire-senpai pointed her finger at her. And this immense holy power can only be the Seraph, Gabriel. She pointed to Gabriel-san. She then took a deep breath. Not to mention we have a powerful if a little young yukai here, and these draconic power. Kaneko. Oh, did I forgot to mention that? Kaneko-chan asked with a playful smile. You can't just forget to mention something like that. Sharon, don't tease your master too hard. Kuroka patted the empty seat beside her, gesturing Kaneko-chan to sit there. Kaneko-chan followed her sister's instruction. Don't just casually sit beside a criminal. Grimoire-senpai played the straight man. I like her already. Once, I too, fell into that role before I decided to fuck it all and just accept whatever strange things occurred in my life. I poured the warm water into a glass and brought it to Grimoire-senpai. Nice work, Grimoire-senpai. Though your straight man act needs a little refinement. Maybe you're not accustomed to playing that role. Still, you got talent for it, I said to her as I handed her the water and brought her to sit down. Thank you. Wait, this isn't a straight man contest. Era. To see Hyodo-kun here of all place, Himahima-senpai suddenly greeted me. Did she not realize I was here the entire time? Well, compared to the other supernatural giant here, I was nothing but a normal human, so obviously, my presence would be largely ignored. I named the skill Stealth Hyodo, the misdirection of people's perspective. Welcome to my apartment, Himahima-senpai, Grimoire-senpai, and Kiba too. So this is your apartment, Hyodo-kun? Kiba asked me in curiosity. Well, Gabriel-san's apartment is full of holy aura. Rainier-san is still new and I guess the default place for dinner is here. So yeah. What about the other three? Grimoire-senpai asked. They're staying here with me. You're housing a criminal. Slow down, Grimoire-senpai. I knew we lacked a true straight man after I accepted myself, but hold yourself back for your own sake. Okay. Everyone. Let's wait for our final guest. Then we can dine. You're ignoring me. Grimoire-senpai just sighed. I'm too tired to deal with this. Good, Grimoire-senpai. Save some act for our next meeting, don't spend them all here. After they all sat, we waited for at least 5 minutes before the door opened with a bang. Not literally, of course. Gabriel-san would smite everything in radius if something disturbed the thing she had worked hard to create and maintain. Yahoo! Aiz-kun, Gabby-chan, everyone. Magical girl miracle Levia-tan is here. Love and justice. Oh Oni-sama, please calm down. You're making a ruckus. Our last guest arrived. Why not? This is my apartment. Technically this is Aiz-kun's, but you got what I'm saying, right? Right. By all means, please sit, everyone. Kuno-chan, Office. You're with me, I said to everyone in the room. Sure. Yay. Sitting with Aiz-nisan. They nodded and moved from their seat towards mine. Office sat on my left thighs and Kuno-chan on the opposite. This drew a strange look from Grimoire-senpai and the rest of the guests, while the others didn't look bothered at all. See. They had accepted themselves like I said. I heard mutters of, must not react, from Grimoire Senpai. I learned the hard way that you can shout how loud you want to if you do it on your mind, Grimoire Senpai. I hope that could help you. Senpai. I also want that. Kaneko-chan pointed at Kuno and Office. Unfortunately for you, Kaneko-chan. For tonight you have your master here. Do you want to lose your dignity for asking something like that not only in your sister's presence but also your master? And besides, I can't grow a third leg. There's clearly a jump in logic between the first two sentences and the last one. That was a good one, Grimoire Senpai. A lightning reflex reaction to a stupid argument. Whatever. She looked apathetic. I can easily do that, Aiz-kun. How about it? Do you want to? Grimoire Senpai took a breath, but hold herself from saying something. Oni-sama. No magic to grow a third leg on my fellow students. Moo. You're no fun, Satan. After Serafal-san and Shitori Kaichu sat, we started dinner and talked about many things. Gabriel-san presented her ideas to the guest, about the peace project she tried to hold. It was met with optimism from Grimoire Senpai, though Himahima Senpai and Kiba looked a little less convinced than Grimoire Senpai. Shitori Kaichu though, she got a calculating look on her face and asked Gabriel-san for a lengthy talk after dinner. Serafal-san at the same time asked Office about something related to her and they would talk later after dinner. Nobody else got topics as interesting as that. Kuno, Office, and Kaneko-chan played Shiratori together. Kuroka and Rainier surprisingly had a pleasant chat about mundane things, and by pleasant chat, I mean no threat no maim no kill type of conversation. When dinner ended, Kuno, Kaneko-chan, and surprisingly Kiba, offered themselves to wash the dishes. Since I wanted to accompany Office for her talk with Serafal-san, I gave them the okay to do it. Rainier-san went back to her apartment while Grimoire Senpai and Shitori Kaichu discussed things with Gabriel-san. Why is he with us, Office-chan? Serafal-san asked Office as I entered their vision. Ah, so it was about that, huh? It's about that organization, right? Serafal-san looked a little surprised hearing my question. It was confirmed, then. How did you know about it, Aiz-kun? I thought you were just a normal human. I am, I sighed. It's just. One cannot become friends with the leader of a big chaotic organization without being kidnapped by the organization as a ransom for the leader to give them even more power. Serafal-san gave me a look full of sympathy. Well, it was nothing that Office couldn't handle. The short version was that they thought Office abandoned them, and since Office was their primary source of power boost that they wanted, they couldn't let some normal human like me to hinder Office work. Ever since they kidnapped me years ago, I really wanted to punch them in the face. Full power. Alas, nothing I could do would scratch him even once. So, the leader of that particular organization was really you, Office-chan. Scrapped project. Not anymore. I think. I have no need of more mooks, so I threw it away. Office blunt but mysterious answer confused Serafal-san. What Office meant is that she isn't the leader of that organization anymore. In the first place, Office just wanted to go back to the dimensional gap. Those bastards just found her first and used her. When she tried to be herself, they cast her aside. So yeah. I see. Serafal-san took several seconds to soak the information. However, there was a rumor that you are still with them, Office-chan. I am here. With eyes. Nowhere else. What she meant is that the real her is here. The one rumored to be her right now was her clone. Doppelganger. I am not well versed in the supernatural world, so I don't really know the term, but they somehow made a copy of Office down to her power, so they didn't need Office anymore. After that, I don't know why, but Serafal-san hugged Office tightly. I'm sorry for doubting you, Office-chan, Serafal-san said after she released her hold on Office. I'm okay. Office smiled. Let me reiterate. Office smiled. After she was hugged by someone other than me, Office smiled. She had grown. She had grown from the emotionless girl I met when I was 8. It might be something that she exhibited daily, but somehow, right here right now, her smile looked so serene. Office-chan. Unconsciously, tears fell from my eyes. Seeing her like this truly made me glad that I approached her that one time. Aiz-kun, why are you crying? Sarafal-san turned her attention to me in a panic. Nothing's wrong. Sarafal-san. Nothing's wrong, I answered with a cracked tone. I am just happy. Happy that I made the right decision. If I didn't, who knew what would happen? After that, Sarafal-san went back to her apartment. The guests also were ready to go home. After many goodbyes, from Sarafal-san, promises, between Gabriel-san and Shitori Kaichu, finally I had the entire apartment for myself again. NYA, eyes chin. Let go sleep. Kuno's already slept. I saw Office closed her closet. Turning off the light, I went to my bed for a rest. This was a tiring day. But I wouldn't trade it for anything else. First, previous ch9 of 34 next. J Chapter 10. I was sitting alone during lunch. Kaneko-chan, who usually ate with me, said that she had club matters, which now I knew was actually devil's stuff. Man, an entire club with devils as its members. Not to mention our student council was also being run by devils. Actually, wasn't this too convenient? Don't tell me the staffs were also aware of the devils. Or better yet, also were devils. Speaking of devils, here came one of them to me. Hyodo-kun, Shitori Kaichu spoke to me. Behind her were the Fukukaicho, Shinra Tsubaki. Are Gabriel-san usually free? She asked as she sat down on the opposite of me. Well, Gabriel-san only had 2 places to go if she's not in the apartment. First is heaven, for you know, that's her place as an angel. Second is the hamburger joint I once showed her. She apparently never tasted hamburger before. After that, she always came back there for more. I see. Would it be alright if I came to her apartment today? Why not? It's your business with Gabriel-san, isn't it? Why would my opinion matters? Well, would it be alright if you escort me there since I was brought by a teleportation circle last night? Shitori Kaichu blushed as she said that. Oh, sure. Then I'll wait for you in the student council room after school. Thank you for your time, Hyodo-kun. She stood up and left my tables. Shinra Fukukaicho followed behind her. As I continued to eat my bread, I felt many eyes upon me. One look and it was clear that people glared at me. Why? Because Shitori Kaichu talked with me. Were you hoping that Shitori Kaichu talked with you all because she secretly liked you? Ridiculous. I continued to eat while ignoring them. That said, I felt arms on my shoulder. When I looked, it was my sorta acquaintance in this school, Matsuda and Motohama. We knew each other as we were similar in some aspects. We first met because we share similar interests in women, but as we talked, it was revealed that we had differences of opinion. Well, also it probably because I said I had 3 girls living with me. We did respect each other, though. Damn, man, how did you get the 3rd most beautiful girl in this school to approach you like that? Motohama asked me. We had mutual friends, and she wanted to talk to her. Since my friend lived in the same apartment complex as me, she wanted me to escort her there. Nothing more. That's not. Nothing more. You damn harem protagonist. Matsuda shouted at me. Excuse me, harem protagonist. Who are you calling that? Those harem protagonist types got their harem with barely any effort at all. Yes. Damn you, Yuki Rito. What do you want, then? There's truly nothing more. Just like how my relationship with Kaneko-chan is just neighbor. Technically she also ate dinner at my house, but I knew better than mentioning that to the 2. I want to punch you but I'd feel bad because you're not lying. I just sighed and left them. I'm going back to class. See you later. After that, I went back to my class immediately. However, it seemed that fate didn't want me to have a nice day today. Hyodo. What is this about your plan to date with Kaichu? A stranger suddenly slammed his hand on my desk and glared at me with an angry face. Who the hell spread something about date? We don't plan a date. Don't spread something that's too good to be true. God damn it. The stranger clutched his head in pain for a while. A devil. Are you a member of the student council? That's right. The man suddenly pointed at me. I am Saji Genshiro. And I will take Kaichu back from your perverted hand, Hyodo Issei. Seriously, we didn't plan a date. Whatever. I'm just escorting Shitori Kaichu to her friend's place, which I know. Actually, why do you ask me in the first place? Just ask her, damn it. Well, Suddenly Saji's face reddened. I'm embarrassed if I got it wrong, okay. I'd rather ask you than her. You got it wrong. There's nothing. Just ask her. Alright. Sorry, Hyodo. He ran back to where he came from. I sighed. Today seemed to be a busy day. I hope nothing worse will happen. As the school ended, I was on my way to the student council room when something tugged my sleeve. It was Kaneko-chan, who looked a little upset at something. Her eyes were glaring at me, though I can sense it was playful glare. Senpai. In the first place, please release your hold on my sleeve, Kaneko-chan, I replied to her. No. What is it about a date with Kaichu? Goddamn it, Saji, it was because of you that people spread this baseless rumor. Kaneko rubbed her head in pain as I replied. It's not a date. Honestly, how many times do I have to tell people that I am just accompanying her to meet with Gabriel-san? Oh. Safe. Kaneko-chan lost her glare, and understanding came to her face. Actually, for a known stoic person, she was quite expressive. Since when did she openly displayed her emotion like that? Then I'm sorry that I can't accompany her. Rias Bushu needs the club members for something. Have a nice trip, senpai. Kaneko-chan bowed and then left. Seriously, just how many people got the wrong impression? I thought as I continued to the student council room. When I knocked the door, a crashing sound came from the inside. Wait a minute. An unfamiliar voice greeted me from inside. I complied and waited for a minute. The door finally opened and Shinra Fukukaicho faced me, covering the room behind her from my view. Ah. Hyodo-san. Are you here for Kaichu? Another crash sound. I wondered what was happening inside. As I stretched my neck to see the room, suddenly Shinra Fukukaicho moved her body to block the view. What? Was there something inside that was exclusive to the student council that I shouldn't see? There probably was, since I just remembered that yes, the entire student council body was made of devils, most likely Shitori Kaichu's peerage, like how all members of a cult research club was Grimori Senpai's peerage. With this conclusion in mind, I think my effort to see what was happening inside would be futile. 5 minutes later, Shitori Kaichu greeted me. Please forgive my tardiness, Hyodo-kun. There was some other matter that I had to finish quickly before I can go home. She bowed a little. I didn't know how to react. It's okay. I understand, finally I said to her while scratching my head. I truly did not mind waiting. She was a busy person after all. Please lead the way, Hyodo-kun. We left the student council room, who apparently had something crashed once more. Please stop. That made me curious. If I may ask, I started as we exited the school grounds. What was happening inside the room? Oh, that was just our new secretary being clumsy. Nothing important, Shitori Kaichu answered. And who was this new secretary? I had a feeling it was that Saji bastard. Speaking of which, Hyodo-kun. I would like to apologize for everything that my sister had done and will do to all the residents. Shitori Kaichu once again bowed, but this time her bow was deeper as she stopped walking. No need to bow like that, Shitori Kaichu, she hadn't done anything too harmful. That would discourage the peace that Gabriel-san wanted, right? I'm sure your sister understand that. And please don't make any scene in a public place like this. We continued walking in silence. 5 minutes later I heard another sound of a crash. Wait, this wasn't the school anymore. What was that crash sound? Similarly, Shitori Kaichu also looked around for the source. We both saw a girl laying on the ground. As I moved to help her, I saw on the corner of my eyes that Shitori Kaichu didn't move. Hello, Kaichu-san, there was someone needing help there. As a role model for all students in Kuo Academy, you should help her, you know. What would people say if they saw the student council president just stand there while the known troublemaker, this Hyodo Issei, moved to help her? Oh wait, people would assume that I was harassing the girl. So, Kaichu, lend a hand, please. When I offered my hand, she shook her head and pointed at her ankle. She spoke something in a language that I was unfamiliar with. What was that? Alien speak. She said her ankle is sprained, Hyodo-kun. Ah, I see. Why didn't you say so? I carried the girl piggyback style. Where are you going? I'll help you go there. Shitori Kaichu translated my words to her. The girl, who now I recognized as a foreigner, got a red blush on her face. Are you okay? Japan can be a little hotter than the West. I hope you don't get sunburn. She blubbered things in response to Shitori Kaichu's translation. I hope you don't butcher the meanings, Kaichu. Oh wait. I remember Kuroka said that devils can speak all language. Talk about unfair. She said she was fine, Hyodo-kun. Please let her sit on that bench. I did as I was told. Then it occurred to me that I had just grabbed a random girl of the opposite gender that I just met, and offered to carry her. Oh god, that was so embarrassing in hindsight. In a quite a distance, Shitori Kaichu winced in pain. Huh. Even saying God in my mind brought pain to devils. How cruel. Even I who used to prank Kuroka realized that the pain was actually unbearable, so I stopped. The foreigner then put her hands on the sprained ankle. What was she doing? That question was answered a second later as a green translucent glow enveloped her hands and by extension her ankle. Little by little the red swell indicating the sprained ankle disappear. I knew I was involved in the supernatural side of things, but seeing things like this still made me amazed that such thing existed. A healing power with just a touch. That was awesome. Looking back at Shitori Kaichu, she also seemed to contemplate the development. She then talked again in the same language as the girl. Now that I looked at her more clearly, she wore a habit. Ah, so that was why Shitori Kaichu seemed reluctant to help her. I observed the two interacting in an alien language for me. I saw a corner of Shitori Kaichu's lip curved upwards as the foreigner blushed. Hyodo-kun, do you mind if we try the hamburger joint that Gabriel-sama frequent first? Asia-san here is a little hungry. Don't worry, I'm treating her, Shitori Kaichu said to me. I don't mind. It's close from here, and I haven't had proper lunch as I filled my stomach with just a single bread this afternoon, I replied as I checked my wallet. I still have enough money to treat Kuno-chan and Office, I mumbled to myself. Those two would be annoyed if I didn't bring them something from Hamburgernerl. First previous ch10 of 34 next. Chapter 11. Shitori Kaichu, Asia-san, and I arrived at the burger joint that Gabriel-san enjoyed. It was just a small stall but the burgers was good. Yo, owner-san, I greeted the man behind the stall. We knew each other as I was the one who sent Gabriel-san here. I'm ordering the usual 3. Also, I'll take 3 home. So, 6. Yup. Speaking of which, has Gabriel-san come here? The owner then began to make our order as he answered, nope. Gabriel-san hasn't come. Also, Issei, the first 3 are on the house. Thanks, owner-san. I went back to the 2 who shouldn't be near each other. It's a devil and a nun. But somehow, Shitori Kaichu was holding a conversation with Asia-san as I learned her name. I didn't understand what language they were speaking, but I really wanted to know why Asia-san had an odd look or why Shitori Kaichu winced. The last one was probably because Asia prayed for her. Do your best, Kaichu. I don't know how to hold a conversation with her, so I'm leaving this to you. Maybe they sensed that I am holding myself back because suddenly Shitori Kaichu asked me something. Speaking of which, Hyodo-kun. Asia-san here doesn't believe that you've met the Seraph Gabriel. Of course she wouldn't believe me, Shitori Kaichu. If anyone else were in my position I wouldn't believe them either. Actually, what were you two talking about anyway? She gestured me to wait while she continued her conversation with Asia-san. Since I didn't have anything to do other than waiting, I sent a message to Kaneko-chan asking if she had seen Gabriel-san in her apartment. 3 minutes later, Kaneko-chan replied that she was still at school. Damn. No one else in the serene apartment had a phone. Gabriel-san wasn't interested in a phone and I didn't want to dig my pocket to buy the others one. I don't know about Rainier-san or Serafal-san, though I suspect Rainier doesn't have one while Serafal-san might have one. The 6 burgers I ordered finally arrived. Shitori Kaichu broke her and Asia-san's conversation in favor of the burger in front of them. The one I ordered was kind of special since it wasn't included in the menu. It was something that became my trademark because I knew Hamburgernerl from the first day it opened. This was also where Office and I had our first lunch together, so this is a special place for us. But even if it was our special place, mostly I, though, knew that denying Kuno and Kuroka this place was a crime because how good the food was, so we shared this place with them. As for Gabriel-san, it was at the first or second night of living in the serene apartment. Somebody, hint, It started with Ku and ended with Roka, had forgotten to buy the groceries so I brought them here. Anyway, I was about to bite the burger in my hand when I caught something interesting on the corner of my eyes. Asia-san looked confused about something and just stared at the burger in front of her. She also poked it once or twice before looking at Shitori Kaichu with the most terrifying puppy dog eyes ever. Fortunately for me, it wasn't targeted at me, and unfortunately for Shitori Kaichu, it was targeted at her. Point blank attack. Asia used cute. Critical hit. Shitori Kaichu got charmed. Shitori Kaichu sighed and picked her burger while talking to Asia-san. For a strict and serious person like her, talking while eating surely must be a violation of eating manner. She pointed at several places on her burger while Asia-san looked seriously. Even if I couldn't follow, I knew Shitori Kaichu was teaching her how to eat a burger. While doing so, Shitori-san really looked like a proper teacher. Both of them stopped talking and looked at me. Huh. Did I say it out loud? Fixing her glasses, Shitori Kaichu replied. Yes, Hyodo-kun. You did. Thank you for the compliment. I aspire to be a teacher, yes. So being compared to one makes me proud. Nonetheless, teaching something like this is still a small matter that anyone can do properly. She then continued talking to Asia-san. However, her words came out a little faster than before. I wonder why. After the explanation from Shitori Kaichu finished, Asia-san looked eager to try eating the burger in front of her. She looked at the burger seriously, then slowly she put one hand on it while sighing in relief. Ha! Don't drop your guards, Cadet Asia. She put her other hand and grabbed the burger. Then, she lifted it into the air, aiming at her mouth. I can see her arm trembled. You can do it, Asia-san. She took a bite out of the burger and widened her eyes before suddenly putting the burger on the table. What happened? The hacking sound of coughs came out of her mouth. Shitori Kaichu then spoke something to her, before Asia-san blushed red. Oh, it seemed that in the midst of her enthusiasm, Asia-san forgot to open the wrappings of her burger, so she tasted the bitter taste of wrapping paper. I thought for sure Asia-san had some kinds of allergy, luckily it wasn't that. After that, there wasn't any excitement. Asia-san finished eating her burger, with the look of astonishment visible on her face every time she took a bite of it. Asia-san definitely was someone that I can easily beat on poker. Or strip poker. The sheer taboo of seeing the body of a pure nun surely can excite any males. We left the burger joint with a full stomach and walked towards my apartment. Actually, I wanted to ask Shitori Senpai about what they were talking, but apparently, they hadn't stopped talking. Wow. Was this the mythical power of women? They can connect as instantaneous as a gas reaction and can cut that connection faster than anyone can say, please no. Scary. At some points, Shitori Kaichu frowned heavily while Asia-san had a look of acceptance on her face. Come on, please stop talking in an alien language and start speaking Japanese. However, I didn't voice my thought because I could sense the tension in the air. Instead, I led them silently to my apartment, looking at my surroundings in the process. Hyodo-kun, Shitori Kaichu greeted me. There's someone who wanted to talk to you. Who? I asked as I turned my head. Thank you so much, Asia-san spoke to me. No problem, I replied. Wait, something wasn't right. How can I talk to Asia-san? My brain processed the event that just happened more closely. Did I hear that right? Asia-san thanked me in Japanese. You're an idiot, Hyodo Issei. Shitori Kaichu, how can I reply her in her native language? It's di niente, she replied with upturned lips. Di niente, Asia-san. Well, this is awkward, I replied in her native language but still called her with Japanese suffix. Shitori Kaichu smiled while Asia-san giggled at my response. You need some lessons in Italian, Hyodo-kun, Shitori Kaichu said to me. Well, of course, I had no plans to ever go outside my country for vacation, so I did not learn any foreign language other than English, which was mandatory for all of Kuo Academy's students. But that meant Asia-san came from Italy, right? What was an Italian nun doing in Japan, especially Kuo? She was transferred here, to this city, Shitori Kaichu replied me. But that was weird. The only church in this city left is that abandoned one, isn't it? I don't think Asia-san is in the right place. Maybe she misread her assigned place. Isn't that interesting? I also thought the same, Hyodo-kun. That's why seeing Gabriel-sama with my own eyes kind of surprised me last night. There's no representative from the angel side in this city. So what is Asia-san doing here? Shitori Kaichu answered me with her own question. The last time the church had a priest was Irina's father time. After Irina went abroad, there had been no one filling the position and over time it got abandoned. I turned to see Asia-san looking at me with a cute expression. Seriously, being that cute should be a crime. Even little Kuno hadn't been that cute. This was coming from the guy who raised her since I was 11 and she was 6. Shitori Kaichu continued her explanation. At least, that was on my mind, until Asia-san talked about herself. She is an exiled nun. And it wouldn't be strange for their kind to turn to fallen angels. I haven't talked that much with Rainier-san. However, Gabriel-san and I had several talks about why she chose this city in particular. The gist was, she didn't choose it, it was given by her brother Michael. She practically just begged her brother to build an apartment complex, and he complied. So Archangel Michael was the one who chose this place. Maybe Michael-san chose this place because this city was filled with devils. Specifically, she mentioned about the Sisters of Two Mouths. At the time, I didn't know it was Grimori Senpai and Shitori Kaichu. However, Gabriel-san thought that wasn't the only reason. She told me that compared to other places, this city had the least amount of balance between the three factions at the time, so maybe her brother wanted her to back down but didn't want to say it directly. She also told me she was at loss on what to do until she met me. It was a nice feeling, being regarded as an important person by someone as beautiful as Gabriel-san. Back to the problem, at the time this city was on Devil's Hand, and the opposing faction had no claim. But because of this apartment presence, especially the holy aura of Gabriel-san, which as a normal human I couldn't detect, the last faction, that is, fallen angels, tried to come to this city. Maybe Asia-san with her healing power was a reinforcement in their efforts to claw the other factions from this city and take it for themselves. If it's about fallen angel, we can probably ask Rainier-san if she's home. Yes, that was right. There was no point in overthinking it when I didn't even know the problem in the first place. Shitori Kaichu, who had gotten back to converse with Asia-san, heard my reply and nodded. Not too long after that, we arrived at my apartment. Asia-san looked at the building around us in wonder. Maybe she was the sheltered type of girl because, well, for a city boy like me there was nothing special about a normal building like this. Instead, I would be more surprised by the residents of this place. Nya, Issei. Where were you? Kuroka greeted me upon hearing the door opened by me. She was in the kitchen trying to cook. So she was serious about cooking, huh? I appreciate your efforts, Kuroka. I went to Hamburgenerl because Shitori Kaichu wanted to see Gabriel-san. I placed the takeout burger on the table. The three are for Kuroka, Kuno, and Office. They loved the burger more than me. The only one who loved it more than those three was Gabriel-san. Thanks, Issei. You always know when I crave for Hamburgenerl. You always crave for Hamburgenerl, I shot back at her. She just winked at me playfully. And who is this? Kuroka asked after seeing the figure behind Shitori Kaichu. Interestingly, said figure being Asia-san hid behind Shitori Kaichu. So she trusted her that much even though they barely knew each other. Oh wait, maybe I got that impression because I didn't know what those two were talking. Who knew? They might be talking about their entire life summed up in the 30 minutes it takes for me to lead them here. She's Asia-san, and we wanted to have a talk with Gabriel-san and Rainier-san about her. Shitori Kaichu answered Kuroka's question. Let's just prepare dinner. Kuroka. Wanna be my assistant cook? Hey, can I? But about that, Issei. I spent all the groceries so Gabriel-san went to buy more of them. But it's been 5 hours and she hasn't come back. What? Suddenly our door was knocked by someone, which knock technique I didn't recognize. Yes. I opened the door to see Gabriel-san holding bags of groceries behind a policeman. So the one who knocked was the policeman. What was a policeman doing with Gabriel-san? She was an angel. There was no way an angel like her can commit a crime and not falling. Are you Hyodo Issei? The policeman looked at me. Why yes, I am. Next time, please don't let her wander on her own. I found her lost, with a trail of unconscious men behind her. When I asked, she said that every time she asked them for direction, they fainted. Gabriel-san, your beauty was way too radiant. Please tone it down for your own sake. Oh, of course, I assured the policeman. Thank you. The policeman left. Haha. Eyes-kun, Gabriel-san started talking. Teehee. I just sighed. Sometimes I forgot Gabriel-san can be such an airhead. I'll remind Kuroka next time to buy her own groceries and don't let Gabriel-san walk around on her own. First previous ch 11 of 34 next. J chapter 12. Dinner ended. Everyone who sat at the dinner table, which meant Gabriel-san, Asia-san, Shitori Kaichu, Serafal-san, Rainier-san, Kaneko-chan, Kuno, Kuroka, Office, and I, began to talk about Asia-san's situation. Shitori Kaichu let Asia-san speak for herself, with her providing Kuno and me translations. From what I can gather, Asia-san was a former devout nun from Italy. She was revered as the holy maiden by the people and church because of her healing ability. However, she was branded as a heretic and witch because she healed an injured devil. As an angel, Gabriel-san actually knew of her and expressed her apologies to Asia-san for the treatment from the church, and offered to let Asia-san stay in an apartment room for free. After that one problem solved, it was time to solve the other one. Let's move to the next matter, I started. Rainier-san, has your leader told anything about other fallen angel coming to this town? Rainier-san frowned. No, Azazel-sama hasn't. He implied that the only Grigori operative sent here is me. So can we assume that this is a serious matter? I know not about the state of the fallen angel, but how big is the chance that this is not coming from the leader himself, but someone else? Shitori Kaichu put out her thoughts. It's possible, yes. However, the question remains. Why was Asia-chan sent here? What will the fallen angels get with her being here? Serafal-san was unusually in a serious mode. Even just from this glimpse, I could see how she got her position as a leader. Maybe an operation. Asia can heal, after all. Fallen angels have no actual healing power besides our natural regeneration. Maybe she is a backup or something. An unsanctioned operation in this town. If it comes to that, is there something unusual happen lately that can get the attention of the fallen angels? Just like Serafal-san, Gabriel-san also lost her airheaded aura and replaced it with full seriousness. However, unlike Serafal-san, I've seen her with this kind of expression multiple times. I was about to say something when Kuno yawned. I looked at the clock and finally realized how late it was. I will tuck Kuno in, Office stated. She took Kuno's hand and led her to my bed. After that, we continued our conversation. If this is unsanctioned in the first place, why don't we try talking to them? We find them and then let Rainier-san talk to them. Surely you know everyone in your organization. I asked Rainier-san. Not everyone. We are a prideful bunch. Most of us had our own group of friends that we talk usually. However, I do not deny that maybe I can know who it is, Rainier-san answered. It's so like you, Eyes-kun, to solve a problem through peaceful talk, Gabriel-san smiled at me. Well, if I let everyone become a violent bunch, then surely no matter how much the apartment building was fortified even by magic, it would crumble before dusk. But I didn't say it. I just scratched my cheek with a smile plastered on my face. No need to make them angry. I'll check the church later tonight. In the meantime, I will try to contact Azazel-sama about another operative here. Thank you, Rainier-san. No need. If whoever ordered Asia-san to come here really exist and not some higher-ups' mistakes, then I'll subdue them and present them to Azazel-sama. Maybe that way I can the promotion I want. Hey. Rainier smirked evilly at no one in particular. If I didn't know it, I would assume she was an evil girl. I want to go with Rainier-san, but when I consider everything, I think it would be better if she goes alone, Gabriel-san said to all of us. Yep. It would be fine if it's other angels, but when you consider Gabi-chan's status, it would be seen as an aggressive move, Serafal-san nodded. Meanwhile, we devils cannot go near the church. It's a shame. I would very much like to meet with those fallen angels. Shitori Kaichu seemed protective of Asia-san. I would too if I get to know her. Sadly, we had this thing called language barrier that separated us. I hope that I can know her well eventually. I do not mind. Everyone turned their attention to the one who had just said that. It was Ophis. She had finished tucking Kuno to bed and offered her service. Rainier-san looked a little terrified of Ophis. I guessed I teased her too far. I should apologize to her later. For now, let's tease her even more. That's a great idea, Ophis-chan. With you there, I won't have to worry about the meeting turning into fights. You can just blast them all if they misbehave. I exaggerated slightly what Ophis can do. Ophis nodded stoically, and it made Rainier froze. It seemed like she caught on what I implied to her. Hey. Eyes. For that, I want Kobe beef. ... This was karma, wasn't it? Because I was making fun of Rainier-san, this happened, isn't it? Goodbye, my savings, you will be missed. Sure. Ophis-chan, ha, I answered with an awkward laugh. Oh, look at the time, it's this late, huh? Well, I'm off to sleep, thank you for your hospitality, see you tomorrow. I rushed to my bed and cried. Moni why. For Rainier, meeting the Ouroboros dragon was a terrifying experience, if not for the human Hyodo Issei, who seemed to have tamed her. She was just a nobody in the big scale, and yet here she was, together with the dragon herself in front of the abandoned church. She had contacted Azazel-sama, and just as she suspected, she was the only Grigori operatives in this town. Then Azazel inquired about her progress in the serene apartment and she gave him the full report, and by the full report, it meant every detail from her rise from bed early in the morning to her descent into bed at the end of the day. Beside her, Ophis the Ouroboros dragon was silent. Ophis had been silent ever since they left the apartment, and she was too terrified of her power to try starting a conversation with the dragon in little girl form. Rainier entered the church, with Ophis following after her. Inside, she was greeted with 3 fallen angels familiar to her and 1 human in priest garb that she didn't know. Hey, who is this beauty? The priest spoke when he saw her. Great. This one was a fake priest. Rainier. What are you doing here? The one who asked was Mittelt, a fallen angel she knew well. They weren't close, but they certainly can be considered as friends. I should be the one asking you, Mittelt, Kalawarner, Donasik. What are you doing here? Rainier asked them back. The 3 fallen angels looked at each other in confusion. We're here on a mission from the higher-ups. Are you sure? Because I've just contacted Azazel-sama and he said the only operatives in this town is me. Now the 3 looked even more confused. But we clearly got our order from the higher-ups. Kalawarner exclaimed. Donasik sighed. I guess my suspicions are true. The order didn't come directly as it usually did, instead it was delivered via letter. However, the letter we got had Azazel-sama's stamp on it, so we carried the mission as usual. Rainier gasped in realization. Then someone in Grigori stole Azazel-sama's stamp. Mittelt twitched her eyes. Seriously, Rainier. We're talking about a possible treachery and your attention is on the stamp itself. Donasik shook his head. It is possible for someone to create a duplicate of Azazel-sama's stamp. It has to be someone close to him, so whoever they are pretty much high in the hierarchy. Kalawarner sighed. We're fucked, aren't we? If we do this, we're gonna be chased out for treachery. If we ditch this, then whoever wanted us to do this mission would target us. Silence fell to the room. What is your mission, anyway? Rainier asked them. We are to wait for the former holy maiden and extract her sacred gear. Ah shit, Rainier thought. They definitely could not finish the mission. Not after Gabriel-sama offered her place for Asia. But as Kalawarner said, if they didn't finish it, then whoever the traitor was, they would certainly hunt her friends. Speaking of which, Rainier, what is your mission here? And who is the little girl behind you? Donasik asked her. Wait, that's it. My mission here is to represent the fallen angels in a peace project in the form of an apartment complex. If you come with us, maybe the landlady can set a place for you there. The 3 fallen angels look intrigued. Who is the landlady? Rainier just smiled. That's a surprise. Come on, follow me. Hold on. So you mean to abandon this? To hell with that. I was promised a fight or a woman in this mission and I got neither. Suddenly the fake priest threw a tantrum. Isn't that how life is? You want something but you don't get anything, Rainier retorted with a little laugh. She didn't snort. A woman never snort. You're lucky you're beautiful, lady, or else I'll shut that mouth with my. He didn't get to finish what he wanted to say because suddenly everyone froze in terror. The source of that terrifying feeling was the girl behind Rainier. She was right. Dragons were scary. Too loud. I hate noisy people. Begone noise. All the pressure coming from Office and it was directed at everyone. Was this why that Hyodo Issei always told everyone to not bother Office at night? Scary. The fake priest ran away in silence. He probably too terrified to have the last word. I am sleepy. Rainier. Let's go. Office started walking towards the exit. Right. Come on, guys. Still terrified, Rainier followed Office's words, with her fellow fallen angels behind her. It would be bad if they somehow incur the dragon's wrath. First previous ch12 of 34 next. Chapter 13. When I woke up the next day, I found 3 strangers sitting on the table inside my room. I looked at Gabriel-san who only laughed sheepishly with a deadpan stare. It's not my fault this time, Issei-kun. Rainier is the one bringing them to me. Rainier-san put up her hands. They are my friends, okay. And they are victims of circumstances. I sighed. Well, I'm not actually mad or anything about these new residents. I am just, sigh. With only Gabriel-san, Kuroka, Office, and Kuno, I can easily make meals for us. But you keep bringing more and more people and drop them in my lap for their meals. Gabriel-san actually looked ashamed at that. I'm sorry, Issei-kun. Like I said before, this won't be a problem if you rent the lower floor for a cafe or family restaurant. I went to the kitchen to make our breakfast, ignoring the cries of, but we will have to pay to eat. From Rainier-san. Today's breakfast had 3 more unexpected people. So including the new Asia-san, we have 11 bellies to fill. I didn't realize it, but this place has grown. From just the 5 of us into this much, in a short time no less. Could this be a sign that the path Gabriel-san took was the right one? The path of bringing peace through understanding was not an easy one. But Gabriel-san managed to do it, although on a smaller scale. I may be entry level in the supernatural knowledge, but I wholeheartedly support what Gabriel-san was doing now. That was also why I kept helping her whenever I could. That didn't mean I can't complain. I am not a machine. I am just your usual normal human. The aroma of my cooking permeated the kitchen. The first part was done. Now for the second part of the breakfast. Issei-chin. Can I help? Chop the garlic. Kuroka. After that please heat another pan and put the onion there. Stir it until it became goldish brown. I gave direction to Kuroka while breaking an egg's shell and drop it on a pan to make a sunny side up. Okay. Done, Issei-chin. Next. Put the kale inside, we're gonna make a stir-fry kale. So after, let's see, 30 seconds of stirring the kale, add a small cup of water and the spices. I see. I continued giving directions to Kuroka as I made other things. In the end, Kuroka's stir-fry kale ended up fine. We presented the meals to the others and ate the breakfast in peace. When lunch break came, I sat in the cafeteria with Kaneko-chan because she had free time. As usual, we ate our lunch in silence. Except when Kaneko-chan tried to sneakily take my food. Oftentimes it became a game to us. Can she take it first before I notice? Unfortunately, the score was 12-1 for Kaneko-chan, the cute food thief. Hyodo-san, Shitori Kaichu's voice, who had become familiar to me, called me. What happened after last night? She asked as she sat beside me. I want to facepalm. You are smart, serious, and strict, Shitori Kaichu. Yet why can't you read the situation, or phrase your sentence better? I can feel many eyes glaring at me because of your words. Sigh. Well, in 2 days any rumors about this would likely be gone, but the principle still matters. Don't start what doesn't need to be started. Luckily Kaneko-chan was with us last night, so she didn't think about anything weird. Suddenly in the morning, we had 3 new residents, she explained to Shitori Kaichu. From what we gathered, when Office-chan and Rainier-san went there, they met 3 fallen angels that is sent to retrieve Asia-san and take her. What was it? I asked Kaneko because I don't understand much about the supernatural. Sacred gear, Kaneko answered. That's right. Asia-san had a sacred gear and the fallen angel were tasked to do it. But here's the twist. The order didn't come from Rainier-san's superior, it came from a forged document instead. So Rainier-san invited them to the serene apartment. I finished my explanation. Though I had to make 3 extra portions of breakfast from now on. I see. Then Hyodo-san, would you mind making 1 more every day? Wah. My face went red in embarrassment. Shitori Kaichu wanted to eat my breakfast every day. Then my mind came back to sense. There was no way Shitori Kaichu meant in that way. On the corner of my eyes, I saw Kaneko-chan also went to a similar conclusion. Sigh. I was excited about nothing. You have to ask Gabriel-san, of course. She's the one managing the apartment. If you wanted to move there, then I guess I can add 1 more. Which reminds me, I still have to talk about the dinner table to Gabriel-san. 12 people would be too much for my current table. Why do you want to move there, Sauna Kaichu? Kaneko-chan asked Shitori Kaichu. If I remember correctly, you and Leviathan-sama. At the question, Shitori Kaichu let out a sigh. You're not off the mark, Tuju-san. Oni-sama has always been too overbearing when it comes to me. Since she is here now, I want to take this chance to show her that I can stand on my own 2 feet so that she doesn't need to coddle me. The best chance to do that is if I live alongside her. ... Wow. I never thought the super straight and seriously strict student council president Shitori Sauna had something like that behind her persona. Shitori Kaichu then put a relieved smile on her face. That aside, thank you for allowing me to eat with everyone then, Hyodo-san. Your cooking is one of the best that I have tasted. Crap. She made me blushed again. It was nothing, Shitori Kaichu. My mother is better than me. You're so humble, Hyodo-san, she said with a smile. If you have nothing else to do after school, can you accompany me to see Gabriel-san? I pondered for a few seconds. I have nothing else to do. We still have enough ingredients for dinner and breakfast tomorrow. Oh shit, I forgot we have to feed 12 people now. I don't think it can survive for breakfast tomorrow. I'm sorry, Shitori Kaichu, but I need to buy the groceries. What we have in the fridge wouldn't be enough for tomorrow. Unexpected additions ruining my calculations. Then it's fine. I'll help you on that. If it's like that, let me also help you again, Senpai, Kaneko-chan asked me. Well, if she offered, why not? Sure. 2 more hands are always appreciated. I have to buy in big bulk, and I don't think I can carry it alone. The bell rang, signaling the end of our conversation. I ignore the glare people send me. Sooner or later, those hopeless guys would be tired of glaring at those who managed a conversation with a girl. When I arrived in my class, Motohama and Matsuda approached me. Yo, Hyodo. What is this about our student council president moving in with you? Motherfucking goddamn unreliable rumor monger. If you want to spread a rumor, at least get it right. Serzek Lucifer sighed as he looked at the official statement from the Phoenix household and the subsequent reply from Grimori household. For a reason unknown to him, the 3rd son of Phoenix family, Razor Phoenix, suddenly wanted to advance the date of his wedding with Sorch's little sister, Rias Grimori. The date was supposed to be after Rias finished her education in the human world, or in other words until Rias finished college. And yet, suddenly Razor Phoenix wanted it to be next week. It may be unbecoming of a leader of the entire devil race to curse, but he really wanted to. It didn't help that the official answer from his family was to allow it to happen. He wanted to say no to Razor because he cared for his little sister. As the heir to their family, Rias needed to secure the wedding with Razor, true. But as a big brother, he wanted his sister to at least have the freedom she would crave when she was older and more responsible. But no. His family decided to allow the wedding to happen next week, with the addendum that should Rias refuse, she had the right to challenge Razor to a rating game. What a joke. Razor was famous as an up-and-coming challenger in the rating game world. With no empty slots on his peerage, Razor held the record of almost winning all his matches. That clause was just giving false hope to Rias. TCH, if only he can interfere directly. Suddenly the door was opened with a bang. Serzek-chan. Leviathan is here to give reports. What's wrong, Serzek-chan? Ah. It was Serafal. Now that he took a look at his schedule, it was time for him to have a meeting with Serafal about the situation with the Norse pantheon. Somebody had made an Einherjar a part of their peerage and suddenly the devils had the Norse on them. Nothing. Serafal. I'm just having a dire situation for my Ria Tan. What is it about? While they came from different families, they dealt with a similar problem. Their little sister became the heir of their respective families because they took the position as the leader of the entire devil race. So maybe Serafal can sympathize. Serzek sighed. Both my family and the Fennecs agreed to move the wedding between Rias and Razor Fennecs to next week. Serafal blinked. Why? That's the thing. I don't know. Suddenly Razor wanted the date to be advanced. But no, Serafal. What makes me a little bit angry is that my family think it's right to give Rias false hope. Serzek punched the desk he was sitting on. Unlike Rias, Sona, Serafal's little sister made a bold statement instead. Whoever can beat her in chess will be eligible to be her husband, and so far, none had managed. If I remember from your story, the agreed date was after Rias Chan finished her education in the human world, right? Serzek nodded. What can I do to salvage the situation, Serafal? Serafal took a seat in front of him. I don't know, Serzek Chan. But please, can we move on to the report? I have another meeting soon, and I would like this to be over. Serzek nodded. Then what can you report about the situation with the Norse pantheon? Well, don't blame Ajuka Chan that much. Everyone knows he's brilliant, but nobody even thought an evil piece can transform a spirit of warriors into a devil. Luckily for us, the Einherjar in question was not somebody important in the Norse hierarchy. He's a new blood, and the reason why the Norse is angry with us is actually the same as our confusion. Nobody knew an evil piece can be used on them since it has never been done before. We struck a compromise to not transform other Einherjar unless Odin Jichin give his blessing. You know, since he is the one picking them after their death. Fortunate for us, Odin can be such an old-timer. Well, he's old, Serafal finished his words. True. Serzek glanced at the purple sky of the underworld through the window. Say, Serafal, you see Sona every day, don't you? Yup. Serafal replied, I see cute Satan every day. Sometimes I sneak onto her school and peek at her through the window. TCH, I envy you, Serafal. You're the one in charge of foreign affairs. I also want to see Ria Tan every day. I want to sneak onto her school and peek at her through the window too. Where's Grafia Chan? Usually, when you say something stupid like that, she reins you back. It's precisely because she's not here that I said that, Serzek grinned. And then it dawned on him. Serafal, I think I may have found a way to cancel the advancement of the date of the wedding. I need your opinion. How likely is it to work? What plan are you thinking of, Serzek Chan? Serafal had a curious expression. Rias wanted an education in Japan because she's fascinated by that place, and as per the original agreement, the wedding will be held after Rias finished her education in Japan. But, for some reason, Razor Fennecs Kun wanted the wedding to be moved on to next week. However, if the wedding next week proceed without delay, Rias will still need to finish her education in Japan, which means another 5 years there. I can add another clause, which will state that Razor has to live with Rias in the human world for the rest of Rias' stay there. I am pretty sure Razor will not agree to that, and thus, the advancement of the date will be cancelled. Ha ha ha, I'm such a genius. Serzek laughed like an evil overlord in Serafal's television series. Question. Serzek Chan. Why does Rias Chan need to continue her education after the wedding? Serafal raised her hand. That's a valid question. I'll make it work somehow. And how will you ensure that Razor Kun would not agree? At this, Serzek smirked, befitting of his title. Because I'll place him in direct contact with the Archangel Gabriel. Serafal's mind instantly connected what her longtime friend meant, and nodded. That could work. Give him a one-day trial to assess the situation with a clearer picture. Though I'm sure if he'll be driven out, it's not by Gabriel Chan, but by someone else. The figure of a human and a dragon god flashed in Serafal's mind. That statement made Sorach's eyebrow raised. Who? Nay, you should wait for my monthly report, Serzek Chan. Bye. I have a meeting with my producer. Serafal exited the room, leaving Serzek wondering about the someone else. Well, No time to waste. I have work to do. First, previous ch 13 of 34 next. Chapter 14. Shitori Kaichu, Kaneko-chan, and I were in a supermarket. I pushed the trolley we needed because I was going to buy the groceries in bulk. 13 people 2 times every day. My fridge might not be enough, so I used Gabriel-san's fridge to store groceries. Ah, Shitori Kaichu. Can you go to that section and pick a lot of fresh cabbages? I will be going there to grab some spices. Kaneko-chan. 7 kilograms of minced meat and 7 kilograms of minced pork. I gave direction to the 2 who's accompanying me. After I picked the spices, I went to get milk for Kuno. Kuno loves chocolate milk. Should I buy the usual or try these new honey-flavored ones with a discount? Senpai. As I ponder on what to buy, Kaneko-chan greeted me, in her hand, minced meat and minced pork each 7 kilograms. I gestured her to put it on the trolley. Say, Kaneko-chan, should I buy the chocolate-flavored milk or the honey-flavored one? I'm tempted to buy the honey-flavored because it's on a discount. But I'm not sure Kuno will like it, and if she doesn't, then it's wasteful. Kaneko-chan put her finger on her chin before she spoke. Chocolate. Ah, so you're saying I should buy the chocolate-flavored one? You're right. Next time I'll ask Kuno if she would like to try a new flavor. Thanks, Kaneko-chan. Kaneko-chan nodded. After I put the chocolate milk on the trolley, I continued looking. Hey, that's canned mackerels. Want one, Kaneko-chan? She shook her head. 3. I just smiled in exasperation. Yes, I put 6 into the trolley because if Kaneko-chan wanted 3, then it was guaranteed Kuroka also wanted 3. The 2 sisters were more alike than they thought. We arrived at the rice section. Kaneko-chan, take 2 of the 5 kilograms rice sacks, whichever brand you want. I didn't rely on one brand because I feared the high demand will make the price rise, so I often take whatever fits my budget. Shitori Kaichu took longer time than I anticipated. Let's go to Shitori Kaichu. Maybe she runs into a problem or something. Kaneko-chan nodded and we approached the vegetable section, looking for Shitori Kaichu's figure. She was looking at 2 cabbages on her hand. Shitori Kaichu, I greeted her. What's taking you so long? There are 2 kinds of cabbages and regrettably I don't know which is better. What do you think, Hyodo-san? I looked at the price tag and the name. Let's take the cheaper one, Kaichu. But aren't the more expensive one the better? Kaneko-chan and I looked at each other, before we shook our head in response to Shitori Kaichu's question. It may be true for several cases, but for food most of the time it is not, I explained to her. Snacks too. Because our objective is not keeping it for a prolonged time, but having the most amount of food without losing the taste. Wait here. I grabbed several of the cheaper cabbages and brought it to be weighted. 2 kilograms should be enough because I didn't like storing vegetables in the fridge. I would rather buy it again when I needed it. After the cabbages finished being weighted, I didn't see Kaneko-chan when I went back to Shitori Kaichu. She is weighting sweet potatoes. That's a good idea, actually. Wait here again, is that okay with you, Kaichu? She shook her head. I don't mind, Hyodo-san. I am unfamiliar with this supermarket. Is that so? Then where do you buy your grocery usually? My family arranged it to be delivered to me each week. So I must profess that I know not much about buying groceries. Having a rich family sure was nice. Then please wait here, Kaichu. I look around to see if I can spot some red bean paste. Aha! There it was. Steamed sweet potatoes with red bean paste. I tried it once and it was heavenly. I bought 2 medium jars with me because I knew how tasty it was. I was sure one big jar isn't enough. I went back to the trolley to see Kaneko-chan and Shitori Kaichu looking at some red apples. You can pick several fruits. I'll go look for radish and carrot. I grabbed half a kilogram of radish and carrot and went back to the trolley. In the corner of my eyes, I saw eggs on discount. I grabbed 3 kilograms of eggs and carefully placed it on the trolley. Kaneko-chan and Shitori Kaichu also finished looking for fruits and placed them on the trolley. Most of it was apples and oranges, there were also strawberries and pineapples. Kuroka's favorite fruit were oranges, while Kuno's were apples. Ophis ate everything edible placed in front of her, but she preferred oranges over apples. And because Gabriel-san was from heaven, Sometimes I wonder if her favorite fruit was the forbidden fruit mentioned in the Bible. If so, I wonder how that tasted. Nah, eyes. It was forbidden for a reason. Is there anything else we missed? I asked the two of them. Everything except for food was still available at home. Kaneko-chan shook her head while Shitori Kaichu shrugged. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. What was it? Ah, I remembered. It was tofu. I grabbed 5 packs of preserved tofu and put it on the trolley. With this, tonight's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast will be good. We went to the clerk and paid it with my emergency mode card, which was actually a credit card owned by my mother linked to my mother account. She gave it to me knowing that I need an emergency source of money even if they had sent my monthly allowance. Of course, since it was basically my mother's, I can't spend it on anything I want or I'll get spanked by my mother. Personal experience after pre-ordering a figurine I wanted so much. So after all that, Kaneko-chan ended up bringing the largest amount of bags, which was 4. Both Shitori Kaichu and I had 3 bags each. The journey to the apartment was a calm one, with some small talk between the 3 of us, though most of the time I just observed Shitori Kaichu and Kaneko-chan talked about their devil business. When I arrived at my door though, there was commotion from inside my apartment. The 3 of us looked at each other before I shrugged and opened the door. We're back, I announced to whoever inside. Oh, Aiz-kun. You brought groceries, huh? Gabriel-san greeted me. What was she doing inside my apartment? The one she talked most was Office, and usually, at this time of the day, Office was in the park, watching over Kuno. No. I heard a familiar cry from Kuno. Huh. So she was here. Get back here, Kuno. What is this I heard from Office that you get other kids crying in the park? Ah, so that was it. My mother is here, I said to Kaneko-chan and Shitori Kaichu. I'm sorry for the noise. It is okay. Hyodo-san, Shitori Kaichu said calmly. I want to meet Senpai's mother. We went to the kitchen and put the groceries in its proper place. After that, we went to the living room. Mom, I'm home. When we arrived, it was to see a familiar scene for me, but a strange sight for my companion. Kuno was crying on my mother's lap as she spanked Kuno while berating her. Kuroka sat on Caesar while being so quiet and unlike herself. Probably waiting in dread for her turn. Office was like her usual stoic expression, but there was an air of uneasiness coming from her, and Gabriel-san was looking at them with smiles. Nothing fazed our beloved angel. Welcome back, Aiz. Now, Kuno. Repeat what I just said to you. She immediately turned her attention back to Kuno. Gyaa. Yes. Yes. A good girl never make other kids cry. Kuno shouted as she cried. Human education never ceased to amaze me. Gabriel-san, please say that you were just joking. But well, she wasn't entirely wrong. Spanking aside from punishment was actually a form of education. If you get spanked then you did something wrong. Honestly, I was surprised. Kuno-chan was so sweet to me that I never consider her as cruel. Me too. Gabriel-san, me too. Hey, Kaneko-chan. You said something about me taming Kuroka. If anything, the one taming her is my mother. Yes. A normal housewife. Taming a devil, a yukai, and a dragon. There was no mother as terrifying as mine. What perfect timing, Mom. Can you make dinner? Sure. Miss my cooking so much. Of course. Oh yeah, make it big. Like, 14 people portion big. I turned into my room. Hold on there. Young man, I felt her hand on my shoulder. Are you asking me to make dinner for 14 people, alone? Crap. I got caught. You're not honestly thinking that, are you? You're going to help me, aren't you? Yes, Mom. Good. She then turned her attention to the 2 new girls that she had never seen before. Era. Who is this, if I may know? Good afternoon, Hyodo-san. Shitori Kaichu bowed her head. My name is Shitori Sauna. I am the student council president of Kuo Academy. It is nice to meet you. Good afternoon, Hyodo-san. My name is Tuju Kaneko. I am Aiz-senpai's underclassman. Kaneko-chan also bowed. How polite. Are you 2 residents in this complex? On the side, I saw Kuroka let out a sigh of relief. My mother was distracted from her next course of action, which was reprimanding Kuroka. Yes, Kaneko-chan answered. Currently I am not, however, I would like to stay here, and if I may have Gabriel-san's time, can we have a discussion about the contract? This would probably make Kuroka angry with me for a while. But this was too good to pass up. Mom, Kuroka's turn hasn't come. After that, I ran to my bedroom, ignoring a shout of, "I see." That came out of Kuroka. First, previous ch14 of 34 next. Chapter 15. I helped my mom prepare dinner. We cooked together a big dinner that I was pretty sure will satisfy everyone. We made pork stew, scrambled eggs, miso soup, beef croquette, and spicy meatballs. Mom also prepared instant spaghetti bolognese when she heard about a resident from Italy. All in all, I think there were enough portions for 14 people. Soon enough, when dinner time came, most of the residents gathered inside my dining room, filling the chairs and making more room to sit when it started getting cramped. At this, my mother sent Gabriel-san a silent glare. Was this the time for newer and bigger dinner table? I admit I hadn't had the time to properly talk with Gabriel-san about the matter. It just went into my head that time. I think if my mother got angry at her, I'll take Gabriel-san's side this time. Kaneko-chan came. Shitori Kaichu had already sat beside Gabriel-san. The fallen angels, except for Rainier-san, also came. Asia-san came several seconds later with Serafal-san not long after that. We waited 5 minutes for Rainier-san, but she didn't come. Was she held on by her job? In the end, we decided to save some for Rainier-san later and ate first. After we finished eating, the leftovers were put on the table and the rest of the dirty plates on the sink. I was about to head to wash it, but my mother's glare halted my movements. It seemed like she wanted to have a talk with Gabriel-san and me. Kuroka, can you wash the plates? She too realized what about to happen, and nodded. Kuroka-san, can I help you wash the plates? Kuno asked her. Sure, was Kuroka's short reply. After that, I sat beside my mother, facing Gabriel-san alone. Kaneko-chan excused herself because she had something to do in her apartment. Serafal-san dragged Shitori Kaichu somewhere outside my apartment, dismissing every shout of, "Oni-sama." Coming from Shitori Kaichu. Maybe they also sensed what about to happen. The 3 newcomers' fallen angel ushered Asia-san because she apparently didn't get the mood. Well, the language barrier wasn't the problem here. I was pretty sure Asia-san wasn't that different from Gabriel-san in that regard from what I've observed. Office, like every important event in my life, was ready beside me. She grasped my hand and looked at me. The usual stoic face of Office radiated an emotion of encouragement. So, Gabriel-san, I have an important question, my mother started. The feeling of dread crept onto everyone involved with the conversation. Why are most of the residents of this apartment having dinner at Issei's? Ah, that's because nobody else can cook. The glare intensified. Gabriel-san almost wilted under my mother's glare. We live in the age where dinner can be ordered and delivered under 1 hour. And you say nobody else can cook? Mom, I tried to interject. Be quiet. I'm not done yet. She turned her attention back to Gabriel-san. You are implying that my eyes, who has a responsibility to attend school and study there, has to make big breakfast and dinner for 13 people every day. That is not a student's job. A student's job is to study. I'm very sorry, Hyodo-san. Don't you say sorry yet. I'm not done. This situation is unhealthy. Huh. Gabriel-san had a confused expression. How can homemade meals unhealthy? If anything, Aiz-kun makes everything healthy. Takeout every day is unhealthy. Stop it right there, Gabriel-san. Don't dig yourself any deeper. Or else you will be buried under my mother's tirade. For Aiz, he's the one making dinner and breakfast. Of course, it's healthy for him. Gabriel-san nodded to herself. Ah, she went further. Gabriel-san, Mom means that me being the cook clashed with my responsibility as a student to study. Cooking for everyone cuts my study time. That's what she meant, right, Mom? My mother nodded. Her glare didn't lessen even one bit. Beside me, Office kept silence, but her eyes conveyed a, "Good job." Thank you, Office-chan. I knew saying that in this situation was no good, so you contort your normal no expression face only for that. I am very moved. Gabriel-san had a look of understanding before it turned into shame. I am very sorry for this, Hyodo-san. Last month, When it was only you 5, I have no problem. But 13 is too much for one person. Even I had to get Issei's help to cut the time. Can you offer me a solution and present it next time I visit, Gabriel-san? Otherwise, I have to take Issei out of this apartment. Gabriel-san looked horrified at that words. Kuroka and Kuno even broke a plate when they heard that, and Office hold on my hand tighter. I bit my lips, anticipating what my mother meant by that. Can you repeat that, please, Hyodo-san? I will take Issei out if you don't have any solution next time I visit. I'm sorry I'm late, the traffic is so bad I had to take a detour and walk here. Suddenly Rainier entered the dining room. Everyone looked at her, who froze at the attention. What? Why is everyone looking at me? Mood Killer of the Year award went to Rainier. Nothing. Rainier-san. What are you doing here? Well, judging from the situation, I'm late for dinner. And I took extra shift just to bring everyone this roasted chickens from my place too. Rainier brought up the bags on her hands. We left some things from dinner if you want. Also, you don't need to do that, we have enough for everybody here, I said as I took the bags and went to the kitchen to put the roasted chicken to the plates. When I went back with the chicken, my mother put a hand on my shoulder. I approve. What? Mom, what did you approve? And what's with that smile? Please elaborate, Mom. Anyway, I'm going home. Remember about our deal, Gabriel-san. She exited my apartment, leaving Gabriel-san in distress, Rainier-san in confusion, and me in puzzlement. What was the last part? Rainier shrugged. She started questioning me before she nodded to herself. I don't know. Anyway, I'll take the dinner to my room, if it's okay with you. Just don't forget to return the plates. I won't. With that, she also left. I turned my attention to Gabriel-san. Gabriel-san, what are we going to do? I like it here. But even so, I can't do anything to defy my mother if she chooses to take me out of here permanently. Gabriel-san gave her usual beautiful smile despite being worried seconds ago. I know, Issei-kun. I also don't want you to fight with your mother over this matter. If she chooses to, then I have to let you go, even though I don't want to. Gabriel-san. And besides, I like having you here, Issei-kun. Too bright. Gabriel-san. Too bright. In an instant, her expression changed back into a somber one. We need a solution for this problem. Kuroka, who sensed that my mother had gone back home, went to the dining table. Office is tucking Kuno-chan. I heard her outburst. What do we need to do? I don't want to be separated from Sharon again. Let's try analyzing the problem. My mother doesn't want me to cook for 13 people twice every day because she thinks it cuts my study time. Well, to be honest, it is. I just never focused on it too much and try to review 1 or 2 lessons from school while usually I have time to read further for the next lesson. The solution is obvious, you just don't have to cook for 13 people twice every day, Kuroka continued. I remember Auntie said that she doesn't mind cooking for 5 people, like before. However, Gabriel-san cut in. Another problem arises if we consider that solution. What will the other 7 do to eat breakfast and dinner? Take out for each of them. It's unhealthy and costs so much. Each and every one of the 7 still has to pay their rent. The 3 of us took our time to comprehend the situation and look for any solutions. The solution was good, but it created another problem, and besides, just cooking for the 5 of us wouldn't sit well with me. It was like stating that I favor only the 4 of Kuroka, Kuno-chan, Office, and Gabriel-san. I like everyone here, and most of those that I hadn't known that much, I tried to get to know them like Asia-san and Rainier-san and her friends. Wait. That was it. Kuroka. Gabriel-san. What about rotation? I stated my solution to both of them. My mother said it's okay to make 5 portions, if I do 1 more, it's okay, right? So we can make a schedule for a rotation, so everyone still has the chance to save money by eating here. Gabriel-san's eyes lit up at that. That's a nice idea, Issei-kun. Kuroka let out a small laugh at that. It's because you want to know them more, right? I nodded. That also was another reason I decided to state this rotation schedule. This way, I can get to know each of the residents here. Then it is decided. Gabriel-san let out a sigh of relief. I thought we had to lost you, Issei-kun. You're important to me. Ah, Gabriel-san, you're making me blush. But it is true, ever since I met you, this half-cocked plan for a peace project is becoming clearer and clearer. One by one, peaceful supernatural people are coming here. You might not have an active hand, but being the foundation is enough for me to be grateful to you, Issei-kun. I'm glad I get to know you. I actually don't know what to say. It wasn't as if I tried to be more than something. All these months, I only tried to be myself. The normal human between the fantastical people. That was right. After knowing some of them, I couldn't refer to them as creatures anymore. They were as much a people as humans are. Thank you, Gabriel-san. In the end, it was the only thing I can utter to the amazing Gabriel-san. Nothing more, nothing less. I was thankful to her for the cheap lodgings that she offered to me and my family. I was also grateful to her because she was so understanding about Kuroka, Office, and Kuno and never asked about them, trusting me to take care of them. You're welcome, Issei-kun. A knock on the door took our attention. Who would visit this time? Gabriel-chan, it's me Livia-tan, can we talk in my place? Serafal-san's voice came from behind the door. It seems like you're needed, Gabriel-san. It seems so, Issei-kun. Thank you for tonight. I will talk about the rotation schedule with the other residents, and try to devise the schedule. After she left, I looked at Kuroka. You're devising the schedule tomorrow. It's a backup if Gabriel-san forgets about it. Who are you kidding? She's definitely going to forget it, Kuroka retorted in jest. We laughed for a while before we went to bed. First previous ch 15 of 34 next. Just chapter 16. The next morning I still made breakfast for 13 people. Even though we had planned to rotate daily, I didn't think Gabriel-san had enough time to tell them all, so I still cooked for everyone. During breakfast though, Gabriel-san said that there would be a new policy in Serene Apartments which was breakfast and dinner rotation. I explained that the decision was made because I didn't want to be seen as favoring anyone. I wanted to know them all equally. Against my better judgment, Gabriel-san had already made the schedule. How unusual for you, Gabriel-san. The schedule looked like this. Rainier-san first, after that Shitori Kaichu, the day after that would be Donasik-san. Next was Serafal-san, and after that would be Kalawarner-san. Kaneko-chan was next, and after her, it was Midelt-san's turn. The last would be Gabriel-san. I looked at her for an explanation. Why did she put her name here? Gabriel-san. I traded place with Asia-chan, she patted Asia-san's head. I'm worried if she had to eat outside. Gabriel-san. Bright light came off her after she said that. Why are you so kind? This was too pure for a lowly human with selfish desires like me. Serafal-san frowned. Then I'll give mine to Satan. She can eat twice. Now Serafal-san, I know you don't want to lose to Gabriel-san, but that defeats the purpose of making a schedule, you know, I interjected, wanting to defuse the situation. If you don't want to lose to Gabriel-san, why don't you cook when it's your time? I suggested to her. Her face lit up after hearing my suggestion. You're right, Issei-kun. Then it's decided. She laughed like an evil villain. This was the girl who cosplayed as a magical girl. Then again, she was a Mao, a leader of Devilkind. It wouldn't be out of place for her to have an evil laugh. Shitori Kaichu looked a little surprised at that before her eyes rested on me. Dangerous, she whispered lowly, but I could still hear that. Complete read of Oni-sama's personality to manipulate her to his liking. Oi, Shitori Kaichu, it was harmless manipulation, nothing dangerous I tell you. And besides, I've dealt with Kuroka and Kuno before. Serafal-san fell under the easy category to read. But, Midelt-san spoke up. She rarely ever spoke during dinnertime when I can see her, so I haven't got the time to know her. You're cooking for them every day, doesn't that means you're favoring them? I blinked, not expected her question. They're my responsibilities. Of course, I have an obligation to feed them and to provide them a home. They're living with me, you know that right? I patted Kuno-chan's head who sat on my thighs. The rest began nodding their heads in understanding, except for Shitori Kaichu. If you don't mind, Hyodo-san, can you tell us how you came to care for Kuroka-san, Kuno-san, and Office-san? Sure. Though it's nothing interesting. I met Office in a park when I was 8. We hit it off and began to hang out together. Kuno I met on a field trip to Kyoto. She crashed into me, Kuroka, in an alleyway after school. I picked her up because she reminded me of my late cat. I only told them the bare bones of our meeting. The meeting between us wasn't something that I wanted to share completely because it was something that I cherished together with each of them. Each of my meetings with them contained important memories. Everyone looked intrigued after my answer. Maybe because how ordinary I told them, since the three-person in question was anything but ordinary. Speaking of which, Kuno-chan. It's been what? 3 years since your mother visited. I suddenly remembered that after my mother visited us yesterday. Mother mentioned that she was busy, that's why she always sent a representative. I haven't asked her about this year. I nodded to myself. I see. I preferred your mother though, rather than Karasu Tengu. That guy is too strict. Kuno nodded. Yes, Karasu Tengu-san always nagged at me before I lived with you. I can't stand him. Luckily you were there, Eyes Nissan. Now I can live with you. She smiled at me. Looking at her smile, I also smiled. Meeting her truly was a coincidence, but I regretted nothing, even when I had to experience that. Rainier-san stood up from the table. Well, thanks for the breakfast, Hyodo-san. We're off to work. Come on. Donasik, Kalawarner, Mittelt. Have a safe trip, Gabriel-san said. Oh right, Eyes-kun. I have something to do this evening. Can you pick up Asia-chan here from her language course? That was right. Gabriel-san enrolled Asia-chan to a language course for her to learn Japanese. Although multilingual creatures like devils, angels, and fallen angels can understand her, for her to survive in Japan, she had to pick up Japanese for herself. It's the one near that karaoke place, right? Sure. I can do it. Kaneko-chan, can you accompany me after school? I asked Kaneko-chan for confirmation. She nodded and replied with a smile. After we put the dirty plates, Kaneko-chan, Shitori Kaichu, and I walked to Kuo Academy together, with small talks coloring our journey. Despite appearing as a cool, silent, and strict persona, Shitori Kaichu actually had a deep-seething hatred for the inefficiency of bureaucracy, something she said she had only gotten after she became the student council president. I had to admit to her that I seldom dealt with bureaucracy, so I couldn't sympathize with her. Kaneko-chan nodded at my admission. Maybe once you've become a club president, Kaneko-chan. When we've arrived, we went our separate ways. Kaneko-chan was a first year, I was a second year, and Shitori Kaichu was third year. Of course, our entrance together didn't escape the eyes of the whole school. Questions such as what I was doing by walking together with Shitori Kaichu to the school kept coming to me. Naturally, I told them the truth that Shitori Kaichu moved to my apartment complex due to a personal reason and we became neighbors, but as usual, nobody believed me. Sometimes I asked myself, why did I always tell them the truth if they didn't believe it? Oh yeah, because embellishing it would make the situation much worse. As soon as lunch break came, the rumors had turned into something unbelievable. Somehow I knew a big secret that Shitori Kaichu kept and blackmailed her to be a slave to my desire. That was why she and I walked together. As I've experienced before, correcting them wouldn't mean anything, and the rumors wouldn't die down for at least next week or something. So I'd rather ignore the rumors. I ate my soba bread under the stairwell to avoid any unwanted questions. As I bit into the last bite, someone stood over me. Senpai is here. It was Kaneko-chan. Hi, Kaneko-chan, is there something you need? Bushu had something to do after school. Sorry I can't accompany you, senpai. It's fine, Kaneko-chan. Though, I have to ask Shitori Kaichu now. I crumpled the plastic and threw it to the trash can. Kaneko-chan looked so down, which I don't understand. And besides, Asia-san from what I remember likes Shitori Kaichu. It'll be fine. With that said, Kaneko-chan said her goodbye as I went to the student council room, intending to ask Shitori Kaichu. On the way there, I was blocked by Kiryu Aika. She stood on my way with a smile on her face. Hello, Hyodo. Damn it, it was Kiryu. Is there something you need? She took a look at me, her eyes glinting behind the glasses she wore. I just want to see if Hyodo really blackmailed our student council president and forced her to do anything untoward. You know me, Kiryu. What do you think? I think you're not. Besides, You aren't that different from the two pervs. If you got something, you'd brag to the entire school. I might be wrong though. She wasn't entirely wrong. If I get a girlfriend, I would. Not exactly announcing it to the world, but well, bragging to the two perverts was one of the things in the list of things I want to do after getting a girlfriend. Fact is, I don't. So can I be on my way? I need to ask something to Shitori Kaichu. It's important. Asking what? Huh, what's important? From behind me, Saji Genshiro came and glared at me. Behind him were the student council, which I still don't know the name except for Shitori Kaichu and Shinra Fukukaicho. Ah, what a coincidence, Shitori Kaichu. Kaneko-chan had club matters to do, so can you please accompany me after school ends? Shit. My tongue slipped when I saw Shitori Kaichu. There was no way this wouldn't be an even bigger shitstorm. There were gasps of surprise from everyone in the vicinity. Alright, eyes, master of crowd control, start damage control now. I mean, I continued after the surprised murmurs. I can't speak Italian, so there will definitely be a misunderstandings or two when I need to take Asia-san back to the landlady. There. The situations would be all clear after this. Ah, I see. Yes, I would love to converse with Asia-san more. Unfortunately, Tsubaki and I also need to do something for Rias after school, so I can't. Momo. You're free, right? Can I entrust this to you? Said girl, which was the white-haired cute one, looked bewildered. It's not something outrageous. One of the resident in the complex is an Italian, and our landlady asked Hyodo-san to pick her after her Japanese language course end. If I recall correctly, you're learning Italian in your spare time, right? Shitori Kaichu elaborated using a cover so that the bystander would not get suspicious. However, it seemed that Momo-san didn't get what Shitori Kaichu meant. Huh. A few seconds later, her eyes lit up with understanding. Ah. Yeah, I'm learning Italian. Meeting a native Italian, this would be so much fun. Shitori Kaichu nodded. Very well. Thank you very much, Momo. Your time will be compensated by me, as it is my responsibility. Come, everyone. The bell will be ringing soon. Following her advice, I also went back to my classroom. Momo-san. Huh, I've never talked to her before. She was obviously a member of Shitori Kaichu's peerage. Actually, what was her full name? It would be rude to call her Momo-san from the start. Well, this was a work for the walking encyclopedia of women's three size that was Motohama. When I arrived in my class, I walked to him. Hey, Motohama, do you know a white-haired girl from student council? Motohama fixed his glasses as he smirked. Fufufu. Hanakai Momo. 925489. Do you need more? No, that's enough. I just want to know her name. What do you need that for, anyway? She's quite beautiful, and she got nice racks. Nothing concerning you, Motohama. If I said something about walking together after school with her, then Motohama would probably lynch me to death in an instant. So I would rather play it safe. Wiki didn't list her measurement, so I took a guess. First, previous ch 16 of chapter 17. As I was about to exit my classroom after school, Hanakai-san had already waiting for me outside, leaning on the wall with her eyes closed. Hanakai-san, I greeted her. She opened one of her eyes and looked at me, waving my hand. Hyodo-san, she greeted me back. We walked side by side as we exited the school. When we were out of school, Hanakai-san began to speak. So you already know about us, then? Yes. I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but I really need your help. I can't speak Italian, so I need your help in talking with Asia-san. Just talk with her about anything. She just raised her eyebrow. Okay. I can do that. Speaking of which, what is your relationship with Kaichu? I sighed. Why do people won't believe me when I say we're just neighbors? Well, I don't know about the others, but for me suddenly having Sona Kaichu and Tuju-chan moving into your apartment complex seems unbelievable, Hanakai-san explained skeptically. Both have very personal reasons that I shouldn't say. You would need to ask them yourself. And you somehow know these personal reasons. I stopped near a vending machine and put my money into it. Clicking the orange juice one, I grabbed it when it came out. Want one? Thank you. Strawberry one please. I clicked the strawberry juice and after I took it I gave it to Hanakai-san. Consider it part of my thanks. And to answer your question, I sucked the straw and gulped the orange juice down. I was there for both of them, so whether I want or not, I was bound to know about it. I see, was Hanakai-san's reply as she emptied the juice box. I don't know what business Shitori Kaichu has with Grimori Senpai, but you'll probably know the reason why Shitori Kaichu moved to that apartment complex if you come with me there. Should I be worried for my chastity? She hugged herself, a disgusted look on her face. Nah, I'm not interested. Not that you're not beautiful or anything. And besides, what can I do to you with the people there? Many lewd things, was her sharp reply. That was a rhetorical question, and you clearly haven't been there. I let out a small smile. With the number of people stronger than me in the complex, what can I truly do? Even little Kuno has her inherited skills from her mother. Hey, if Gabriel-san was truly serious about the project, then she needed to bring more normal humans. I refuse to be the only weak mortal there. Nonetheless, I'm not inviting you to stay the night or even dinner. Just to see the sights. That came out wrong. Damn my mouth. Hanakai-san actually laughed at that. After hearing that, I might stay for dinner, do you mind? I don't mind, it's just that we at the Serene Apartments just had a rough day. Dinner for you might be awkward. Today's schedule was for Rainier-san, and having two unknowns from hostile races would be bad. Though I was confident Rainier-san wouldn't try anything. How about this? I'll let you know there if you can have dinner or not. If it's like that then I'd rather not. Suit yourself, I replied. We've arrived at the Japanese language school that Asia-san attended. It was a small one, but close enough to the apartment complex that Gabriel-san wouldn't be lost when she took Asia-san here. I nodded to myself. That was probably what made Gabriel-san chose this place. I talked to the receptionist, asking if Asia Argento had finished her class. Turned out Asia-san was waiting for us in the lobby. So without further ado, we went to the apartment, all the while Hanakai-san keeping a conversation with her. Once or twice Asia-san clasped her hands in prayer. Stop that, Asia-san. That was a devil you're talking to. Alas, whatever I said to her wouldn't be understood. Hanakai-san felt headaches every time Asia-san did that. Hyodo-san. Is it really true that you're living with several other supernatural beings? Ah, Asia-san. I wanted to keep it as a surprise for Hanakai-san. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. I want to keep it a surprise for everyone who comes there. The answer is yes, I am. Aren't you afraid? Even as a devil, I would be. Who are you living with, in the first place? Now that would be telling, I smirked. Let her be surprised by the people living there. Hanakai-san pouted. Come on, Hyodo-san. I am curious. Seeing that expression on her face actually made me think she was really cute. Sheesh, I was weak to this kind of coercion. Alright, I guess we can pick someone on the park first before we went to my apartment complex. Who? Hanakai-san asked. Meanwhile, Asia-san's eyes lit up with understanding. Huh. She recognized several words I spoke. Huh. I gave Asia-san a thumbs up, which she replied with a smile. She then proceeded to speak to Hanakai-san, which forced her to concede her curiosity and answered Asia-san. Hey, Hyodo, Hanakai-san spoke to me after several minutes talking with Asia-san. I can see why Kaichu would like her. She's very likable. Despite rarely communicating with her, I can also see how likable she is. I nodded to myself. Does this mean Kaichu is looking for a new peerage member? It would be nice if it is, Hanakai-san said as she put her finger to her lips. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Hanakai-san. Asia-san is living in Serene apartment with other people. I doubt they would appreciate your master in reincarnating someone like Asia-san. Gabriel-san would definitely object. She was really fond of Asia-san. She doted on her like how my mother did when I was a child. That makes me even more curious. Damn it, Hyodo. I just laughed at her answer. Look, we've arrived at the park. In the afternoon, the park was full of children playing and their parents watching them with a smile on their face. Amidst the children, I was looking for one particular child. There. Kuno was playing on the sand with Office watching her from behind. Because I didn't want to disturb Kuno, we approached Office first. Yo, Office-chan, I greeted her with a wave of my hand. She turned to look at me before she waved back. Hanakai-san gasped in surprise, and I grinned as I looked at her bewildered expression. I told you would be surprised. Hyodo-san. Her suppressed power is enormous, is she? I nodded to answer her unasked question. She lived with me, yes. Is there something wrong? Hanakai-san kept looking at me, and then to Office, and then to Asia-san, and back to me, her mouth opened in surprise. I enjoyed her freak out immensely. Ah, I forget the introduction. Hanakai-san, do you want her race or her title? I asked with a grin. Race, please. I don't think I would accept her title easily. This is Office-chan. She's a dragon. And since I'm generous, I'll tell you her title. I grinned. Former caretaker of me, caretaker of Kuno. At this, Hanakai-san looked annoyed. Nonetheless, I continued. Former leader of a terrorist organization, Ouroboros Dragon, Infinite Dragon, and the most important title, former big sister. Hanakai-san went white as a sheet. What's wrong, Hanakai-san? She clasped her hand and bowed to me. Please don't tell anything about what we just spoke of, Hyodo-san. I would be very grateful to you. Ah, she was referring to her casual speak of making Asia-san a devil. I told you before, Hanakai-san. Luckily I was a generous man, so I'd promise you that. I nodded. Don't worry, Hanakai-san. It was just a joke, yes. Yes, it was a joke. I laughed. Asia-san didn't get what we were talking about, so she just looked confused, while Office didn't care. After 5 minutes of looking at Kuno playing with other kids, which basically was just other kids following her leads. She might be a kid, but she had the charismatic presence of a leader. Must be one of the things she got from her mother. And this actually made me think that the kid she made cry was just someone who didn't follow her lead. Kuno demanded loyalty and that kid didn't give it. Still didn't make it right though, even if I understood the thought process. Anyway, Kuno-chan noticed us and ran towards us, tackling me in a hug. Eyes Nissan. Kuno-chan, I replied as I patted her head in care. How are you today? The lessons are boring. I already understood it all. And my friends here keep me entertained. We also have a cooking class, but I didn't make any for you, Eyes Nissan. Please forgive me. She excitedly told me her day. I see. Eyes Nissan, what are you doing here? I'm picking Asia-san up for the landlady. When I realized the park you love to play is near, I came here. Say hello to Asia-san and my friend Hanakai-san. Kuno bowed to both. Good afternoon Asia-san, it's nice to meet you Hanakai-san. Hanakai-san is in Shitori Kaichu's peerage. Nice to meet you too, Kuno-chan. She shot me an incredulous look. Is she also not normal, Hyodo? What are you doing announcing my allegiance like that? I ignored her in favor of Kuno. Say, Kuno-chan, your friends are waiting for you. If you want to come home, at least talk to them first. Wouldn't want to disappoint them, right? I said to her. The kids were looking at us, especially Kuno, in surprise. Right. She did what I just suggested. I took that time to answer Hanakai-san. Despite being young, Kuno is important. By announcing your allegiance, I had put you under her category of future allies. She likes your master, I explained to Hanakai-san. She's important. How? I looked at Office, who just shrugged, leaving it to me. Do you want her race or title? Even if I choose one, you'd still reveal the other to see my surprised expression, wouldn't you? Hanakai-san glared at me with an annoyed expression. You're adaptable, Hanakai-san. If you someday choose to move to Serene apartment, you would fit right in. Assuming I want to move into the same apartment complex as you. But there are other people as well, such as Kaneko-chan and Shitori Kaichu. We're off topic. Regardless of what you think now, I'm just stating it. Several people like Grimori-senpai needs to be more adaptable first, I elaborated. You're saying Grimori-senpai had visited it? Oh right, Tuju-san is there. Makes sense. Back to topic. Why is Kuno-chan important? I blinked. Oh right. She's a fox yukai. As for her title, I saw Kuno-chan bid her goodbye to her friends and rushed to me. Eyes Nissan. I caught her in an embrace and picked her up on my arm. Want a piggyback ride, Kuno-chan? She shook her head. My friend says something about bridal carry. I want to experience it. I smiled. Well, Well, for you to want a bridal carry, little Kuno has grown up, huh? I am not small anymore. Kuno has grown up. Yes, you have, Kuno-chan. Yes, you have. I carried Kuno-chan in bridal carry as per her request. Everyone took that as a cue to go to the apartment. Oh, I almost forgot. Hanakai-san, the one I'm carrying right now is Kyoto's princess. For me, though, she's just little Kuno-chan. I couldn't see her expression, but that statement from me actually made Hanakai-san stumbled and fell to the ground. I couldn't help but laugh as she groaned in pain. First, previous ch17 of 34 next. Chapter 18. When we've arrived back home, we immediately went to my apartment. Before we entered, I put down Kuno and turned to Hanakai-san. So, do you want to enter? I asked her while opening the door. I think I would rather not, if it's okay with you, Hyodo-san. She shook her head. It's okay. I don't mind. Oh look, I answered as I entered my apartment. Shitori Kaichu is here. The landlady is here. Kaneko-chan is here. And so is many other people I don't recognize from their shoes. What's going on? Huh. What did you say? Kaichu is here. Didn't she said she had some business with Ria-sama? Yes. I counted the unfamiliar pair of shoes that was placed neatly on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 other people are with them. 3 pairs are probably Grimori Senpai's, Himahima Senpai's, and Kiba-san's, and if Shitori Kaichu and the Occult Research Club are here, one of them probably is Shinra Fukukaiku's. The other 2, they're high-class shoes. I doubt students can afford it. My observation was met with an incredulous stare from Hanakai, admiration from Kuno, and an apathetic nod from Office. Asia-san just stood there in confusion. I'm sorry, Asia-san, but do your best with your lesson and I can talk however much you want me to you. Let's just go inside. This is my apartment, after all. When we entered the living room, it was to see Shitori Kaichu, Shinra Fukukaicho, Gabriel-san, and a beautiful lady in a maid outfit. They were looking at the 2 opposite sides of the Occult Research Club and one blonde man. I'm home. Where's Kuroka? Everyone's attention turned to me and those behind me. You don't need to be shy, Hanakai-san. Look, Shitori Kaichu is here. Hanakai-san's response was just a low whisper. What do you mean by don't need to be shy? Don't you realize how many super beings are here? She's the ultimate queen, Graphia Lucifuge. And, that amount of holy aura. For some reason even with 8 devils here, her holy aura was the dominant one. Hyodo, what have you gotten me into? I just grinned. See, what did I tell you? You'd be surprised, right? It's not a surprise. It's terrifying. Asia-san immediately went to Gabriel-san to talk. Office just took a seat on the free seat, which was coincidentally the one besides the blonde man. Kuno and I took a seat near Gabriel-san while at the same time Hanakai-san kept glaring at me in fright. Ah, Aiz-kun. I put Kuroka in charge of buying several cakes for our guests. But it seems that she hasn't come back. I see. And what is happening here? Gabriel-san just laughed sheepishly, which didn't make her laugh any less mesmerizing. Gabriel-san. It's not me this time, Aiz-kun. This is a favor from Serafal. And what? And why are you all here? They're devils. Gabriel-san smiled at me. I sighed, expecting that answer. As what has been said before, Gabriel-san's room was full of holy artifact that I didn't think devil would be able to survive. Meanwhile, this room was a neutral room since I had a devil, Yukai, and a dragon living here. Fine. Do whatever you want. Rotation still on. Gabriel-san nodded, and it was a cue for me to change my clothes and relax in my room. A sentence coming from the blonde stopped me on my track. And who is this annoying bug? Before anyone could answer, I had already answered. This annoying bug is the one living in this house. If you're not satisfied, you can go out. I won't miss you. I hated arrogant people. I hated arrogant people who took a jab at me even more. Why, you little Razor-sama. Cease your action or else I have to take actions, the maid spoke. It told me her stance on whatever this matter was. She was a third party. What was Hanakai-san said about her? Ultimate queen. Queen of what? She then turned to me. Greetings, Hyodo-sama. My name is Graphia Lucifuge and I am the arbiter of this meeting. Please forgive Razor-sama's act just now. We are very thankful that you lend this room for our meeting. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, can I go? Actually, Hyodo-san, this time it was Shitori Kaichu who spoke to me. I am here representing my sister who cannot attend this. She had asked for Gabriel's permission, but in her carelessness, she hadn't asked yours. I ask you, can you please attend this meeting so that you can understand the matter at hand? After that, I will pose you the question that my sister, Seraphal Leviathan, forgot to ask you. Shitori Kaichu then bowed to me. Please, Hyodo-san. Well, now this made the situation more awkward than necessary. I scratched the back of my head. Can you stop bowing to me, Shitori Kaichu? It feels weird. Also, what is this question she forgot to ask me but asked Gabriel-san? Shitori Kaichu smiled as she raised herself. That is for after the meeting its end. So the meeting officially started. It seemed that they were waiting for me to come. Normally I would just tune out something that bore me, but for Shitori Kaichu's sake, I'll pay attention just this once. Graphia-san began talking about a union between Grimoire House and Finek's house. I see. A union between houses would only mean one thing. So this blonde arrogant bastard was from Devil's House of Finek's, and their family agreed to marry Grimoire-senpai and him. I felt bad for Grimoire-senpai. With that furious expression on her face every time the word union was spoken, I would assume she didn't like the arrangement. Then after that, Graphia-san began talking about the solution provided by both houses if one of them wanted to annul the marriage. It was a rating game match. I had to raise my hand and asked what was rating game and got a proper explanation which took 15 minutes. However, it seemed that Grimoire-senpai's brother was influential enough that he intervened, saying that the solution provided was unfair and proceeded to propose his own solution. And I didn't need to guess that the solution proposed by Grimoire-senpai's brother was for Rias Grimoire and Razor Fineks to live here in the apartment complex until Grimoire-senpai finished her education in the human world if they accepted the engagement. Grimoire-senpai's brother said that it would give them time to fall in love with each other. There was a silence after Graphia-san finished her explanation. I object. Surprisingly, both Grimoire-senpai and Fineks spoke as one. They looked at each other and Grimoire-senpai grimaced. I object having to be wed to him. Wow, what a straightforward rejection. I would feel bad for you, Razor Fineks, if you weren't a jerk. I object having to live in the human world just to be wed to her. Well, fuck you too then, devil. Not that I want to live in Underworld either. Then, Razor-sama, if you object living here, then all you need to do is wait until Rias-sama finish her schooling. And Rias-sama, if you object your wedding with Razor-sama, the offer for rating game is still up. Another silence fell onto the room. Grimoire-senpai was about to speak up, but Shitori Kaichu beat her to it. Don't do anything rash, Rias. Fine. I accept having to live here with Razor. The distaste in her voice was very clear to anyone who heard it. This wasn't an ideal solution for Grimoire-senpai because, in the end, this arrangement was just delaying the inevitable. Your answer is accepted, Rias-sama. Graphia-san then turned towards the blonde jerk. Have you decided on your answer, Razor-sama? Remember, you have one chance to try living here for one day if you accept. If by the end you didn't find it desirable, you can rescind your decision and the marriage will be on hold until Rias-sama finished her education. I'm gonna try for one day. That answer put a grimace on Grimoire-senpai's face. Living here might not be bad, especially if the women are as cute as you. Razor put a hand on Opha's chin. I tried so hard to stifle my laugh but failed to do so. From the corner of my eyes, I also saw Grimoire-senpai grinned. The rest's reaction varied, but mostly they had satisfied expression. Probably because the jerk was about to get his just desert. Before Razor's hand even touched Opha's, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became several degrees colder than before. Opha's neutral expression turned into annoyance, and she glared at the blonde jerk. Then, Opha's exerted pressure so hard it made Razor fell to his knees. I don't like to be touched. Except Isis. I couldn't help it. I laughed so hard it made Grimoire-senpai laughed as well. What is it, you lowly bug? Nothing. It's just, flirting with someone out of your league would do that to you. I actually heard a breath of relief from Hanakai-san when the pressure around the room receded. As expected from the former leader of a terrorist organization. Razor then tried to approach Asia-san, but he faltered when Gabriel-san smiled at him. No, it wasn't a terrifying smile. It was Gabriel-san's ultimate move, the serene and beautiful smile so pure that anyone would hesitate to do anything to deprive her of her smile. I frowned when the jerk approached Kuno. I see a cute girl who will grow into a beautiful woman. Fuck off, bastard, I caught his hand as he tried to touch Kuno. No way would I let someone like you touch little Kuno-chan. Playing night, you little bug? Razor asked me. Suddenly after that, his hand caught fire. It burned my hand who still prevented him to touch Kuno and holy shit it hurts. It fucking hurts. What's wrong? Can't take the hit. Cries of outrage came from everyone. In the end, Graphia had to pull Razor from me. Asia immediately used her sacred gear to heal my hand. But that wasn't what I was concentrating. I was glaring at the devil in front of me. Touch her, and you'll be dead. Razor actually laughed at my threat. Dead. I'm the immortal Phoenix. And you, a lowly human, dare to threaten me. What can you even do to harm an immortal like me? I didn't answer. I just glared at him. No answer. I am just a human. I can't do anything to you. However, I also won't do anything to you as long as you keep your filthy hand off Kuno-chan. In the end, because facing him off was not feasible for a human like me, I offered him an olive branch. Fine. But say something about filthy hand once more and I'll burn you to crisp. The atmosphere was tense. Luckily we have the airheaded Gabriel-san. Alright, so Razor-san and Rias-san would live here with us, yes. I hope everyone can get along. Shitori Kaichu then looked at me. Hyodo-san. About the question. It's about whether they can stay here or not, right? Well, it's not my decision but Gabriel-san's, I am just a resident here. Shitori Kaichu shook her head. No. What Oni-sama forgot to ask was, would you mind cooking for them? Ah, so that was it. I didn't know if Grimori-senpai can cook or not, but for the blonde bastard, chances were he couldn't. Rotation. Take it to Gabriel-san. That was my answer. Shitori Kaichu bowed again. Thank you for the answer, Hyodo-san. Now here's your key. You get a 2-bed room since I couldn't encourage consummate before marriage, could I? Gabriel-san asked with a smile. Reluctantly, Razor took it. Now for some quick rundown of rules and norms. Since nobody else can cook as good as Aiz-kun, breakfast and dinner will be rotated between each resident in here. Everyone else needs to get their own dinner. As for the schedule, I still have to modify it with the addition of you two. Next, for the rules. The most important one is to keep the peaceful atmosphere here. Failure to do so will result in expulsion. That's it. Everything else you can just read the brochure I will give you later. Graphia-san then ended the meeting. Since I had nothing else to do, I helped Kuno with her homework. Kuno was smart, but she really hated math. I repeatedly told Kuno that as a future leader she had to deal with numbers, so hating math would just make her undependable in the future, but she didn't relent and kept hating it. When the clock displayed that it was 5, it was time for me to cook. As I moved towards the kitchen, one thing was on my mind. Kuroka, where the hell are you buying the cake? The meeting had ended already. First previous ch18 of 34 next. J chapter 19. Hanakai-san didn't stay for dinner. She said she had enough excitement and surprise for one day and decided to leave. Of course Gabriel-san didn't waste the chance to promote Serene Apartments to her. Kuroka came back bringing 2 boxes of cake. We decided to give it to Gabriel-san since it was bought using her money. Rainier-san came back in time for us to eat dinner together, during which the 6 of us had a small chat, specifically regarding Rainier-san. Apparently, she was in love with her boss, a fallen angel named Azazel who was the leader of Grigori. She admitted this with a small blush. In return, I admitted that I once had an unrequited crush on a girl my age in school, which ended badly when she knew I was a pervert. Kuroka commenting here and there about some of my foolish mistakes in my past also kept the situation warm. I promised her the next time we had dinner together we would talk more about us. I got the feeling she was still quite wary of Ophis, who kept silent since the start of dinner. Maybe I could share some silly stories about Ophis next time. After we washed the dishes together, Rainier-san bid us good night. Being the good host, I escorted her to the door. When I was about to close the door, though, I saw something weird on the door next to me, which was Gabriel-san's apartment. The layout of the resident was basically like this. Gabriel-san was in room 201 along with Asia-san. I was next to her on 202. These two rooms were bigger apartment than normal. Mostly because I had Kuno, Office, and Kuroka with me. 203, which was next to me, was Kaneko-chan's room. Then Serafal-san had 301, which was also bigger because she didn't want to lose to Gabriel-san. Rainier-san at first had 204, but after Midelt-san, Kalawarner-san, and Donasik-san came, they moved to apartment room 302. Shitori Kaichu chose apartment room 205 because as a devil, being given a room which previously used by a fallen angel would not be a good move to spread peace. Anyway, I approached Gabriel-san's door and picked the weird thing, which were actually money. I knocked on Gabriel-san's door, intending to give the money back to her. Ah, Aiz-kun. What are you doing here? Gabriel-san greeted after she opened the door. She yawned and covered it with her mouth. Must be a tiring day for her. Here, I found this money in front of your door. I gave the money to her. Gabriel-san blinked before her eyes widened. Ah, this is the money for the hamburger I ordered for dinner. What is it doing here? Is it hamburganero? I asked her, trying to analyze the situation. She nodded. Ah, then it was probably not the usual driver doing the delivery. I picked up my phone from my pocket and quickly dialed Hamburganero's old man. After a few seconds, the old man answered. Hamburganero. Is there something that we can help? Old man. It's me, Aiz. You sent a new driver here without warning, didn't you? Ah. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Aiz-kun. Our usual driver isn't available, so we had to assign someone else. What did he do? He came back with a panicked expression and I half tempted to ask him what was wrong, but I was afraid I would have sent some wrong signals to him. Sid is a guy. He left the money here. Probably fainted after Gabriel-san thanked him or something. Must be a lonely virgin. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. So savage, Aiz-kun. Never thought of you to be the type. It's true. Some days ago we had the police coming here with a notice that a trail of unconscious men was behind Gabriel-san. When I took a quick look at Gabriel-san, she actually pouted. The cuteness of the sight actually drew a sharp intake of my breath. Aiz-kun. Sorry, old man. Anyway, do you want to take the money now or tomorrow? We're about to close. I'd rather you bring it tomorrow. Thank you. Good night, old man. Night. I pressed the end call button. After that, Gabriel-san and I just looked at each other. Aiz-kun, please let's not talk about that incident again, okay? She put her hand together on a begging gesture. Sure. But you need to stop inciting incidents like that in the first place. It's not like I meant to do it. In the end, we laughed because of the ridiculousness of the situation. Though, we had to restrain our laugh because it was already night time. Here is the money, Aiz-kun. I'm trusting you with it. Gabriel-san handed me the money. I took it with my hand. I'll bring it to the old man tomorrow. Good night, Gabriel-san. Good night, Aiz-kun. After that, I went to my room and fell asleep. Office woke up from her slumber. Everywhere around her was dark and quiet. She blinked. Oh right, she was inside her closet in Aiz's apartment. Office opened the closet and went out. Aiz was sleeping with Kuno and Kuroka clinging to him. A small smile was on her face. Seeing Aiz peacefully like this made her happy. She then frowned when she remembered the new devil who burned Aiz's arm. He harmed Aiz. When that devil touched her, she was annoyed. When he burned Aiz's arm, she was angry. Her anger will be sated tonight. There was something who dared to hurt Aiz. Aiz had never been harmed after she made her silent vow to never let him be hurt by something ever again. That devil dared to break her 6 years of work. He would pay. I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard a big crash. It woke me along with Kuroka. Fortunately, it didn't wake Kuno, who still clung to me in her sleep. Did you hear that? I whispered to Kuroka lowly because I didn't want to wake Kuno. Kuroka just nodded. I gestured to her to stand first. She rolled the blanket off and stood away from the bed. I had to slowly pry Kuno off before I can stand up. Office isn't disturbed. We're lucky, I commented after I saw Office's closet door was still closed. That's quite a big crash. I wonder if it also woke the others, Kuroka replied me as she nodded to my comment. Let's go see. When we opened the door outside, I saw Gabriel-san was already running towards the stairs. Kuroka and I looked at each other unsurely, before we shrugged and followed Gabriel-san. Apparently, it also woke Kaneko-chan because before we took the stairs to go the third floor, she opened the door. What was that? I don't know. Gabriel-san is running to the third floor. After that, we immediately went to the third floor, only to see Serafal-san and the fallen angel's door to be opened but the light was still off. The fourth. Kuroka suddenly said. Bushu. Wait, Grimori-senpai and that bastard of a devil occupied the fourth floor. It made sense when I remember that Gabriel-san assigned them together. We ran up to the fourth floor, to see all the residents looking at the destroyed room of 401. The door was missing chunks of its part, the glass window near the door was broken. From the missing door, everyone could see that the insides were a mess. Turned sofas, broken table, and in the middle of it all was an angry Grimori-senpai who held some kind of reddish-black energy ball while glaring at Razor. Razor himself had a terrified expression on his face, and he was actually hugging a pillow. What is happening here? Gabriel-san asked the question in everyone's mind. Immediately, Grimori-senpai replies furiously, this guy's been touching me. And I'm saying I was touching you because I want to wake you up. Razor defended himself. I can't stand sleeping in the same room with him. Now, let's talk about it with cool heads, should we? Serafal-san helped Gabriel-san taking control of the situation. Was this the infamous Serafal Leviathan, in charge of foreign affairs in Underworld? She was really different from her usual bubbly self. It was like she had a mental switch. Can I request a move? Grimori-senpai asked, now feeling calm. Part of the agreement is to live together. Serafal-san shook her head. They needed to live in the same apartment, otherwise, they would be treated as breaching the agreement. Grimori-senpai looked disappointed. Like I said, Rias. I'm not touching you to do inappropriate things. I have 15 other girls ready if I want to. No, I was frightened. Ever since dinner, I kept feeling restless. I couldn't sleep because whenever I closed my eyes, that feeling always comes back with force. Gabriel-san looked interested. Maybe you're not accustomed to human world's environment. I personally have never visited the underworld, but from what I heard it's radically different from the human world. Serafal-san shook her head. It is different, yes. But not to this extent. Razor-kun, what did you eat last night? We have instant pasta for dinner because we lack any groceries. If it's from the food, then I'd feel it too. They continued talking to determine what was the source of Razor's discomfort. I didn't join in, not because I couldn't offer anything, but because I knew the source. It was just that I don't want to accept it. Slowly and not drawing any attention, I slipped back and went to my apartment. I opened the closet where Office usually slept to find her not sleeping but looking at me with a smile. Eyes. What is it? That was it. That smile was the confirmation of what I feared. Razor's issue was something that former enemies of Office had experienced, so I knew the symptoms. It was Office's way to make people she didn't like suffer. It was partially developed because of me. I disliked Office's penchant for violence, so she tried to change her methods. But instead of getting softer, it became even crueler in my eyes. Did I regret it, though? I could certainly say that I didn't. Office's past was a mistake on her part, and there were no decent people she associated before. Whenever we encountered them, Office's aura of terror made them keel over instantly, and it also meant less bloodshed in this world. I want to know why you harass Razor Phoenix. I knew the who and how, but I didn't know the why. What was her motive here? Office didn't immediately answer, and just looked at my hand. He hurt you, she blurted out in a deadpan. It was over instantly, and Asia-san healed me immediately afterward. There's no lasting scar either, so I consider it fine. So that was her reasoning. I could understand it a little, but even so, terrorizing Razor all night was kind of cruel for just that. That is not it. I keep you unharmed for past 6 years. That devil broke my record. Ooh. Damn, Razor, you fucked up big time. Like what Ophis said, I have never been harmed by anything supernatural in elements since that incident 6 years ago. While I wasn't self-conscious about it, Ophis kept me unharmed all this time and was angry that her record was broken by Razor. This was bad. If I didn't run damage control now, that Razor Phoenix's life would be over. He was a fucking jerk that I hate, but as someone who knew his soon-to-be executioner, I would rather not him suffering the torture. I might have never seen Ophis' workings with my own eyes, but I've seen the result and it wasn't pretty. Ophis, I began. Stop it. Tomorrow you are going to apologize to Razor Phoenix. Why? I asked you to give those people in that organization a second chance, and you agreed. Now I ask you to give Razor Phoenix his second chance, please. Ophis and I went into a staring match. I tried to convey my emotion to her through eye contact. Lots of bullshit when people in anime and manga could understand each other through eye contact. However, I think I understand what those characters felt right now. Ophis. This apartment was important to me. This was also important to you, right? I didn't know. If you continued to do what you were doing, then this apartment would be gone. I didn't want it. Initially, Ophis frowned. However, when I promised her I would buy 50 boxes of green tea flavored Pocky the next time I went to a convenience store, she agreed. I should have used the Pocky since the start. First previous ch19 of 34 next. Chapter 20. The next day, as per the schedule, the one who had breakfast in my apartment was Shitori Kaichu. I woke up at 5 a.m. to prepare. Today's menu was just simple miso soup and fried chicken. While I was flouring the chicken, there was a knock at the door. Wait a minute, I washed my hands before I left the kitchen to greet our guest. Behind the door was Shitori Kaichu as expected. What I didn't predict was how early she was. School uniform, neat hair, sharp glance, all present. Good morning, Hyodo-san. Morning, Kaichu. You're early. Today, I held the door, signaling her to enter my apartment. I have some matters to be done in school, so I need to arrive there early, Shitori Kaichu replied as she took off her shoes. Please wait for a little longer. Everyone is still sleeping. Then I washed my hands again and continued flouring the chicken. To make the flour stick to the chicken, first it needs to be rolled in battered egg yolks. After that, flour will stick to the chicken. Slowly, I rolled the chicken in the egg yolks before I buried the slice of chicken in the flour and rubbed it off on one side. Then, I flipped the chicken and did the same to the other side. I heated the frying pan filled with oil and waited until it was hot enough by flouring another slice of chicken. After flouring another 2 chicken slices, the pan was ready. Slowly, to not make the oil crack, which was not an enjoyable experience of my youth, I placed the floured chicken in the pan. The meeting of the floured chicken slices and the oil brought out a pleasing sizzle that filled my ears. Too much oil could result in a cholesterol, but one of the reasons I enjoy cooking for other people was because of this. I repeated the process of flouring and frying it until there were no slices left. After that, I moved the pan to the sink and began cooking miso soup. I also didn't forget to cook the rice, but with the rice cooker I always cooked it an hour before the others woke up. 30 minutes later, the nice smell of rice permeated through the apartment. To me, this smell never got old. As I thought, rice was the best staple food in the world. Other staple foods couldn't compare. It was around 6 a.m. when Kuroka began to wake up and walked like a zombie to the sink to wash her face. This was also the time when Ophis woke up and smelled the food. Kuno usually woke up from the alarm clock that she set at around 6:30. Good morning, Kuroka lazily greeted me. Seemed like last night's problem cut everyone's time of sleep, except Shitori Kaichu, maybe. She looks so refreshed when she entered the room. I brought the breakfast as I exit the kitchen and placed it on the table. Ophis was already waiting. She took a deep breath and savored the smell of the food. Eyes. Ginger. Yup. I added it to spice things up a little bit. The cold air of morning can be neutered by the heat of ginger, you know. Ophis nodded. Gonna wake Kuno up. I want it fast. She got off the chair and went to my room. Kuroka strolled onto the table, still sleepy. She rubbed her eyes cutely to ward off the sleep before she suddenly opened her eyes wide. What's this smell? I added ginger to the miso soup. Seems like it's a good decision. with everyone waking up in the middle of the night and all? Kuroka nodded. Yes, it is. It woke me up instantly. Office then came back to the table with Kuno in tow. Kuno was still yawning, but her eyes widened when she smelled the food. Eyes Nissan. This smell. That was 3 times I've been asked about the smell. My choice was correct. Yes. Now, it was time to eat. I looked at everyone. Kuroka and Office were ready to pounce the breakfast with vigor. Kuno-chan was excited about the food, and our guest was calm. Lee. Huh. I thought Shitori Kaichu was being reserved by keeping her silence, but in reality, she was sleeping peacefully on the table, her face tilted to the side. The rising and falling of her chest indicated that my assumption about her sleeping was true. I guess she was tired after all, I thought with a smile. Sleeping like this, she looked no different than any other normal high school girl. The super strict and serious air she always put up was gone, replaced with the air of vulnerability that drew anyone into it. The thought of leaving her alone had crossed my mind, but in the end, I woke her up by shaking her shoulder a bit. She had said that she'd gotten an appointment in the school, so I would feel bad if I became the reason she was late to her appointment. She woke up without any fight. Her first reaction when she realized she had dozed off at my table was a full-blown blush. Stop that, Kaichu. That was too adorable for my poor heart. The gap mo was so effective when it was you, Shitori Kaichu. Please pardon me, Hyodo-san. I must be a little more tired than I thought. It's okay, Shitori Kaichu. I can totally understand, I replied as I put the bowl containing rice in front of Shitori Kaichu. Speaking of which, Shitori Kaichu, what happened last night after Grimori Senpai and Phoenix-san's shouting match? I felt tired so I went back to sleep. Rias agreed to accompany Razor until he falls asleep, provided that Razor wouldn't touch her for the rest of the day. And then, 5 minutes later, Razor fell asleep. That was probably after I asked Office to stop bothering the blonde bastard. Basically Grimori Senpai gets something from not doing anything, I summarized. That's right. After that, we began eating our breakfast in peace. Kuroka and Office wolfed down the miso soup. Kuno savored the fried chicken slowly because she liked the flavor. Meanwhile, Shitori Kaichu and I ate normally. I finished my breakfast with a cup of warm tea. The feeling of hot water running through my gullet into my stomach was almost sinful. Shitori Kaichu then excused herself, stating once again that she had an appointment at school. As she was leaving, she thanked me profusely for waking her up before she unintentionally missed her appointment. It wasn't a problem, so I replied as such. After that, I washed the dishes and put it back on the rack. At these times, Kuno would prepare herself for school, with myself usually after her. The one who took Kuno to her school was Office. I was so glad Office had experience in dealing with me that she knew what to do with Kuno because I certainly didn't. Kuno strolled outside my room already wearing her uniform, signaling that it was my time to change clothes. I went to my room and put the blazer and pants on. After combing my wild hair so it looked a little tidy, I set out of my apartment. Kuno and Office had already gone to Kuno's school. Outside my apartment, Kaneko-chan was already waiting for me. Senpai. She greeted me with a yawn. Last night's incident seemed like it cut everyone's time of sleep. Good morning, Kaneko-chan. Let's go. She shook her head. Wait for Rias Senpai. Ah, right. As of yesterday Grimori Senpai also lived with us here in the Serene Apartments. What were the chances that I could live with 3 school idols in the same apartment complex? Apparently big enough if said idols were from the supernatural side and you had dealt with it since you were 8 years old. Sometimes I wanted to thank heaven that I got involved with the supernatural. The number of beautiful women on that side was far much more than the normal side. In fact, the female residents in this apartment were all solid 10s in my book. But then I remember what had happened in my past, and I would take back my thanks. Seriously, kidnapped on a bi-monthly basis, familiar with the feeling of unconsciousness, actually had to go to hospitals, and much more. The worst part was none of them was my fault. I was simply the best kid to take if you were a member of a terrorist organization led by Office to force her to do something. It wasn't until I was kidnapped for the 10th time that Office just decided to kill them all because they always angered her. I had to ask Office to restrain herself so that no more blood was shed that day. Senpai. Kaneko-chan called me. Huh. What? I was lost in thought that I didn't pay attention to what Kaneko-chan said. I said Ria-senpai is here. She pointed at the stairs. I looked to see Grimori-senpai walking down in her Kuo Academy uniform and bags in her hands. Good morning, Hyodo-kun, Kaneko. Good morning, Bushu, Kaneko-chan greeted her club leader. Good morning, Grimori-senpai. So, shall we go, then? I can't imagine what kinds of rumor will spread once they see you walking together with me. Grimori-senpai had a small smile on her face. Well, I don't actually mind. Hearing the absurd rumors were fun. It's not fun at all for me. To this day people keep accusing me of doing something to Shitori Kaichu because we were seen walking together into school. A wild idea just struck me in my mind. Hey, Grimori-senpai. Can I use your status as an engaged person to ward off any rumors? Grimori-senpai frowned at that. Seemed like it was still a sore topic for her. Even Kaneko-chan glared at me in disapproval. That was cruel, senpai. Alright. I am sorry, Grimori-senpai. She shook her head. I'm not offended. Actually, even though I dislike this arrangement, saying that I had already engaged maybe could lessen the number of fan letters and love letters that I get every day. Wow. You got fan letters and even love letters every day? I asked her in wonder. Tons. It was cruel to just throw it all away but too painful to read all the way. I don't know what to do about that for years, she replied with a grimace. Being a school idol sure sounded so rough. Kaneko here also get those, right? Kaneko-chan nodded. I return it to them without opening the letter. That was even crueler. That was a straight up rejection. But wait, aren't most love letters sent without a name? Yes. That short answer actually made me question your kindness, Kaneko-chan. Were you cruel or were you kind? The rest of the way, we talked about the intricacies of love letters. First, previous ch20 of 34 next. Chapter 21. Grimori-senpai, Kaneko-chan, and I took our own paths to class since we were in different grades, but as expected of Kuo Academy's gossip network, another rumor me sinking my claws in Grimori-senpai had already spread. Several. I sat on my desk, looking at the chatterings of my classmates. No doubt they were talking about my entrance with Grimori-senpai. Hey, you people, I'm right here. If you want to know about it just ask me. I shouted in my mind because I didn't want to waste energy doing something like that. I knew what they craved wasn't the truth, but the juiciness of the rumors instead. As expected, Motohama and Matsuda approached me. The interesting thing was when they did, everyone stopped their talk and not so discreetly eavesdropped on us. Those cowards. At least Motohama and Matsuda had the guts to ask me directly. Too bad we were treading on a different path of perversion. If not, I can see that we would be good friends. Hey, Issei. What is this I heard about you coming to school with Rias Onisama? Motohama put his arms around my shoulder. She hasn't told anyone. I feigned ignorance. Told what? This time Matsuda eagerly waiting for me to answer. If she didn't say anything then I guess I shouldn't. It's private matters concerning her family. I was just fortunate to live in my apartment. Motohama just groaned. Don't tell me she also began living there. I nodded. I guess you could say that. Seriously, Issei. Can I move into your apartment complex? Now, this question caught me off guard. Somehow the class went silent after Matsuda's question. Could they move there? I was just a normal resident. I did not decide anything as it was Gabriel-san's job as the landlady. In fact, I would be glad if they start to live there as I am the only normal human there, but would it be fair if their normal life was thrown into disarray for just my selfish desire of not wanting to be alone? Well, nobody would stop you if you want. But in order to properly move there, you need to pass a screening test, and I'm not sure if you're going to pass. Yes. Specifically for the two of them, there would be a test from me. If they failed, then they wouldn't fit in with the crazy supernatural side of the world we were living in, and if I asked Gabriel-san nicely then she would definitely refuse them. Sorry, Matsuda, Motohama, it was for your own good. Yuwu. What is this test, Issei? Not sure if this would be easy or not. But you may come with me after school. I'm going to buy groceries and pay a visit to Hamburgenerl first. After that, we can talk with the landlady about you moving in. Issei. A teary-eyed Matsuda jumped to hug me. If only our way of perversion was not so different. Motohama fixed his glasses, but there were tears moving down his cheek. Luckily after that, the bell rang, signaling the start of the first period. The other people had a contemplative look, probably considering themselves to move into serene apartment, but wasn't brave enough to try the screening test blindly. Joke's on you people, even if you know it, you wouldn't expect it until you experienced it. After all, I'm gonna put Motohama and Matsuda in the same room as Gabriel-san to discuss the matter of moving in. If they fainted, then they wouldn't fit in with the supernatural world. Exposing them to the most beautiful woman was cruel, but that's the beauty of the test. If they can survive, then they could deal with other beautiful women. After school ends, I knocked on the student council room's door with Motohama and Matsuda behind me. The door was opened by Hanakai-san. Oh, it's you. Good afternoon, Hanakai-san. Is Shitori Kaichu available? I'll only take 5 minutes at most, I explained to her. Sure, come in. There were shouts of disapproval from inside, with a male voice being the most vocal. I had a feeling that Saji didn't like me. What did I ever do to him? The bastard. Is it okay if Motohama and Matsuda also come inside? Hanakai-san blinked at what I said. What? What do you mean? She then looked at me. What are they doing here? Even without looking back at them, I knew there were knives stabbing their hearts metaphorically. Hanakai-san didn't even register them the first time she looked. Wait, wasn't lack of awareness like that bad for devils? You should be more aware of your surroundings, Hanakai-san. They are here because. I lowered my voice. Because they wanted to move into serene apartment. I'm taking them to meet Gabriel-san. Uncharacteristically, Hanakai-san laughed out loud that had the entire student council concerned. Is there something, Momo? Shitori Kaichu asked Hanakai-san as she approached us. Ah, Hyodo-san, is there something that I can help you? Subsiding her laugh, Hanakai-san tried to explain to Shitori Kaichu. Though some giggles escaped her. And nothing, Kaichu. It's just. She giggled. The two perverts here are going to meet your landlady. Shitori Kaichu blinked. She then blinked once again. After that, she bit her lip. Was she suppressing her giggle? Not long after that, her neutral expression was back. You two, she addressed Motohama and Matsuda. I wish you the best of luck. Shitori Kaichu, what do you want for dinner? After Hamburgernerl, I'm going to buy the groceries. I am having some cravings for udon. Can you make some? Hyodo-san. To make the noodles from scratch is going to take a long time, and I haven't stocked any dashi last night or the night before. Is it okay if I just buy instant noodles and dashi powder? I asked her back and she answered with a nod. It is fine. I am looking forward to tasting the udon, Hyodo-san. Shitori Kaichu then went back to her desk inside the room. Right, come on, guys, I gestured to Motohama and Matsuda to follow me. We left the school premise quickly but not in a rush. First, I was going to Hamburgernerl first, to pay for Gabriel-san's dinner last night. Despite being reliable at times and clumsy at other times, she still had no self-awareness of her deadly beauty. Motohama and Matsuda asked me many kinds of questions but I always deflected it and just answered with, wait. They quickly shut their mouth at that though there were grits of teeth as well. I enjoyed this, they knew it, and I knew that they knew it. Yo, old man, I greeted him as we arrived at Hamburgernerl. Eyes-kun. Here's 3 on the house, the old man handed me a paper bag as I blinked in confusion. What is this, old man? I'm just delivering the landlady's money. I took a peek inside the bag and saw 3 wrapped hamburgers inside. The old man smiled. It's precisely because of that I give you this now. Say hello to little Kuno and Office, will you? Oh, and that Kuroka too. I'm a little busy so I can't say it myself. Right, here's the money. I brought out the money Gabriel-san trusted to me and gave it to the old man. Thanks. I'll be having words with the new recruits so something like that won't happen again. After that, I gestured to Motohama and Matsuda to follow me once more as I led them towards the nearest supermarket. You a regular there, Issei? Matsuda suddenly asked me. What are you saying, Matsuda? Of course, he is. The owner even gave him 3 freebies. When all he did was delivering some money. Well, It's true, I am a regular. But these, I brought up the paper bag. I guess you can say that the owner is fond of my family. Anyway, Issei, can you tell us about the test? Nice try, but no. The two groaned again as their attempts to make me spill the beans failed. To be honest, I didn't want to say anything, not just because of the amusement when they got to face Gabriel-san, but also to hold back my amusement when I thought what kind of reaction they would make. If I made 1,000 yen bet on fainted, pretty sure nobody in the apartment would take it. We arrived at the supermarket and I grabbed the essential ingredients to make a fine udon. The variant I would make for tonight's dinner is the spicy seafood udon. So I bought chili, pepper, onion, a kilogram of small-sized shrimps, a kilogram of squids, half a kilogram of fish fillet because holy fuck I hate separating fish meats from the bones. Of course, I did not forget to buy the instant udon noodles in a package and the dashi powder. 3 packages actually. Since it can be stored for 2 to 3 months the most, maybe I could use it later if I bought too much. As I look around in the supermarket, I laid my eyes on the green packs of green tea flavored Pocky lining up on the shelves inside. I did not forget my promise to Office. I do not ever want to forget them anymore. Once, I forgot my promise and Office gave me a cold shoulder. 50 packs of green tea flavored Pocky entered the trolley. Motohama and Matsuda didn't just follow me, they also bought something for themselves. Motohama bought a lot of cup noodles, the one who had ridiculous advertisements on television. Meanwhile, Matsuda just bought a lot of instant coffee. Oi oi, cup noodles and instant coffee were the ultimate neat energy supplement, what were you? Neats. What would your parents say? Anyway, after that, we paid for our things to the clerk and continued our way to Serene apartment. Since I was a little curious, I asked them why they bought the ingredients to be in neat so much. I'm pulling all-nighters trying to finish. Love cut. That's why I need coffee, was Matsuda's answer. Wait, isn't that the famous galja where the heroines are all yandere? Motohama asked for confirmation of Matsuda's statement. What's the appeal of all yandere heroines? Galjas were made to have a variety of girls to cater to all preference. What's the appeal of single preference game like that? I exclaimed in confusion. Nowadays, I rarely played galjas since I was too busy taking care of everyone in the apartment. But back when I lived with my family, all of my consoles and handhelds were full of galjas. My foolish past self even once thought that having a power to see the relationship meter between you and girls were cool. That's what makes it interesting, Matsuda explained. The official source from the developers said that they gathered data and made a research. The research concludes that in a game, people only play for the heroine they prefer. That's why they released this all yandere galja. To be honest, though, I'm 50% on reaching all the endings and the thing that's keeping me interested is actually the protagonist. What's the protagonist like? And why do you like him? We spent the rest of the way in a deep and meaningful conversation about love cut and other galjas in general. This confirmed my thought. I mused that I would be good friends with them had circumstances been different. First, previous ch21 of 34 next. Chapter 22. We were so engrossed in our conversation that we didn't realize we had arrived at our destination. Looking at the large apartment building in front of me, I said to my friends, "Welcome to Serene Apartments." Both Motohama and Matsuda didn't look too impressed with the building. The building itself was not anything special, just your usual apartment building. For a place with such colorful tenants lived, it looked bland from the outside. Gabriel-san said that her brother arranged the place for her. That brother of her had no architectural aesthetic taste. Come in, I gestured them to follow me. Bringing out the door key from my bag, I put it in the lock and twisted it to open the door to my apartment. It was empty. Office was with Kuno. Kuroka went to wherever she wanted to. With how lively it was normally, sometimes I forgot that we each had our own lives. Even Office, when I was younger, led that organization. Actually, what was Kuroka doing now? I hadn't known why she always left the apartment and wander around before, but after Kaneko-chan moved in here she rarely did that anymore, so I just assumed that she had gone to see Kaneko-chan before. But where was she now? Oh well, not that I didn't care, but I'm sure she would be back for dinner. Sorry, it's messy. I haven't had the time to clean up. Please wait here, I'll prepare some tea and snacks. Ah, Issei. Do you have hot water? Rather than tea, I would like to make instant coffee, Matsuda asked me. Sure. The cup's in the cupboard, and the hot water is in the water dispenser, I said to Matsuda while I brew tea. It wasn't any fancy tea, it was just a normal brand tea that you can find in any convenience store. I made 2 cups, one for me and one for Motohama. I opened the packing to find the tea bags inside. I put the tea bag in the cup. Now usually, you just need to pour hot water and it was done. However, since I remember that we still have leftover ginger from breakfast, I think I want to brew it with ginger. First, I peeled it until all the outer layer was stripped off and roasted it in a pan. I once read that roasting the ginger before use brings out a warmer flavor. Then I expertly cut the ginger into small pieces to speed up the dispersion. Next, I placed some ginger in some boiled water. I waited for 10 minutes until it boiled perfectly. I took a sip of the water. The taste of ginger was strong in this one. After that, I added some brown sugar into the water as a sweetener. Normally, people used honey, but I didn't have any, so I substituted it with brown sugar. I simmered it until the sugar dissolved and became one with the water. 5 minutes later, I poured the water into the cup with the tea bag inside. While I wait for the tea to mix, I put the rest of the water inside a bottle for future use. That sweet ginger water was also a good drink, but it was even better with tea. I brought the tea to the living room where Motohama and Matsuda waited. Here you go, Motohama. I'll prepare the test for you too. If you passed, we can talk with the landlady to discuss your residence. Motohama took a sniff at the strong smell of the tea. Ginger. I smiled. You looked like you had a cold, Motohama. Ginger can help you alleviate colds, I explained to him. I know. I just didn't expect you to pay that much attention to me, I guess, he trailed off embarrassed. What was with this yaoi-like situation? Anyway, I'll prepare the test now. Please wait here. You can take the snacks in the jar near the fridge. I left my place to get to Gabriel-san. I knocked on her door twice. Gabriel-san, it's me, Issei. Are you free? The door was opened several seconds later, with Gabriel-san behind it. Issei-kun. Yes, I have no activity for the next 2 hours. Is there something you need? 2 of my normal human classmates want to live here, I explained to her, which immediately made her smile so radiant. That's great. But, I cut her, no matter how much I want to bask myself in that smile. I told them that we have a test. Gabriel-san tilted her head cutely. What test? Issei-kun. It's simple, Gabriel-san, I contained my grin. I had to endure for another 5 minutes. Follow me. We went back to my apartment. I told Gabriel-san to wait outside before I opened the door to see Matsuda sipping his coffee and Motohama eating his cup noodle. Yo, Issei. Alright, guys. Here's the test. Both of them stopped doing what they were doing and switched their attention to me. Landlady-san, I called her. Please come in and greet them with a smile. I suppressed my grin. Oh my. It's rare to see Issei-kun bring his friends from school. Gabriel-san smiled brightly as she entered the living room. I couldn't hold my laughter anymore. I laughed so hard. Who wouldn't when you see Motohama's glasses dropped to the ground, Matsuda's mouth opened so wide, both their eyes had dilated pupils seeing the majestic perfect form of Gabriel-san. Not to mention their auditory sense were assaulted by the angelic warmth voice of Gabriel-san. Is there something on my face? Gabriel-san cutely titled her head, not understanding why I laughed so hard, and the 2 guests went silent. Seriously, Gabriel-san, why were you so innocent? I looked at Motohama and Matsuda, waiting for them to faint. But even after 2 minutes of staring at Gabriel-san, they didn't faint. They didn't say anything. They didn't do anything. They just stared at her. Could it be? They resisted her. Motohama. Matsuda. They snapped out of their trance and glared at me. Damn you, Issei. Matsuda shouted. Yeah, what? I didn't understand why they got angry at me. Don't call us suddenly like that. I was admiring the landlady. Motohama shouted at me. Hey, Matsuda, I can understand, but what the hell do you mean you were admiring her? Your glasses fell off, you dumbass. You wouldn't be able to see her perfectly. Motohama blinked at that. He looked on the ground only to see his glasses there. Ah, so that was it. Gabriel-san's radiant beauty was shining so bright that even myopic eyes of Motohama can comprehend them. Truly, Gabriel-san, your beauty was a terrifying weapon. Gabriel-san giggled, and it succeeded in getting our attention. The three of us forgot about each other and just stared at the giggling Gabriel-san. It is very refreshing to see Issei-kun like this. I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. Being told something like that by Gabriel-san actually made me a little conscious of myself. I rarely got into arguments with Kuroka, Office, or Kuno. Mostly because we knew each other for long that we knew where the boundary of teasing and getting into arguments was. With Motohama and Matsuda, I didn't know where the boundary was. But, I also think it was refreshing to freely shout at someone like that, and that person wouldn't get offended. It needed a different kind of understanding. Anyway, what's this about a test, Issei-kun? Gabriel-san asked me. Right, the test. I shook my head to Gabriel-san's question. They passed it. I see. I don't understand, but it's a good thing, isn't it? Hard to admit, but true. I turned my attention to my two guests. Motohama, Matsuda, you two had faced adversaries that goes beyond what any mortal men could face and came out unscathed. I'm proud of you guys. Motohama and Matsuda looked at each other and shrugged. I don't even know what the test is, suddenly we passed. But anyway, we can talk about moving here, right? I nodded. Yes. Though, I am curious. How were you able to resist Gabriel-san's unearthly beauty? Motohama thought for a second, before he shouted, ah. So that was the test. Damn it, Issei. What did you expect us to do? I was found out. Fainted. Like all other men who laid their eyes on Gabriel-san. Wait, Motohama, what do you mean by that? Matsuda, Issei's test is us surviving the full frontal attack of Gabriel-san's beauty. And we survived. So that's it. Issei, you damn bastard. Hey, if you want to survive living here, you need to survive seeing Gabriel-san smile first. I'm doing you a favor by arranging this test. I defended myself. But you still haven't answered my question, guys. Other men fainted when Gabriel-san smiled at them. How didn't you? Motohama and Matsuda nodded to each other. I see. So that's how it is. I think. No, I know the answer. Matsuda nodded to himself. When men looked at a woman, they have a chance to be attracted by the woman's beauty. We are no different, Motohama continued. The difference is, in the little corner of their hearts, they believe that they have hopes of seeing the beauty for the rest of their lives. That's why men courts women all the time. Matsuda followed Motohama's words. They hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces. But we have no hope. Who wants to be with us? No one. No one, I tell you. Matsuda sobbed. That's why we did not faint. Issei. Motohama then finished their explanation with a sob. Now I felt sorry for them. Sorry, guys. At least you have each other so you won't be lonely. Gabriel-san actually shed a tear after she heard their stories. You were so gentle, Gabriel-san. It's decided. She shouted suddenly, startling the three of us. What? We were wondering what she was thinking. You two can rent here. I approve. Is it okay, Issei-kun? Why were you asking me, Gabriel-san? You were the owner. But I guess, you asked me because you understood that the two of them were just normal humans, right? Was it right for me to condemn their peaceful life and throw it into chaos just because I didn't want to be the only normal human here? What would their reaction even be when they knew the truth? I guess this kind of fear was normal. Usually, I wouldn't let any other people here easily. But if it was the two of them, I could imagine what kind of weekend night we might do, and honestly, I was looking forward to it. Yes, Gabriel-san. It's fine. Yes. Woohoo. Shouts of joy came from the two of the new residents in Serene apartment. Well, you two can talk it in detail with Gabriel-san. I'll prepare dinner. I was about to go to the kitchen when Motohama called me. Hey, Issei. Need any help? I stopped myself. Did I just hear it right? Did Motohama just offer to help me cook? I approached Motohama and rested my head on his shoulder. Why did I only bring you here now, Motohama? Of course, I would be glad if you want to help. I cried on his shoulder. To hell with any embarrassing remarks, I was just glad that somebody wanted to help me. Kuroka didn't count because she was still learning and I had to supervise her, so it wasn't like I got helped much. Motohama averted his eyes and with reddened cheeks, he replied, well, I just want to thank you, I guess, but why are you crying like that? Nobody who lived in this apartment complex can cook decently. I shouted at him. Well, except for Sarafal-san, I guess. But even then she's so busy that she had no time to help me. Wait, can you even cook? I asked him, my eyes trailing to the stack of cup noodles that he bought at the supermarket earlier. Motohama blinked. Shouldn't you ask that first? Anyway, I can. I just hate cleaning the kitchen in my house, so I rarely cook for myself. If my mother was busy or something, usually I am the one substituting for her. In that case, leave the cleaning to me. Matsuda stood up. I am the one doing all the cleaning of the kitchen in my house. I even thought about part-timing in a restaurant to clean the dishes. He struck a pose. Motohama. Matsuda. Right. Issei. Let's get to work. Earlier today Shitori Kaichu wanted to eat udon, right? He offered his hand to me with a grin on his face. I took it with no hesitation. It was the start of the chef duo of Serene Apartment. First, previous ch22 of 34 next. Chapter 23. After Gabriel-san went back to her apartment room, Motohama and I were about to make udon as per Shitori Kaichu's request. The variant that I chose was spicy seafood udon. There was no particular reason for it, other than delaying my Kobe beef promise to office to another day. But well, nobody here disliked seafood, so I chose it. With the help of Motohama, we began unloading the ingredients we just bought in the supermarket. I also brought out the pan, pot, chopsticks, and other necessary utensils to make udon. But suddenly my doorbell rang. Who would be visiting at this time? Hey, Motohama, can you handle the kitchen for a while? Someone is at the front door. Sure. I left the kitchen and opened the front door. What greeted me was the disgruntled form of Razor Phoenix, who was scratching his head. Hey, human. I wanted to reply with an insult, but I didn't feel any malice in his words, so I just replied normally. What can I do for you, Razor-san? How do I say it? He slapped his cheek. Human. Do you have a vacuum cleaner? I blinked. Twice. Thrice. What? You're trying to embarrass me, aren't you? I said, do you have a vacuum cleaner? Razor-san said angrily to me. Whoa, don't be angry with me now. I just think that I misheard you. Now that you confirm it, I can answer it. Usually, we borrow Gabriel-san's vacuum cleaner. I see. Razor was about to leave when I called to him. Oi, do you even know how to use it? That stopped Razor on his track. Gabriel-san knows, right? I didn't answer. Right. I just looked at him with pity in my eyes. It seemed that he caught the look, as he sighed in acceptance. Last night was a disaster, and even though he was a douche, I wouldn't want a repeat of it. Alright. I'll help you clean your room. Just let me inform my friends first. I went back to the kitchen, facing Motohama who was boiling water on the stove. Hey, Motohama, can I leave the cooking to you? My neighbor needs my help in something. Sure. I'm counting on you, Motohama. I exit my apartment and accompanied Razor-san to Gabriel-san's place, which was beside me. I knocked the door. Gabriel-san. It's me, Issei. Gabriel-san opened the door. Eyes-kun. Is there something you need? I pointed my finger at the devil beside me. Razor-san wanted to borrow your vacuum cleaner. I'm also going to teach him how to use it. Gabriel-san clapped her hand in joy. Oh, that means I can ask your help in cleaning my room sometimes, can't I? She asked Razor-san with sparkling eyes. As sad as it was, Gabriel-san couldn't use her own vacuum cleaner. It wasn't like she was blindly using it without reading the manual. She just couldn't use it. I saw it with my own two eyes. So whenever I borrowed the vacuum cleaner to clean my room, I also did it for Gabriel-san after that. If Razor-san wanted to take care of it, I looked at him with sparkling eyes full of hope that conveyed my wish for him to take it. Nah, sorry. I'm a devil. It would be bad for me to enter a holy place like Gabriel-san's apartment. My hopes and wishes shattered into dust. You're right, Razor-kun. I'm sorry. I'll get the vacuum cleaner now. A minute later, Gabriel-san came back with the vacuum cleaner. We took it from her, gave our thanks and went to the 4th floor where Razor-san and Grimori-senpai lived. The remnant of last night's commotion was still visible. The door was there but it had holes and didn't even attach to its hinges. The window was covered by a curtain from the inside but didn't cover any of the damage seen from the outside. When we entered the room, it was to see a fucking mess. Scratch my last thought. The curtain's purpose was to cover the inside from the outside. Razor-san. I called his name. You didn't say that it was this messy. You didn't ask. I sighed. Another troublesome resident, it seemed. I went back to my apartment to get several more cleaning tools such as a mop, a bucket, dustpan, broom, and a trash bag. Right, I said to Razor as I rolled up my sleeves. Let's get to work. I'm counting on you, Motohama, Issei said to him as he went out and left the kitchen to him. He honestly wanted to know how Issei was when he cooked, whether their style complemented each other or clashed with each other. Maybe next time, he mumbled to himself. Matsuda was waiting on the living room with snacks that Issei prepared before. Now I've got this all for myself. This is for Kaichu, so let's use cooking mode from the start. Motohama fixed the position of his glasses. First, prepare the dashi. Issei just bought instant dashi powder. Wait. Damn it. Issei didn't how many portions the dinner is going to be. Motohama shouted as he grabbed the dashi powder package in his hand. Matsuda. Tell me how many pairs of differently sized shoes is in the shoe rack. Excluding Issei's and other similar sized ones, there are 2 different sizes. However, the smaller one has 2 distinct patterns. I think there are 3 others beside Issei. Motohama heard Matsuda's answer not long after he asked the question. Right. That means we have Kaichu, Matsuda, me, Issei, and 3 others, so it's about 7 people. Okay. Then. Calculations flashed through his mind as he visually observed a soon-to-be-filled bowl. From what I see, the bowls Issei have here is the same as the one in my home. That means each bowl can hold a maximum of 600 milliliters of water. Remember that the broth won't be fully poured, so I can estimate around 350 milliliters of dashi for 7 bowls means total around 2.35 liters of dashi. Each dashi powder is recommended for 1.5 liters, so 2 packs are more than enough. Motohama was about to fill the pot with water but had no measuring cup. Oh well, I'll use the bowl, then. He quickly filled the pot with water from the tap that had been calculated using the bowl. He also didn't forget compensate for water evaporation. Then Motohama turned on the stove to moderate heat. Now let's calculate the udon noodles. Each pack held 500 grams of udon noodles. The bowl can hold another 250 milliliters. The volume of the udon noodle in each bowl maximum is 200 milliliters, yes. Yes. The toppings and other garnishes can float, after all. It won't affect the volume of the bowl enough to disrupt anything. Let's see. So that means more or less 3 packs. Motohama filled another pot with water. But this time he didn't measure it, as it would be only used to boil the udon noodles. After that, he put 3 packs of dried udon noodles into the pot. Using the knife, Motohama cut several chilies into small pieces. Issei said the menu was spicy seafood udon, so the chilies will be boiled together with the dashi, to make the dashi itself spicy. After he cut enough chilies, Motohama poured the dashi powder into the boiling water. He stirred it so the powder dissolved and the dashi was mixed. Right. I don't know how spicy everybody wants it, so making it mild would be for the best. I'll prepare extra chilies if anyone wants more. Motohama added the chilies, salt, and a little bit of granulated sugar to soften the spicy taste even more. After stirring it for several minutes, Motohama switched his attention to the other pot. The noodles were perfectly soft. He turned off the stove and strained off the water before he put the udon noodles to each of the 7 bowls. To keep the udon from drying or getting soggy, Motohama covered each bowl with a saucer. And now for the toppings, Motohama began. Let's see. Issei brought 1 kilogram fish fillet, and 10 pieces of prawn. So that means 1 prawn for each bowl. I'll deep fry it first, then. Motohama poured oil onto the frying pan and wait for it to heat up. While he waited, he peeled the prawn so that it was clean of the outer shells. He kept the tail intact because some people liked the tails and he didn't know who liked what. Once he finished peeling it, he fried the prawns. Motohama checked the inside of Issei's fridge and saw a daikon. He brought it out for later. Motohama went back to the prawn. He flipped it once or twice. At the same time, Motohama also turned off the stove that boiled the dashi broth and moved the pot. He didn't pour the broth into the bowl. Chin's guessed, I understand that you are the one making dinner. Can you tell me what is it? Motohama was broken from his concentration by a woman's voice coming from behind him. With a glance of his eyes, Motohama saw a big-breasted beautiful woman with long lustrous black hair and a pair of feral yellow eyes. He blinked and turned his attention back to the cooking. That was bad. He was almost lost focus. But he knew very well that while cooking, one should never be distracted. Luckily he went full cooking mode since the start. Issei wants to make spicy seafood udon as requested by Kaichu-san. Seafood. The woman exclaimed in joy. Can I do something to help? Sure. Is freeing fish good enough? Motohama asked her as he flipped the fried prawn again. Yes. Then please flour the fillet. You do know how, right? Not really. Was this why Issei was overjoyed that I can cook? Motohama sighed. Listen. First, you have to cut the fish fillet into small pieces. Then, you need to completely dip it into beaten eggs, then into the flour, beaten eggs again, flour again, then into the breadcrumbs. Got it. Motohama saw the woman nodded seriously. After that, you can deep fry it in a pan of heated oil. You stop frying when the fish is goldish brown colored. I got it. The woman began cutting the fish fillets and covered it with flour. Meanwhile, the prawn's color had turned into reddish brown, which was the signal that it had finished. Motohama quickly used the chopstick to pick up the prawn one by one and then put it into a big plate. You can use the oil that I just finished using. A nod was the only cue that she heard what he said. Motohama then moved to the daikon. He peeled it by cutting horizontally and slowly turned the daikon. After he peeled it, Motohama cut it into small cubes and boiled it. Now for garnishes, let's see what Issei has. Motohama opened the fridge and found scallions and celeries. I think this is enough. Motohama washed the celeries and scallions before he julienned the scallions and diced the celeries. He then returned his attention to the daikon who turned out hadn't finished yet. Then, he looked at the woman and saw her struggling with doing two things at once. Are you having a hard time cooking and flouring the fillet? Let me do the cooking. Motohama slides into action and flipped the deep-fried fillet several times. When it turned into goldish brown, he picked it up and placed it on a different plate. You finished flouring it. Can you take over this now? The woman nodded and Motohama handed the chopsticks. Motohama turned off the stove that boiled the daikon, signaling that it was finished. After he filtered the water out, he put the daikon inside the pot containing the broth. He looked at the time. When is dinner usually had by you guys? 7, was the woman's short reply as she was concentrating on cooking. Then let's finish the fillet quickly and serve the dish. Motohama took over the stove once again and increased the heat. After several flips, Motohama picked up the fillet. Right. It's finished. Let's serve it. Both of them brought the bowls, pot, and plates to the dining table. Motohama also didn't forget to speak to Matsuda about cleaning the kitchen, which Matsuda immediately did efficiently. With Matsuda here, he was sure dinner while living in this apartment would be easy. They both pitched money for groceries, he cooked it, and Matsuda cleaned the kitchen. Motohama let out a small grin. On the dining table, there was a blonde foreign beauty and two cute little girls already waiting. Wait. He, Matsuda, Issei, the woman who cooked, and 3 others. That was already 7 people. That didn't count Kaichu who wanted to have dinner here that she requested it to Issei. He only cooked for 7 people. Shit. I only cooked for 7 portions. First, previous ch23 of 34 next. Chapter 24. I finally finished cleaning Grimori Senpai and Razor-san's apartment room and I was tired. The room was messy as hell, courtesy of last night's incident. Grimori Senpai, I know devils have powers but yours were scary. Anyway, when I was in front of the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, I saw Shitori Kaichu opening her apartment's door. Good evening, Shitori Kaichu. Good evening, Hayadu-san, she replied. She then looked at me and raised her eyebrow. It's about time for dinner. Have you finished cooking yet? I look forward to eating your udon. Ah, about that, I scratched the back of my head. Something unexpected came up so I couldn't make it. But don't worry, somebody else makes it, I quickly assured my senior in front of me. Very well. Then I will wash up first before I come to your place. She entered her apartment room. With nothing else to do, I went to my apartment and saw everyone else was already there. When I approached the dining room though, I felt a suffocating aura pressing me. Shit, was it Ophis again? What did the two perverts do to her? When I entered the dining room, there was a big staring match between everyone. So wait, it wasn't just Ophis. Everybody except Asia-san was letting out their suffocating aura. No wonder Matsuda looked scared. And was that a remorseful expression hanging on Motohama's face? What happened? Issei. Motohama shouted when he realized I was in the room. I'm sorry. I didn't know you have another guest. I only make the udon for 7 portions while we have 8 people. What? It's just something like that. I thought for sure you or Matsuda did something to the girls, Motohama. A shout of, "Oi!" from Matsuda made me laugh a little. If Matsuda or Motohama tried something, not a single thing will be left from their corpse. That was how scarily powerful the 3 supernaturally background people that I lived with, and I wouldn't trade them for anyone else. They sorta grew on me. Why did you laugh? Issei. The girls you live with are scary. What should I do? I went to the kitchen and brought the paper bag containing the gift from Hamburgerneral's owner San. Here. I still have the gift from owner San. I can just eat this and leave the udon for you all. The suffocating aura instantly dispelled. I looked at Ophis, Kuno, and Kuroka with a disappointed gaze while shaking my head. Kuroka and Kuno's ears were deflated in shame while Ophis just looked at me stoically. I had no doubt my message was understood, though. We are pretty close. There was a knock at the door. It was probably Shitori Kaichu. I went to the door to greet her and invite her come inside. Good evening again, Hyodo-san. Good evening, Shitori Kaichu. She hadn't changed her clothes, she was still in her school uniform. However, when I looked closely, her hair was slightly wet. That made her look slightly vulnerable than the normally composed Shitori Kaichu. Wait, what the hell was I saying? Shitori Kaichu, your gapmo was too dangerous. Once again I was caught in your trap. No more. I will overcome this gap. Good evening, Hyodo-san. We went to the dining room and took our place. Shitori Kaichu raised her eyebrow when she realized Matsuda and Motohama was taking dinner with us, but she didn't comment on anything. We ate our food silently, with Motohama waiting for Shitori Kaichu's reaction every time she slurped her noodle. Shitori Kaichu had a blissful expression each time she slurped her noodle and the broth, and I heard Motohama's sighs of relief. I guessed he was anxious for Shitori Kaichu's reaction because he rarely cooked. Meanwhile, I didn't just look at her, but also the others. Kuroka was eating the fried fish fillet and prawn first. Cats and their seafood. Kuno slurped her noodle happily. She liked it. Ophis just silently ate without saying anything, but the twinkle in her eyes suggested that she didn't find the udon inedible. Asia-san had tears in the corner of her eyes, and she downed the glass of water like there was no tomorrow. At this, I looked at Motohama with accusing eyes, and he actually had a grimace before he gestured 5 to me with his fingers. 5 for each bowl. Were you crazy, Motohama? He flailed his arms and made a gesture to correct his statement. It was 5 chili for all bowls. I calmed myself down when I understood his message. Maybe Asia-san just wasn't used to the spiciness. Italian loved to use tomato sauce on their dishes, didn't they? I silently ate my burger. Hamburgerneral's normal burger was composed of your usual bun, beef, and pickle. But what made the normal burger so good was the special sauce used to substitute the mustard and ketchup. I didn't know what the recipe for it was, I just knew from the taste that it included several spices. We finished eating a while later, and Matsuda offered to help me clean the dirty plates. After saying her thanks to Motohama, Shitori Kaichu left saying that she had something to do. Issei, Matsuda started a conversation as we cleaned the plates one by one. I think I can see why you had us the test. I just have one question. Go on. Why are you living with 3 other beautiful and cute girls? It was unavoidable circumstances, I assure you. Also, they're my family even if not by blood. So watch what you say about them. I gave my warning to Matsuda. I know. Hell, I'm very scared of them just from that incident before dinner. I couldn't breathe near their vicinity, Matsuda replied as he scrubbed a dirty bowl. Right. Please tell this to Motohama too, but everyone in this apartment complex can kill you without batting their eyes, so be careful. I placed the last bowl that one just washed and left the sink. Wait, what? Issei. What do you mean by that? Office, have you given your apology to Razor-san? I've bought the 50 packs of green tea flavored Pocky, now it's your turn to hold your end of the bargain. I spoke to Office after I finished doing my mathematics homework. This thought occurred to me when I opened the fridge and saw stacks of 50 packs of green tea flavored Pocky. Done, was Office's short reply. Huh, since when? This afternoon. You're in school. What did you say to him specifically? Please elaborate, Office-chan. Office blinked. I'm sorry. Good. If you hurt eyes again, I'll kill you, immortal or not. No good. What was with that threatening apology? Was that even an apology? You didn't explain to him why you were apologizing and suddenly you threatened him. And what's his response? Ha ha ha. Very funny. Office spoke, doing an impression of haughty Razor-san. Razor-san. Were you trying to kill yourself? What's your reply? I pressure him. Wow. I was shocked that after being pressured by Office, Razor-san was still in good condition when I saw him this evening, mentally. A Phoenix's regeneration also worked for the mind. How unfair. He promised to not hurt you anymore. I left him alone. I unconsciously let out a breath of relief. Despite living in a peaceful place like this, Office still held no mercy for someone who hurt me, huh. It made me somewhat happy that I had someone like her protecting me. Although it's not needed. Thank you, Office Nichan. Shit. I had just thought about Office and her protective tendencies, which had been a while since I saw it, so I unconsciously called her with the suffix I had stopped using. I hadn't called Office with Nichan anymore since I was 12. I covered my red face with both my hand. I was too embarrassed to see Office reaction. I was the one who asked if it was okay to stop calling her with Nichan, because it was too embarrassing for my 12-years-old self, but I was the one who called her that unconsciously just now. Quote. It's okay, Eyes-chan, Office replied, and amusement was clear on her tone. She was calling me like I was still my 12-years-old self. I wanna d. Office, you were the stoic character, why were you teasing me now? What? So you're embarrassed being called Eyes-chan? Kuroka's voice came to me. A different kind of amusement was on her tone. If it's Office, yeah, I opened my eyes to see a grinning Kuroka looking at me. Office had a wistful smile on her face, maybe she was remembering our past. Not if it's you, though. Not fair, NYA. Why's Office always get your special treatment? I also want you to be embarrassed when I call you with Chan. Kuroka pouted cutely. No matter how much I would give you special treatment, I wouldn't get embarrassed by you calling me with Chan, Kuroka. That just would not happen. Oh, what if I call you with Chan, Eyes Nissan? Kuno excitedly raising her hand and jumping around. That would be cute, Kuno-chan. I would definitely blush in embarrassment. What's with this unfair treatment? Kuroka shouted playfully. The three of us laughed together at the situation, except for Office, because in all these years living with her, I had never seen her laugh even once. But there was a clear smile of happiness on her face, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in this world. For someone who rarely smiled like Office, her smile surely worth that much. After that, I told the three of them to not forget to brush their teeth. This was to build Kuno's character to be a diligent leader of Kyoto in the future. Yasaka-san had written what I needed to do when Kuno was living with us years ago, and every year she sent me the updated version. In return, I had to write a report about Kuno every year. After they finished, it was my turn, and I brushed every part of my teeth. I had the unfortunate fate to experience a tooth cavity once in the past because I ate too many sweets. After that, I would never forget to brush my teeth ever again. When I returned, everyone had changed into their pajamas, or in Kuroka's case, her night yukata. I climbed onto my bed to sleep, spooning Kuno in my embrace. I could feel Kuroka's large breast pressing onto me because she hugged me from behind. Once again I smiled. These peaceful days were the best. I looked at Office, who nodded to me. Good night, eyes. I am waiting for my Kobe beef. After that, Office went to her closet. I silently cried into the silent night. Office still remembered that. Damn it. First, previous ch24 of 34 next. Chapter 25. I woke up the next day with Kuroka and Kuno still holding me. With the agility of a trained ninja, I slipped out of their grasps and substituted myself with a pillow. Good grief. I've done it so much that I was pretty sure I mastered it. Hey, maybe I could graduate from the Ninja Academy. I washed my face and prepared the utensils in the kitchen to make today's breakfast. If I recall correctly, today was Danesik-san's turn. What should I make? I looked at the ingredients left in the fridge. There was some fish fillet left, and other vegetables. Maybe I'll make fish soup. Yes. I took out the fish fillet, carrots, potatoes, and radishes. First, I peeled the carrots, potatoes, and radishes until the outer skin is all gone. Then I cut them into small cubicle shape. After that, I boiled them for 20 minutes on medium heat. While I was waiting for the vegetables, I cut the fish fillet into a small thin strip. I looked around the kitchen for spices, the essential thing in making a good meal. Seriously, whoever our ancestor who found spices, I thanked you from the bottom of my heart. I took out salt, pepper, some coriander seed powder, garlic, shallots, leeks, and placed them near me. Now it was time to concoct the spices. First, I cut down the garlic into small pieces and the shallots and leeks into thin slices. Then I heated a pan and poured oil to heat the garlic and shallots. Once the white and red turned into brown, I took the pan off and put on a pot filled with water. After that, I boiled the water and add salt, pepper, coriander powder, and the leeks into the pot. I turned my attention to the other stove. All the boiled vegetables had turned soft, meaning that it was done. I changed the water and boiled the fish fillet. I chose to boil the fish because frying it would make the texture clash with the soup. Then I turned back in the pot and put the garlic and shallots inside. I stirred it several times to mix the taste together. After several stirs, I took a spoonful of the broth and tasted it. Once the fish was done, I took it and put it in the pot. After stirring it again, I turned off the stove. Now the fish soup was complete. The second important thing to cook was, of course, the rice, the best staple food ever been discovered by human. First, I washed the rice to clean it from small bugs that might be undiscovered. And then, since I used an automatic rice cooker, thank you so much Mom, I only need to fill the uncooked rice with water, and then I just waited for it to finish. In the meantime, I woke the rest of Hyodo household's residents. Since today was Saturday, Kuno didn't set her alarm, so I need to wake her and Kuroka up. As for Office, she always had already woke up before me. It was just that she loved the silence inside the closet so much she didn't come out until I told her to, or she smelled the food. And I was proven right once again when Office had already sat on the dining room. Good morning, Office. Has Kuno and Kuroka woke up? Morning, Office replied while shaking her head. Yup. I needed to wake them up. I've finished cooking breakfast. I'll wake Kuroka and Kuno first. Office nodded as I left the dining room and into the bedroom. Oi, Kuroka, Kuno, wake up. Breakfast is ready. Both of them yawned, probably still wandering in the land of dreams. There was no helping it. I shook their bodies quite fast to wake them up. Oh I, wake up. Eyes Chin. Eyes Neeson. Go wash your face. Breakfast is ready. Both of them mumbled. Okay. As I sighed in relief. Now, for today's guest, after Shitori Kaichu, it was going to be Danesik-san. Yup. If I remember correctly, it was Danesik-san. So I exit the room, passing a sitting Office who was closing her eyes and smelling the food. I left my apartment room and went to room 302. I knocked without any further thought. Good morning. Is Danesik-san here? Today is his turn eating at my place. The door was opened by Rainier-san, who surprisingly had woken up and ready to work. What is it? Oh, if it isn't Hyodo-san. Is Danesik-san here? Today is his turn eating at my place. Rainier-san blinked before she registered what I said. Oh right. He's preparing himself for work. I'll send him to you later. With a nod, I went back to my apartment room. 5 minutes later, everyone including Danesik-san was sitting on my dining table. We ate our breakfast silently as usual. Though I watched Danesik-san's reaction to each bite. He took a spoonful of rice, and was surprised at it. I had to wonder what exactly he was surprised about the normal white rice. Soft. He muttered. Well, yes, of course. What do you think a normal steamed white rice should like? Danesik-san then tasted the fish soup. And then again. Again. And again until there was nothing left. Fast. My eyes almost couldn't catch up with his pace. What a formidable opponent if I ever did a big eating challenge. Is it to your liking? I asked him. Danesik-san nodded. I'm sorry, but it is too delicious for my own good. Usually, I eat breakfast in my workplace and it wasn't as good as this. Man, I look forward for the next time. That does bring up the question. Do you work in the same place as Rainier-san? Yes. Wagnaria family restaurant. Crazy workplace, but the pay is good. Ah, I know that place. I had eaten in that place before, but not frequently. And besides, chain restaurant like that always have different management, so getting close with the people there were hard, unlike personal owned eatery like Hamburgenerl. Wait. Crazy. I tried to remember the last time I ate at that restaurant. If I recall correctly, there was no craziness there, it was a quiet place. Oh, that was 6 years ago. The place probably had a change of management. Yup. Would be long if I say everything, so to sum it up, there are all kinds of crazy people working there. Hear that, Kuroka? You definitely should work there. I grinned playfully at Kuroka, who looked annoyed. Why do I have to work? I have UNYA, Kuroka replied shortly. You didn't deny you were crazy. It was Danesik-san who pointed that out. I laughed at that, while Kuroka just moaned in annoyance. Well, it's nice talking with you, but I've gotta go. The others are already there. He stood up from his seat. Sure, it's also nice talking with you, Danesik-san. With that, he left my apartment room. Asia-san also excused herself, still in Italian, but I understood her from her gesture. After we finished eating, I placed the dirty bowls and plates into the sink, and washed it all. So, what do you want to do in this weekend? Kuroka asked me. I'll probably help Motohama and Matsuda moving in here. For some reason, Kuroka's ears deflated when she heard about this. But well, I probably will only help them in the morning. I have free time in the afternoon. I don't understand why Kuroka felt disappointed when I mentioned Motohama and Matsuda, but I guessed that she had something to ask me. After all, why would she ask me first? After I corrected my statement, Kuroka's eyes became lively once more. Can I have you in the afternoon? I want to bring you somewhere, Kuroka asked me seriously, her eyes losing all its playfulness. Kuroka was serious. Huh. Where would she bring me? I hope it was nowhere dangerous. Suri. What for? Just follow me later. That kind of vague answer was something that I never liked, Kuroka. Probably influenced by Office bluntness. You knew that. Yet you still did it anyway. It must be something that you really didn't want me to know, huh? Fine then. I also had to shop for the Kobe beef I promised Office. I'll make Hamburg steak for dinner. So after Kuroka brought me to whatever place she wanted, I could go to the supermarket to buy the ingredients. When I finished washing the dirty bowls, one took the trash bag filled with junk and brought it to the trash area behind the apartment. Good morning, Senpai. Oh, there was Kaneko-chan here. She also had just taken out her trash. Good morning, Kaneko-chan. It's quite rare to see you wake up in the morning for weekends. She pouted cutely. It's not like I dislike morning. We devils had our assignment every night. It's natural for me to wake up late. Right. Speaking of which, Kaneko-chan was wearing her cute pajamas decorated with diagonal floral patterns which made it quite beautiful. Senpai. You perv. Looking at my body like that. No, I'm not a lolicon. But your pajama pattern. I half-heartedly replied because I knew Kaneko-chan made that remark in jest. However, Kaneko-chan looked a little mad. Was it because she felt offended? But I didn't say any insult to her. I was just stating what my preferences were while specifically covered the chance that she would take the opposite of what I was saying. Your pajama pattern, Kaneko-chan. I feel like I should have known about it, but I can't recall it. Oh, this. It's a gift from Ne-sama. Ah, so that was it. It felt familiar to me because it was originally Kuroka's and handed down to Kaneko-chan. I completely remembered it now. It was first given from my mother to Kuroka. Why did she have a small pajama was a mystery to me. One day she wanted to throw it out, but Kuroka asked for it instead. My mother had no qualms to give the pajama to her. Did Kuroka think about Kaneko-chan that time? She surprisingly was a good big sister figure. That time was when Kuroka and Kaneko-chan still hadn't made up. If the circumstances leading to Kaneko-chan discovering this apartment did not happen, what would she do with the piece of cloths? In the end, I put my hand on her shoulder and smiled. Take care of it, will you? Kaneko-chan made a confused expression. I don't understand. That pajama, your sister treasured it so much. Understanding dawned on Kaneko-chan's face. With a determination, she nodded. By the way, senpai. Are you free this afternoon? I should be the one asking you that question. Talking leisurely with me like this, Grimori senpai's club doesn't have any activity today. Kaneko shook her head. Rias senpai gave us a break. We will resume our normal club activity tomorrow. By normal club activity, she meant devil's activities, which was taking contract works or something like that Kaneko-chan had once explained to me. Good for you, Kaneko-chan. I can see you need a break. And Grimori senpai too, I think. She looked like she hasn't gotten any good sleep. Is it about that matter? Kaneko-chan frowned. Yes, it is about that matter. I hope the situation turns out for the better, I said sincerely. The matter that I mentioned was her engagement with Razor Phoenix, a high-class devil. I hope so too. We ended the conversation there as we went back to our respective apartment room. But I feel like I forgot something important in that conversation. Oh, I hadn't answered Kaneko-chan's question. First, previous ch 25 of 34 next. Chapter 26. Immediately after washing my hands, I exited my apartment to go to Kaneko-chan's, but somebody blocked my path. Good morning, Aiz-kun. It was the angelic figure of Gabriel-san that was in front of me. Behind her was Asia-san standing nervously. Good morning, Gabriel-san. What's the matter? Can you help Asia-san? She's supposed practice having a live conversation in Japanese, and her language course had set up a meeting in the park. She said she'd been there once, but didn't remember the way. Asia-san blushed as she was patted on the head by Gabriel-san. Yeah, I remember bringing her there to take Kuno-chan before. You can come inside and ask Office. I'm sorry but I have something else to do. It wasn't a lie. I was going to help Matsuda and Motohama move in. Then after that Kuroka wanted to bring me somewhere. I had to buy ingredients for some Hamburg steak, and I still also had Kaneko asking me about something. Huh. Wow. I didn't realize it but today I was going to be busy. Okay. Then, let's come inside, Asia-san. I left them entering my apartment room and went to knock on Kaneko-chan's door. Kaneko-chan. Not long after I knocked, the door was opened by Kaneko-chan. Yes, senpai. I seemed to forget that you wanted to ask me something. Kaneko-chan smiled when I asked her that. Yes. How do you know that? I laughed a little at her question. I live with a girl who is as emotionless as a brick. How do you think I understand her? Through trials and errors, I have developed the skills necessary to understand her. I see. Do you have free time this afternoon? Huh. I thought Kaneko-chan would have a bigger reaction than just a simple, I see. I guess I was wrong. I'm sorry, Kaneko-chan. This afternoon I promised to do something with Kuroka, I said to her apologetically. Luckily, Kaneko-chan just pouted cutely and not angry. I was late, she muttered softly. Ne-sama acts fast. Kaneko-chan. Ah. I'm sorry, senpai. What about now? Do you have free time? Well, I am going to help Matsuda and Motohama moving into this apartment complex. We are going to move all their stuff from the front door to their room in 204. That was Rainier-san's former room. Also it was adjacent to Shitori Kaichu's room in 205. I hope it would not end in disaster. The strict and serious student council president and the two troublemakers living side by side. After hearing my answer, Kaneko-chan looked like a kicked kitten. I wanted to do something about it. But what? Then, Senpei. If I help you and Motohama Senpei and Matsuda Senpei moving in, you will have free time, right? Are you sure you want to help? Oh right. You or A. What was it again? Rook. If I remember correctly. Kaneko-chan nodded. Yes. I can easily lift heavy things. I clapped my hands in excitement. Thank you so much, Kaneko-chan. Yes, if you help me like that, I will have free time before Kuroka asked for me. What do you want to do with me? Can you accompany me to the city? There's something I want to buy since last week. Sure. The sound of a car engine running could be heard around us. Motohama and Matsuda had arrived with their things, huh? Kaneko-chan, let's help Motohama and Matsuda move in. Together, Kaneko-chan and I descended into the first floor, which was a big empty lobby. Gabriel-san said that she planned this to be a big lobby for any guests, but since the residents were still low in number, although it was steadily rising, the lobby was basically useless. After passing the lobby, we saw Motohama, Matsuda, and the employee from the house moving service standing in front of the apartment door. Ah, Issei, and Kaneko-chan. The Kaneko-chan from Kuo. Motohama shouted in excitement. Hearing his friends shout, Matsuda, who was talking with the house moving service employee, snapped his neck quickly towards us. Both their eyes were wide from shock. If I had to guess, it was because they saw Kaneko-chan here. Instantly the two of them made their ways besides me. Yo, Issei. You didn't say anything about Kuo Academy's cutest girl, Tuju Kaneko, living here, Matsuda whispered to me in a quite angry tone. I was about to open my mouth to answer before Motohama beat me into it. Save it, Matsuda. The test yesterday was proof enough that Issei was right. I want to be angry but I can't. Damn it, you're right. Both of them fell to the ground in anger but had no way to channel it. Anyway, we are here to help you guys, I said to them. Both of them blinked in confusion. Issei, I can understand. But Kaneko-chan? Motohama asked to no one in particular. At this, I grinned. See, Matsuda, Motohama. Do you remember Kuroka and Kuno who lived with me? Yesterday you saw them, right? What was your first impression? Both looked at each other before nodding. Cosplay. But after dinner, I'm not so sure. Especially when you said that they can kill us easily, Matsuda continued. Right. You guys probably won't believe what I'm about to say, but suffice to say, Kaneko-chan here is a proof that what I'm about to say is true. I looked around. The house moving service employee was back inside the truck. Kuroka is a devil. Kuno is a yukai. Kaneko-chan here is Kuroka's little sister. She's powerful enough to lift everything you have. Motohama looked skeptical. Matsuda's eyes widened even more. In fact, everyone beside me and Asia-san is a supernatural people, and even then Asia-san is blessed with a supernatural power. The house moving service employee called Matsuda and Motohama, breaking their thought from the revelation I just dropped them into. I loved seeing the reaction of people when they realized that my living condition was bullshit. First, Grimori Senpei freaked out when she first came here. Then several days ago, Hanakai-san was surprised by the residents of this apartment. This time Motohama and Matsuda couldn't believe the supernatural. Each time I took a great delight in seeing their expression. Could it be that I was a sadist? No, I didn't think so. One of the first thing taken out of the truck was an LED television. It needed 2 people to lift it from the ground. Kaneko-chan, why don't you show them? I said to my white-haired junior. Kaneko nodded, and using one hand, she took it forcefully from the house moving service employee and Matsuda, who looked flabbergasted at the sight in front of their eyes. Yeah, if I didn't know Kaneko-chan was a devil, I would have the same expression as you. Where? That single question seemed to shake everyone as Motohama followed Kaneko-chan upstairs to tell her the position of the television. Half an hour later, everything was finished with incredulous looks from Matsuda, Motohama, and the house moving service employee, and a grin from me. The stuffs Motohama and Matsuda brought were mostly personal stuffs, as Gabriel-san had prepared a single bed for every room. I had to wonder if they were going to sleep together on the same bed though. Things like drawers, cupboards, kitchen utensils, tables, desks, and most important of all, consoles and PC. Everything was brought in one by Kaneko-chan. That was one of the fastest moving in I have ever done, the house-moving service employee muttered quietly, but my ears managed to hear it clearly. Finished. Senpai. Kaneko-chan looked at me. Accompany me, she demanded. Yes, yes. But we should clean ourselves first, I said to her. Motohama. Matsuda, I need to accompany Kaneko-chan somewhere. If you have any question, don't be afraid of asking Gabriel-san, and yes, that includes the supernatural stuff. For your information, Gabriel-san is an angel. Motohama nodded. Yes, she is so angelic. No, I mean a literal angel from heaven. Come on, Kaneko-chan. I ushered Kaneko-chan to hurry because I couldn't hide my grin at their expression. By this time, the truth of the matter probably had just connected in their mind. Gabriel-san was a real angel. It was why she was the most beautiful girl that they had ever laid their eyes on. Because angels were supposed to be angelic. Hey, Issei. You'll explain later, right? Without looking back, I nodded at their question. I went back to my apartment and cleaned myself. I wiped the dirt hanging on my body using a towel dipped in hot water. I also had a change of clothes into something more fitting for going out, which was simple jeans and a gray hoodie. Underneath the hoodie, I wore simple red t-shirts which I usually wore to school. Hey, I had no semi-formal attire. All I had was either non-formal like this or too formal, like my black suit. I didn't want to spend money on shirts like girls when they shop. Simple clothes were enough for me. After I combed my wild hair into submission, I went out and found Kaneko-chan waiting before my door. Let's go, Kaneko-chan. I followed Kaneko-chan into the city, specifically a dagashi-ya, or a candy shop. Figured that Kaneko-chan wanted to have a snack. We're here, senpai. What are we getting? I looked around, absorbing the sight of many racks of snacks. Several of them I've tried before, while others have never tried. That, Kaneko-chan pointed to a big pink poster with love symbol attached everywhere. A promotion in this shop. 30% discount for a lovey-dovey couple. What an interesting idea. The existence of a dagashi itself was declining, with the new generation buying snacks in a convenience store or big supermarket. By doing this promotion, they appealed to the youngsters and raised their interest. Wait, what did you just say, Kaneko-chan? That, she once again pointed to the poster showing the promotion for a couple. I get that you want to have a discount. I want to save money too. But how are you going to convince the owner that you're in a relationship? You are not in a relationship with a guy, are you? Kaneko-chan shook her head quickly before she sighed. With you, senpai. I froze. Did I just hear it right? Kaneko-chan. She wanted to trick the clerk by acting lovey-dovey with me. That was brilliant. I couldn't believe that Kaneko-chan resorted to this kind of means to get what she wanted. I was so proud of her. Who cared if it was trickery or not? Saving money was always correct. I had to wipe a single tear that fell from my eyes. But are you sure you wanted to do it with me? Why not Kiba-san? Kaneko-chan shook her head. Not Kiba-senpai. Senpai. Don't you know him more than you know me? I'm not saying no, you know. I just want to know the reason. Oh, Kaneko-chan bowed her head. It's because it's you, senpai. I didn't understand. What did she mean by because it was me? Oh, maybe she said that I was better than that handsome Kiba. Yes. Suck it, pretty boy. Your junior thought that I was better than you. Right. Let's approach the clerk, shall we? Kaneko-chan nodded. First previous ch26 of 34 next. Chapter 27. We approached the female clerk who looked like she had something better to do but was forced into the role by her parents. I hope that wasn't the case and it was just her default expression. Excuse me, miss. Can we register for the lovey-dovey discount? The clerk looked at me, then scoffed. Yeah, right. As if you got a girlfriend. She was technically right. I did not have a girlfriend. But I was confident in my acting skills, and since Kaneko-chan was a rather taciturn girl, I should lead. I'm sorry, but you are being rude, miss. I know that my girlfriend here is not the tallest woman I've met, but she's certainly the cutest. I patted Kaneko-chan on her shoulder and lowered my head until I rested it above her head. I finished my attack with a smile towards the clerk who looked as if she was stabbed in the heart. I couldn't see Kaneko-chan's face, but I was pretty sure she blushed hard. Good job faking it, Kaneko-chan. What is this powerful lovey-dovey act? So powerful. Are my eyes? After several seconds, the clerk glared at the two us. Fine. You can take the challenge. Please wait here for a bit. Kaneko-chan and I looked at each other. She sported little blush on her face. Senpai. That was cruel. What is? I asked her with a smile. Good job at blushing, Kaneko-chan. Kaneko-chan pouted at me. I was not faking that, senpai. Sigh. The clerk then came back, with crowds forming around us. I frowned at the smirking clerk. I long suspected that she was up to something when she asked us to wait, but to think that she was rallying a crowd around us. How devious. Despite knowing several devils personally, this girl was devious. Could it be that the clerk was also a devil? I'm sorry for making you wait. Now, everyone, we have our first couple who will do the challenge. The crowds roared in excitement. What were you, people? Angry and desperate singles who can only curse couples. I was pretty sure the clerk was one. Alright, the challenge is this. The clerk showed us a pack of yumebu, a corn snack in the form of a stick in various flavors. The one being held by the clerk was a cheese-flavored one. What will we be doing with it? I looked at Kaneko-chan, who also had a similar confused expression as my face. You are familiar with Pocky Game, correct? The clerk asked us. I nodded. Pocky Game was a game where you had to eat an end of the Pocky while the other players ate the opposite end, and the players' lips met in the middle of the stick. It was hugely popular as a game for couples. Now I want you to do that, but with this yumebu stick. The crowds roared in excitement again. Despite being annoying on purpose, this clerk in front of him definitely knew how to rouse the spectators. Oh, wait, the spectators. Now we have to do this in front of them. Would Kaneko-chan be okay? I glanced at her and saw that she had a huge blush. Keep that down, Kaneko-chan. If you blush, then I would also feel embarrassed. Do you need preparation? Maybe mental ones. The clerk clearly smirked at us. Damn this devious clerk. Nah, not really. We're ready. Isn't that right, Kaneko-chan? The clerk twitched her eyes. Even calling his girlfriend with such an affectionate nickname, huh? She muttered under her breath. What a lovey-dovey couple. I heard that but had no intention to correct her assumption. Let her think that Kaneko-chan is an affectionate nickname while in truth, it was her real name. Not real, but a name given by Grimori Senpai to her. Wait, did that mean the clerk was technically not wrong? Anyway, Kaneko-chan nodded at the clerk. She gave us the yumebu and without trembling, I opened it. My act was that good. I smiled at Kaneko-chan, assuring her that it was okay, I was fine with this challenge. I opened the yumebu and put it in front of our face. Ready. We nodded. Go. I took the first bite and in front of my eyes, I saw Kaneko-chan did the same. I chewed the yumebu in my mouth before I moved my mouth forward. Oh, Kaneko-chan, your face was reddening. I averted my eyes from her because it was too embarrassing. That didn't even mention the spectators who cheered for us each time we moved our mouths forward and became closer and closer. Finally, our lips met. Immediately, I threw my face to the side to avoid Kaneko-chan's gaze. Several of the crowds shouted, "Kya," when we kissed. Was that counted as a kiss? I don't know. Well, congratulations. You conquered the challenge. Now you can get the 30% discount on all of our products. A reminder that you can only do the challenge and get the discount once. Please visit again in the future to get our latest promotion. The clerk had a big grin on her face. She got enjoyment from seeing us being this embarrassed, that damn clerk. That did it. I would never buy from this shop again if the clerk was her. After 2 minutes, I finally managed to force my blush down and appeared normal. Kaneko-chan was also the same, she went back to her deadpan face again. So what will you have, Kaneko-chan? At this, her face went wild. A little bit of everything. She literally took several packs of each product sold at the Dagashi-ya. Kaneko-chan really did not waste the chance to have 30% discount to try everything. When we exited the shop, we glanced at each other. Final time. Kaneko-chan nodded to my question. Final time. Yup. This would be the final time we ever buy from this place if the clerk was still that annoying woman. We went back to the apartment in silence. I didn't say anything else because of the awkward air that was between us. I guessed Kaneko-chan was also still embarrassed. We didn't even have any eye contact once after our lips met. We arrived home without any incident. I bid my goodbye to Kaneko-chan only to immediately blocked by Kuroka. She had an angry pout on her face, which was cute if it were on Kuno's face. Issei-chan. You didn't say anything about going out with Sharon. I couldn't reject her. But the more important thing is that you still have me now, haven't you? Her frown turned upwards into a smile. Well, Issei-chan. You know how to cheer a girl up. More like I know your ins and outs, Kuroka. Are you sure you completely know my ins? She winked suggestively at me. Unfortunately, I had no desire to play along with her game. Yes, I know your behavior, Kuroka. Why can't you play along, Issei-chan? Anyway, aren't you going to bring me somewhere? And I still want to know where. Kuroka sighed and changed her mannerism. She stood straighter and stopped leaning on me. Oh, right, let's go. She took my hand and led me away from the apartment, through the streets, passing several shops, and finally stopped in front of the amusement park without letting my hand go. I looked at her grinning face with a confused expression. This is the place you don't want me to know. Yup. Let's enter. Issei-chan. We approached the ticket gate, which had a short line of queue surprisingly enough. We entered the queue and waited for our turn. While we were in the queue, people kept glancing at us. Maybe they saw something interesting from a completely normal guy and his companion, a surprisingly beautiful girl in a yukata. Not to mention Kuroka kept the smile all the time on her face. I wondered what had Kuroka smiling. It couldn't be that she was excited about going to the amusement park with me, could it? Finally, it was our turn to buy the ticket. We bought 2 tickets for adults, and after that Kuroka took my hand and ran inside. We tried the roller coaster at Kuroka's behest. I had no choice but to concede, even though I was a little afraid of it. I mean, who wouldn't be a little afraid of a roller coaster? Everyone felt at least a little frightened, right? Apparently, Kuroka didn't. She forced me into taking a ride with a big smile on her face. Even when we already on the ride, Kuroka kept her giddy smile. Freaking cats and their ability to land on their feet, she probably wasn't afraid of something happening, because even if she fell, she could land safely. I closed my eyes from the start until the finish. Unlike my frightened self, Kuroka completely enjoyed the ride. That was great, Issei-chan. Nothing of that was great, Kuroka. Let us made a pact to never ride that blasted entertainment vehicle ever again, I retorted. Anyway, what's next? Let's try to ride something calm. Kuroka. Please. Alright. What about that? Kuroka pointed to something in the air. It was a big Ferris wheel Kuroka was pointing. Sure. We entered the queue for the Ferris wheel. It only needed 15 minutes for our turn to arrive. Once inside, I took a look outside the window. As expected from Ferris wheel, we were so high. I glanced at Kuroka, who kept the smile on her face. Alright, Kuroka. You want to talk, I believe. Issei-chan. You completely read me, she admitted with a grin. By the way, Issei-chan. Do you remember what day today is? Saturday. Not that, you dummy. Try something else, she pouted. What else? I tried to remember what day today was. Today was. Took you long enough. Today is the day of our anniversary, Issei-chan. I don't remember ever having a relationship with you, Kuroka. But yeah, I'm sorry I didn't remember earlier, I smiled sheepishly at her. It's fine, Issei-chan, she shook her head. I know you had many things on your mind recently. That's why I want you to relax and have fun today. Thank you, Kuroka. I couldn't offer her anything other than my smile. This was truly unexpected. What she said was true, I had a lot in my mind recently. But to forget the day I picked her up was unforgivable. Yet, she didn't get angry at me, and instead kept her smile up the entire time. I was truly ashamed of myself. Don't be sad, Eyes. I want you to have fun. Alright, Kuroka. As punishment for me, I'll let you pick every ride you want. I won't complain. Kuroka just grinned evilly at my suggestion. That does sound like a good anniversary gift for me. Your tears and screams, I mean. I guessed in the end, sly cats would always be sly cats, even though they could be a considerate sly cat at times. First, previous ch 27 of 34 next. Chapter 28. Kuroka and I spent our day having fun in the amusement park. Although I had to suppress my fear as Kuroka loved to take me to a suspenseful ride. Basically, the amusement park was her playground. And yet despite that, Kuroka still did not forget why she brought me here, which was to let me relax and have fun. She took me to a calm and fun ride once in a while. At the end of the day, Kuroka and I left the amusement park with souvenirs in our bag. Thank you for today, Kuroka. I really appreciate what you're doing. Ever since the apartment got more tenants, I can't relax. There's just so much thing to do. Don't I know it? You had to cook, play mediator, help others. I almost think you are the landlord instead of Gabriel-san Nya. If only. Kuroka. Hey, Kuroka, can you accompany me buying groceries? We haven't had a welcoming party for our new residents, have we? The last welcoming party was when it was only Rainier-san, Serafal-san, and Kaneko-chan. Yup. In the span of several weeks, the apartment complex grew really fast. We haven't. Nya. Let's go. Kuroka excitedly ran towards the supermarket. At first, I wanted to fulfill my promise to Office about the Kobe beef, but when I remember that we have a daily rotation for dinner, I thought it wasn't fair for the others if only one of them who rotated dinner with us can taste the beef. I would present my argument to Office later with that and prepare the substitute, which was the welcoming party. Never let it be said that Hyodo Issei wasn't smart when dealing with his family. Within the supermarket, I usually take the trolley and let Kuroka wander around while I look for the necessary ingredients. However, this time, even though she was very excited, Kuroka didn't wander around and instead, she was with me, looking one by one for the things we needed for the party. Look, Issei-chin. That brand of rice had a discount. Oh yeah. Take 2. Kuroka. Kuroka brought 2 sacks of 2 kilograms rice and put it on the trolley. About the palm oil, Issei-chin. Which brand do you usually use? Kuroka brought up 2 different brands of palm oil, and I just smiled at her. Neither. It's this one. I took another different brand from the display rack and put it on the trolley. We went around the supermarket to buy the necessary ingredients. Since Kuroka never left my side, there were whispers from the bystanders about how cute we were, wondering if we were newlyweds, saying how gentle I am for accompanying her shopping. It didn't help that Kuroka, who had lustrous long black hair, wore a yukata, enforcing the image of a perfectly beautiful Japanese wife. I didn't need another look at Kuroka to see that she was happy with the whispers. And well, even if I wanted to deny it, if it meant denying Kuroka's happy moment, then I'll allow it. After all, she had spent the day relaxing with me to help me refresh myself. She deserved this. We finished shopping for groceries without any issues. Kuroka was walking beside me happily as we each took 2 bags to hold. Now let me see, can I still tease Kuroka? Hey, Kuroka, are you really that happy about the whispers from those housewives? Nya. She was really startled. She jumped and almost releasing the bags she was holding. Also, her cat ears were coming out in the open. Kuroka was that startled that I began to laugh. That's not funny, Nya. Kuroka pouted at me angrily. You still haven't answered my question, I pointed out between my laugh. At this, Kuroka's face turned soft, as her eyes glanced at me longingly. Yes. The answer to the question is yes, Issei-chin. I'm really happy they misunderstood us. When those people said that we looked like newlyweds, my heart burst out in joy. I mean, when will the time we can be like that? I know I can't get that in real life, that's why their misunderstanding really makes me happy. There was silence after she confessed what she felt. She had said her pieces, and I still had to gather my words. You've been holding that for how long, Kuroka? I'm sorry I haven't lent my ears to your heart. Ever since I got fully accepted to Hyodo family, you idiot, Kuroka admitted, with the latter part in a softer tone. Ah, when you discard the cat form and fully live with us in our former house. Yeah, and thanks to Office, I can reveal myself normally. Even if she didn't remember it, I would never forget it, Issei-chin. That's why. She trailed off. Even when the sky was darkening, her smile was so bright. However, why couldn't I feel any joy from it? That's why I accept that I can't have you all for myself. I smiled at her. However, I felt that she understood the intent behind my sad smile. Quote dot dot dot. I'm sorry, Kuroka. It seemed like today I said sorry too much to Kuroka. Even when our relationship is close like this, I could never abandon the other two. I know. I accept it fully. Eyes. Was it fair that I couldn't return what Kuroka felt for me? No. I knew it wasn't. I hated myself that I couldn't reply Kuroka's wholehearted confession with all my heart. Like I said to her, my heart had two others before her. Imagine something like this. If the three were in a great danger at the same time, the one I would save first was Kuno. Then I would check for Office. Only after that, I would ask if Kuroka need my assistance. Let's just set aside this conversation which is headed towards something tragic. She tried to divert the conversation with a forced smile. Tragic. I don't think so. Bearing our hearts out like this, without subtlety or games. I would like to have this kind of conversation more. I would not. Kuroka grumbled. It's like knowing you would burn your hands yet still plunging them into fire expecting it to be cool. I smiled at the analogy Kuroka mentioned. Well, would you help me in calling the other residents when I make dinner? The welcome party needs everyone to attend. I hope Rainier-san and the other fallen angels don't take any night shifts. After they cleaned the entire room 204, which would be their room for the foreseeable future, Motohama was lazing around in his bed. On the opposite was Matsuda playing his PS Vita in his own bed. To avoid any unfortunate incidents, there was a carpet barrier set up in the middle of the bed. He wanted to play his favorite MMORPG, but after cleaning the house he had no more energy to spend. The same probably applied to Matsuda. Oi, Matsuda, are you hungry? I just remembered we were so busy we forgot to buy groceries. What will we eat for dinner? Shall we eat some takeout? I'm too tired to go buy it. And I'm too tired to cook it. Sure. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Motohama and Matsuda looked at each other. Who would be visiting at this hour? They shrugged, but Motohama moved to open the door when he saw Matsuda was engaged in a dance of death with the boss in his PS Vita. Yes, yes, Motohama greeted their guest. When he opened the door, it was to see the figure of the mysterious Kuroka, a woman whom he knew lived with Issei. She was beautiful, and once again he understood why Issei handed the test to them. Speaking about Issei, he hadn't explained anything about what he meant by the supernatural. He'd guessed several things, but it was hard to reconcile the thought that such things are real. Motohama-san, is it? Please come to Issei's room together with Matsuda-san. We're holding a welcoming party for the new tenants. Issei's order. Thank you. She bowed and then left. He stood there for several seconds to comprehend what had just happened. So Issei was holding a welcome party for them. He didn't waste any more time and ran inside to bring Matsuda. Oi Matsuda, Issei's holding a party. Let's go. We can eat dinner there. Count me in. Let me save my progress first. 5 minutes later, they were knocking on Issei's door. The door was opened by the cute little girl, Kuno if he didn't remember wrong. Good evening, she greeted them with a bow. After they greeted her back, she guided them to the living room, where there were foods already lined up at the dining table. There were many people talking with each other. Almost all of them are a beauty in their own right. In fact, aside from the two of them, the only male was Issei, a tall guy exuding a mysterious aura, and a handsome guy with a subdued expression on his face. Motohama took a look at several of the beauty. Yup, he thought to himself. Luckily he knew he was outmatched, so seeing a concentration of beauty like this, he did not feel any hopelessness. He accepted the fact that he was outclassed. Issei was truly wise beyond his peers. Yo, Motohama, Matsuda, Issei greeted them from his place beside the other two guys. Hey, Issei. And I believe we've not yet introduced. Motohama greeted the two adult-looking guys. Razor. Devil. Danesik. Fallen angel. I'm Motohama, a human. This here is Matsuda, he's also a human. It's a pleasure to meet you. Matsuda butted into their conversation. I thought you'd find us humans beneath you or something. That's always the case in manga and anime. Both Danesik and Razor looked at each other. Yeah, if we do that, then we'll be dead before you know it. See that beauty? Razor asked them. Gabriel-san. What about her? You'd speak to her with more respect if you know her stations. She's the Archangel Gabriel from the Bible, you know, the one who resided in heaven. Although she's the landlady of this apartment now, Issei whispered to the two humans. Quote. I knew Issei said that the supernatural is real, but I thought he was talking about a ghost or something. Now you tell me he's friend with a real angel. The real deal. That's not even the best part. You see that little girl with long black hair? Issei pointed to Ophis. Ophis-san, if I recall Issei calling her. She's a dragon god. She's also fond of Hyodo Issei that she'd threatened to kill dumb blonde here. Issei pointed to Razor, if he ever hurt Hyodo Issei again. Said human was talking to Kaneko-chan and Kuroka animatedly with Kuno on his shoulder. As the two humans hadn't eaten dinner, they picked up several dishes that caught their fancy while continuing the conversation with the two guys. So, what do you two think about the women in this apartment? Incidentally, after hearing Matsuda's innocent question, the four of them had the same grin on their face. All 10 out of 10, but no way I'd tap him. I still love my little guy, thank you. Issei shook his head. Same. Exception on Rias because she's my fiancé, was Razor reply agreeing to Issei's assessment. Matsuda nodded. Almost all of them are head over heels for Issei, anyway. Not to mention we're only powerless human. You two at least can dodge, Motohama added. They nodded. Some kind of understanding was reached between the four of them. Matsuda. Motohama. Issei suddenly ran towards them. You've prepared it, right? Let's get out of here. We're going to have a boys' night party. Matsuda and Motohama looked at each other. Of course we have. Who do you think we are? Come on, Issei. Razor-san. Issei-san. You're also welcome to join us in Motohama and Matsuda's room. Issei shook his head. As much as I want to, I have a shift tomorrow so I can't. Thanks, though. Maybe I can join some other times. No way I'd stay here alone without any guy backing me up. Count me in. Razor followed them exiting Issei's room. All the women were looking at each other. Maybe mentioning that we're going to have a girls' night that he couldn't join is the wrong move now that he had other men to befriend, Kuroka spoke up. It's a good thing for Aiz-kun to have many friends, Gabriel smiled. But it's not like we can mention that we're talking about him behind his back, am I wrong? Rainier smiled. Everyone shook their heads and smiled. First, previous ch28 of 34 next. Chapter 29. The four of us, which was, Razor-san, Motohama, Matsuda, and I went to Motohama and Matsuda's apartment to have our boys' night. Inside, Matsuda continued playing his PS Vita while Motohama booted up his PC. Suddenly Motohama looked at me. Say, Issei, how was your afternoon with Kaneko-chan? Matsuda paused his game and also looked at him. That's fucking right. What happened on your date? Tell us. Razor, who wasn't there in the afternoon, looked at the three of them. You went on a date with another girl when you have three girls living with you. There was a sign of respect reflected on his eyes. Don't remind me of that, please. Issei shouted out loud. I'm hardly coping with just three girls and suddenly Kaneko-chan asked me out to shop together. If I didn't pretend to not understand, I'm afraid I'd send wrong signals to her. Matsuda put his arm around his shoulder. Mate, pretending to be dense is even worse. I know. I hate vague situations, and our relationship become just that. The thing is, if I tell her straight that I can't return her feelings, I don't know how she would react. We simply aren't that close. Ah. Motohama nodded in understanding. I want to say I feel you, but I've never experienced that. Fucking Ryuju's. Speaking of which, I kinda understand now why Grimori-senpai is very tempting, Matsuda commented. I continued that train of thought to avert the topics of my relationship, or lack thereof, with Kaneko-chan. Yup. Never thought she would be a devil, I remarked. Razor-san, as her fiancé you're sleeping together, right? Razor-san snorted. As if. She didn't let me. I get the feeling she doesn't like me. She doesn't even want me here. All her words to me are always scathing remarks. So you're also eating dinner in Issei's place? Motohama asked him. Nope. Rias does our dinner. Is it good? I asked Razor-san. Good is subjective, but compared to my cooks, she's better, answered Razor-san. Motohama, Matsuda, and I looked at each other and nodded. But before I could voice my opinion, I had one more question. After the incident that night, how is she? Motohama and Matsuda didn't understand what incident, but Razor-san as the victim of Office oppressive aura surely understood. Razor looked towards the ceiling, trying to recollect his thought. She became more, I don't know, on edge. Like, every time I spoke to her she got angry and shouted at me even though I just asked what's for dinner. But then she would make you dinner anyway, right? Razor-san nodded. Okay. That settled it. Razor-san. Motohama fixed his glasses using his finger. Might I interest you in playing a game? Motohama waved the cover for a visual novel disc. I had played that long time ago. The title was too long that I didn't remember, but the main heroine was a girl that Razor-san would be able to relate. Good idea, Motohama. Razor-san agreed. We connected the PC into the television for a bigger monitor and let Razor-san started the game. Oh, so I can insert my name. Razor-san remarked and then inserted his own name. The three of us silently agreed to not giving Razor-san any spoilers, so we just nodded and tried to lessen our commentary and let Razor-san experience it. The monitor displayed the first meeting between the protagonist and the main heroine. When I looked at Razor-san's expression, it appeared that he wasn't all that absorbed into the game yet. I know this. I've seen similar moments like this from the novels in Underworld. I will probably bump into a girl with a slice of bread on her mouth, Razor-san commented while clicking the mouse. That was too old school that I wondered if the novelist was a reincarnated devil from old Japan. Razor-san, how long is that novel you've read published? Motohama inquired. Several months ago. Why? Nothing. It's just a hunch I had. Razor-san didn't reply and continued playing. Meanwhile, I whispered to Motohama while Matsuda also closed the distance. What do you have in mind? Just wondering about the state of the entertainment industry in Underworld if a novel as old school as that just released several months ago. Instantly Matsuda and I understood. This was a big opportunity to gain money if it was done right. And we would be better to consult professional Underworld celebrities. What in the name of Satan? Suddenly our sudden brainstorming session was interrupted by Razor-san's shout. It seemed like he was surprised by what happened in the game. That was right. The first meeting between the protagonist and the main heroine was not cliched like Razor-san expected. Why is the girl cutting my hand? That was the first hook of the story, and as I expected, Razor-san began seriously reading the story. It was just an accident because I didn't get out of her way. Really? What's wrong with this girl? And why the hell didn't I get freaked out by the bloody stump that was my arm? But surprisingly, this is good. The three of us who had played the game just had a grin on our face. The game wasn't a breakthrough of its genre or anything, but it captured people's heart with excellent writings and enjoyable soundtrack. Oh, I am an immortal zombie. I see. I should have taken the sign pointed earlier in the story. As Razor-san continued playing the game, we also continued our sudden brainstorming session. If I remember correctly, Serafal-san, the one with magical girl cosplay, is a famous actress in the Underworld. We can ask her later about the current industry. Market research is also important. Don't forget, Motohama quipped. We have Shitori Kaichu, Grimoire Senpai, and Razor-san. Asking them might give us insights, I answered Motohama. But guys, what about the starting capital? Matsuda interjected. His concern was obvious. No business survive without money. I'm very sure if Razor-san is hooked by the game, he'll finance us. He's a noble. Heck, Grimoire Senpai and Shitori Kaichu are also from noble families. The three of us nodded and went our separate ways. Motohama began searching for another good game to show to Razor. Matsuda was browsing how to start a company, and I began thinking on how I should broach the subject to Serafal-san, Grimoire Senpai, Shitori Kaichu, and Razor-san. 5 hours into the playing time, Razor-san had arrived at the climax scene for the main heroine route. And by climax, I meant story-wise, not the H-scene-wise. In these past 5 hours, Razor-san had gone through more than 50 reloads. Shit. Why do I feel so good about this? Razor-san wondered out loud to no one in particular. Despite the comedic beginning and horror middle part, the ending for the main heroine was surprisingly uplifting. As the ending credits rolled on the monitor, all of us clapped loudly. So, Motohama started. The main heroine is precisely like Grimori Senpai, right? Razor-san nodded. The resemblance is uncanny. It's called the Dirter type of Tsunere. She's sweet to everyone else except the protagonist. After playing the game, you know how to handle her now, right? Right. Thank you, everyone. You guys are surprisingly kind. Razor-san smiled at us. Now, there are other girls in the game that you can try to get. Or maybe you'll try other games to taste more of the Tsuneres. Nah. You should read this, a whole 27 pages analysis on Tsunere behavior in 2D media. Maybe you can understand Grimori Senpai from this. Matsuda offered his phone. Meanwhile, I plucked a manga from Motohama's collection and presented it to Razor-san. You should read this instead. It has one of the best Tsunere that I've seen. Hold on. I can only read so much. I think I'll end it here and continue later. Thank you for the offers. Speaking of which, is there a recommended place for a date? After playing the game, I know someday I had to ask her on a date. But I don't know anything about her, Razor-san admitted shamefully. Coming here and expecting Rias to like me, that was wrong of me when it was clear that she held no heart for me. I will finish Rias' route. Mark my words. Motohama smiled. Spoken like a true otaku already, I see. That said, we're virgins with no experience in any dates or even having a girlfriend, so we can't help you there. Well, except for this guy, he punched me on the shoulder. I refuse to call it a date. It's more like an outing, and Kaneko-chan and I just bought snacks. I did go to an amusement park to relax with Kuroka though. So maybe you can try that. My mind suddenly remembered something that Kaneko-chan and Grimori Senpai herself told me. Or what? Razor-san asked me in anticipation. Do you know why Grimori Senpai chose to come to Japan? Kaneko-chan once told me that she was a huge fan of everything that screamed Japanese, and Grimori Senpai herself confirmed this to me. I think I might have a place in mind for your date, I said to him. Kyoto? Matsuda asked. There's no place more enriched in Japanese than Kyoto, Motohama nodded. While Kyoto is a fun place for a Japanese culture enthusiast like Grimori Senpai, a more fitting place for a date is an inn in the famous hot spring city Hanada. My family went there once as a relaxation trip when I was little, and if I remember, there was a myth that a couple that spends the night together there will end up together. I'm very sure Grimori Senpai wouldn't say no to a trip to the famous hot spring. I will consider it. Thank you, Issei-san. It was hard to believe that this man had once burned my hand. Office. Thread always did wonders to people. I wondered how my life would be if Office didn't enter my life. It must be suck. There was a sudden knock at the door. Matsuda opened it, and called out to me, Issei. Kuroka-san is here. Kuroka. What did she need? When I arrived at the door, Kuroka immediately took my hand. Eyes chin. Kuno can't sleep without you. And I miss my pillow. So subtle. Kuroka. So subtle. I saw Matsuda's eyes twitched when he got the implication that the three of Kuroka, Kuno, and I slept together. But he refrained from saying anything, probably because it was already past midnight. Fine, I relented. Matsuda, I'm sorry, but we have to cut our night shorts. Let's continue this sometime. Hanging out together with you all was very fun. Sure. Matsuda replied with a strained smile. He closed the door, leaving Kuroka and me to walk several steps to our own apartment room. Just as we had closed the door and locked it, I heard a loud scream that was clearly male in origin. I guess Motohama and Matsuda finally learned that Razor-san had 15 girls under him. Not my problem, I decided as I went to sleep together with Kuroka and Kuno. To the people who doesn't like Matsuda and Motohama, I give you this. Your move. First, previous ch 29 of 34 next. Chapter 30. I woke up to the smell of breakfast that permeated my apartment. What? Who? Still half asleep, I went to the kitchen in fear of somebody messing with the ingredients and utensils. Gabriel-san was already forbidden from entering the kitchen. Maybe Kuroka. Ever since several days ago she was very interested in honing her domestic skills. But wait, Kuroka was still on the bed with me when I woke up. I suddenly realized that. Then who? Office. Maybe she changed her body again to be able to reach the counters. The sound of unfamiliar humming entered my ears as I arrived in the kitchen. A stranger in my house. Oh, Issei-kun. Good morning. What greeted me was the sight of a magical girl wearing a love-shaped pink frilly apron on top of her pink frilly costume. Sarafal-san, what were you doing here and how did you enter my place without my permission? As if reading my mind, she replied me with a bubbly tone, I took the liberty to cook you breakfast since you said I can do it. How did you enter? Office-chan opened the door. Said girl was just waving at me from her place in the dining room. Anyway, just wait for it, okay? Also please wake up Kuroka-chan and Kuno-chan. We don't want them to miss breakfast, do we? And then Sarafal-san went back to concentrate on making our breakfast. With a resigned sigh, I decided to just sit on the table and waited just like Office. Say, Office, since when do you wake up early like this? Rude. I can wake up on my own without any needs of an alarm clock. Or you. Remind me again, how many times did you break the alarm clock and made mom angry? TCH. Unfair. Fine, fine. I'll go wake Kuno and Kuroka up. When I got back to my bedroom, Kuroka was spooning Kuno as they slept. I was about to poke Kuroka on the shoulder to wake her up, but then I heard she muttered something that made me stop and smile. Sharon. Well, I guess they can sleep for a little while. I kind of feel bad if I interrupt their dream now, especially after yesterday's heart-to-heart with Kuroka. I looked out at the window. Today would be a sunny day, I think. A perfect day for me to do nothing and rest. Seriously, this had been one hell of a week, and despite not regretting everything, even my body needed rest. So I waited for another 15 minutes before I woke up Kuroka and Kuno. Kuroka. Kuno. Wake up. Breakfast is ready. Munya. Issei-chin. Instead of waking up, Kuroka latched onto my body. Issei-san, and Kuno also followed Kuroka in latching onto me. Please don't follow a bad example, Kuno-chan. If someone woke you up in the morning, then go wake up properly. Well, there was no other choice, I decided. It wasn't that heavy to have Kuroka and Kuno latching onto you. So I moved towards the bathroom and sprinkled waters towards both girls' face. Nya. Issei-chin, what the hell? Issei-san, Kuno wants to sleep. It's because you don't want to wake up, Kuroka. Also, if talking in the third perspective is your way of trying to be cute, then it doesn't work, Kuno. Huh, what? Was Kuno's reply. Maybe she hadn't regained all of her consciousness. I shook her body to wake her up properly. At least Kuroka had woken up. Come on, Kuroka. Sarafal-san is making breakfast. I'll carry Kuno to the table. When we arrived on the table, Sarafal-san had already finished making breakfast and waited for us at the table. Welcome, welcome. Today I made you a breakfast of miso soup and fried tuna. Oh, the tuna was directly bought fresh from the fisherman just this morning. Oh wow, that was quite the effort, Sarafal-san. I began eating, and as expected, it was very good. The miso soup had no surprise, but the taste was very rich, unlike the one I usually made. She must be making it from scratch, unlike me who used the packaged instant one. As for the fish, it was delicious. The fish was fried plainly, there were no sauces. But somehow Sarafal-san managed to bring out the freshness of the fish by frying it. Overall, it tasted a little salty, but not salty enough to make it bad. Sarafal-san found the balance of natural saltiness of the fish and the salt. I looked up to see Sarafal-san waiting for something. Did she want my opinion? How is the taste, guys? I asked the others first. Delicious. Kuno, who had woken up and eating, shouted out. It's a little different from the usual Issei-chin's meal. But it's okay. Kuroka nodded her head. Now it was Ofa's turn. Good. There you go, Sarafal-san. Everyone likes your dish, I said to her. Thank you, Issei-kun. Sarafal-san jumped from her seat on the opposite of me to hug me. Wait, Sarafal-san. If you do that, the table would be a mess. I fell down from my seat after being tackle-hugged by Sarafal-san, but there were no other accompanying sounds of plate breaking and table crashing. That was too excessive, Sarafal-san. It's truly good, so there was no need for me to embellish it at all, I said after she released her hold of me. I sense your honesty, Issei-kun. It's just, I didn't expect you to ask the opinion of everyone. I was just asking for your opinion. So the way you build your answer by asking the other's opinion is just very lovely and makes me want to squeeze you. Oh yeah, I kinda forgot that she's a devil, so she could jump higher than the table and avoid destroying the food. Really. All the other supernatural people near me rarely showed their supernatural power, so I kind of treated them like normal people, especially Seraphal-san, whose personality was quite bubbly. Anyway, let's continue eating, I said to her. We went back to our seat and continue eating breakfast. After we finished eating, before Seraphal-san headed for her work, I called out to her. Seraphal-san, can we talk for a bit? Sure can, Aiz-kun. Something I can help you. Yes, I began. I remembered my conversation with Motohama and Matsuda last night about how to enter the underworld entertainment industry, and the woman before me was a famous actress in the underworld. Actually, I want to ask if you can tell us how to start a business in underworld. Motohama, Matsuda and I had this crazy idea that maybe the entertainment in underworld is lacking compared to the human world. Seraphal-san put her index finger on her chin as she was thinking the reply. Several seconds later, she snapped her fingers. Just tell me what kind of business do you want and I'll make it legal for you guys. I wanted an explanation and was given more than I bargained. Okay. I will pass that to Motohama and Matsuda. Tonight we'll tell you our decision. Okay then, Aiz-kun. See you tonight. Seraphal-san left. Did that just happen? Did Seraphal-san promise me that she would make our business legal just like that? You know, I was no stranger to having powerful friends, just look at Ophis. However, that was power-wise. Despite all her power, Ophis was still a girl whose understanding of how humans worked was limited. But it seemed that today I got to see why having influential friends was important. Seraphal-san was a leader of the underworld and I had her at my breakfast table. How many people would kill for such an opportunity? Aiz-chin. What were you talking about with Leviathan-sama? An example on how having friends in high places can help you. After that, Kuroka helped me wash the dishes. Kuno wanted to help, but I didn't want any accidents to happen, so her usual, wait until you're older, excuse worked its magic once again. I felt bad for her actually, but I didn't want death by Yasaka-san for hurting Kuno. I still remember what happened to that Yukai who tried to kidnap Kuno. Yeah, no dangerous things for Kuno-chan. Say, Aiz-chin, what will you be doing today? Kuroka asked me as we put the last plate we just washed into the cupboard. Frankly, Kuroka, I want to rest, I said to her with a tired smile. While I appreciate this one busy week, even my body needs rest. I agree. The welcoming party last night resulted in a big pile of trash. As I was the type who didn't keep garbage until the smell became unbearable, I diligently put everything inside some bags and brought them into the trash area. I was here just yesterday, I mused. The welcoming party was nice and I thought everyone enjoyed it when it resulted in this much trashes. Anyway, after I put out the trashes, I went outside to buy some snacks at the convenience store. I bought chips, packs of Pocky, puddings, instant ramens, and juices. Since my apartment didn't have any entertainment, I rarely showed this side of me to everyone. Maybe only Ophis, Kuno, and Kuroka, who lived with me before we lived in the apartment, who knew this. That was right. Now that I have a PC and consoles in Motohama and Matsuda's apartment, I could crash at their place anytime. And for a rest and relaxation day like this, what was better other than spending time playing video games? Nothing. I tell you. Nothing. For too long, actually just several months, my gaming sense had been repressed because no one living in the serene apartment had a console or PC. It was part of an agreement between my mom and me to let me live here. Basically, the PC and console I had to be left in our new home. My mom didn't trust me to behave like a good student if I had all those distractions. She was right, I admit. But who cared for that? Now I had Motohama and Matsuda's PC and consoles. When I arrived in front of the apartment building, I saw two suspicious figures clad in gray robes standing in front of it looking at the building. I inwardly sighed. Would I ever catch a break? Now, from which corner of the supernatural world did these two figures came? Just wait for another minute, would you? Motohama and Matsuda's PC and consoles. Excuse me, I couldn't help but see you looking at the apartment complex I live. Is there something I can do to help? Both figures snapped out of their thought and turned their attention to me. It was then that I saw the cross on their robes. Are you from the church? Searching for Gabriel-san. They opened their hood and I could see their face. One was a blue-haired girl who looked at me with sharp, menacing eyes. She was about to get something out of her waist, but the other one stopped her. Wait, you trigger-happy Catholic. We can discuss this peacefully. The other robed figure then opened her hood and I saw a familiar face that I felt like I should know, but I couldn't place where have I see her. Heyo. Eyes-kun. Long time no see, eh? She finished her sentence with a wink and versus sign. I blinked. Eri-kun. That pose was Eri-kun's parting pose that I still recorded in my mind. Bingo. Eyes-kun. Man, I didn't believe it when I approached your former house that it wasn't Hyodo resident anymore. I thought I wouldn't find you. You're a girl. Irina's eye twitched. Hey, Zenobia. You can start swinging your sword now. This is totally unrelated, but if you like my stories, you can support me at ko-fi.com/Kurobarito. First previous ch